Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Was Heir of Gibber Empire. Now before starting, give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Third POV. Leon took Izuku out on a few more dates which were lovely and made Izuku so happy with the attention to details that Leon had put in. One example was that Leon had taken Izuku to a romantic spot near the ocean and had set up a table on a sitting area near the edge of the water. Leon had candles, flowers, and other things prepared. He also cooked the meal himself. Izuku loved it. However, all good things must come to an end, as after the dinner they headed back to the palace since Leon was going to stay the night in the palace and sleep in Izuku's room with him. As they arrived back at the palace, Izuku had received a phone call from a number that he honestly had forgotten about until that moment in time. "What is it?" Leon asked as he saw Izuku's face. "This number is from the info broker in Japan. Seems he is calling in his IO." Izuku said as he kept walking and answered the phone call. "Hello, to whom am I speaking to?" Izuku asked to confirm it was Jiren on the other side. "Hello, Your Royal Highness. It's been almost an entire year since we last saw each other," stated the voice which Izuku knew was Jiren's. Jiren, it's been a while indeed. To see you calling makes me believe you are calling in your IO. Am I wrong?" Izuku asked as he sat down at his desk and pulled up all the Empire's current information on Japan. Izuku knew about the Paranormal Liberation Front and how they were taking land in Japan. Izuku also knows that Shigaraki has all for one and has become a far better leader based on the information the Empire has obtained. "Thank you, spies and hacking," Izuku thought as he read any current news they had on Japan. He did see that Japan was going to send a delegation to the Empire for his first public event, which was going to be mainly with foreign delegations and knighted household and other government officials of the Empire. The current intelligence they had didn't mention who was being sent on the delegation though. "Indeed, Your Highness. You are wise in your knowledge," Jiren said, trying to butter Izuku up. Now, Jiren, we both know buttering people up isn't your cup of tea. What you want to ask must be something significant. Remember, the conditions were it has to be legal for us to complete and that you would need our backing to do," Izuku warned. Jiren just stated it wasn't, and it was right up the royal family's power. "Japan is sending a delegation to the Empire, Your Highness. They plan to try and win your favor and the royal family backing against the Paranormal Liberation Front," Jiren stated. "I see. Are you asking me to back you instead? That is a very large favor that might be far greater than your IO is worth, you know," Izuku asked. That favor would be far larger than the IO was ever worth. Their relationship was a business one back then, and he did help Izuku, but not enough to get that large of an IO, and Jiren knew this. "Never, Your Highness. Instead, I ask for a few things that are far easier to do on the royal family's part. First, I would request that the royal family doesn't outright accept Japan's request without hearing all sides. Second, the Paranormal Liberation Front would like the Empire's recognition as a political party temporary for your event, and for a period after. 3. An invitation to the Empire for the said event. Fourth, the ability to allow our delegation to speak before the royal family and sat our case just as Japan's delegation plans to. After that, we just ask you to make a fair decision, since we will be advocating for your country's non-interference while Japan, to our belief, will ask for your interference," Jiren stated and waited for an answer from Izuku. Izuku had the phone on speaker the entire time so Leon could listen to it. Both of them were looking at each other and nodded. This was something they could easily do, and his parents would easily agree with it, since it would wipe the IO and allow them a path to reject Japan if they wanted to. The overall decision of what would happen would be his parents' decision, since they are the current rulers, but they would be interested in hearing all sides since neither side is truly favored for what each side has done to Izuku. "Jiren," Izuku said, and Jiren replied he was still there. "Let me call you back in about 30 minutes. However, at this time I suggest preparing your delegation. There will be ground rules, but I see no issue currently with your request. I will speak with my parents and start setting arrangements up if they don't disagree, which I find doubtful," Izuku stated. Jiren thanked Izuku for his kindness and said he would be waiting for the return phone call. Izuku ended the call and got up and headed to his mother's office, since she should still be there for a few more moments before she retires. Leon alerted a guard to inform the Emperor that Izuku requests his presence in the Empress' office. After about 4 minutes of walking through the palace, Izuku arrived at his mother's office. He knocked on the door and was called in. "Hello, sweetie. What can I do for you this late?" she asked curiously, and then saw her husband walk in. They all sat down and started to talk. "Jiren has called," Izuku said, which caught their attention quickly and made them straighten up. "Oh, what did he request for his IO, since that should be the reason he called?" Francis stated. Izuku then explained everything he currently knew based on their spy agency's knowledge of the Japan situation. Jiren is an advisor for the Paranormal Liberation Front. He's called the IO on their behalf. He is asking for them to be recognized as a political party for the duration before, during, and after the event so that they can enter the Empire unharmed and attend the event. They also would like an audience with the royal family to plead their case since Japan's delegation intends to ask the Empire for assistance in the conflict in Japan. They would like to make a case that they aren't a villain organization anymore and are a true political party fighting a civil war, and requests the Empire stay out of Japan's internal affairs while Japan is planning to label them still as a villain group that they will then request our assistance in stopping, Izuku stated to his parents. They asked a few more questions about the current makeup of the Paranormal Liberation Front as they started reading the files they had on Japan. Izuku explained the all-for-one quirk and everything he currently knew about the situation since he already read parts of the file. The thing is, the Empire didn't know who Japan was planning to send currently since they haven't declared who yet. I can ask Jiren if he knows any rumors or we can have our spies dig into it, Izuku said. They just told Izuku to just not ask and they would have their spies dig into it. Soon it was approved of letting the Paranormal Liberation Front send a delegation and the ground rules. Izuku then pulled his phone out and made the call. Hello, Your Royal Highness, Jiren's voice stated. Hello, Jiren. The decision has been approved. The Paranormal Liberation Front will be recognized as a political party before, during, and after the event for a period of time, Izuku stated, and Jiren thanked him and asked about rules and regulations since Izuku mentioned ground rules before. You will be allowed to fly a plane from the airports under your area of control and into our airspace where you will land at a military airfield. Our laws allow anyone to use their quirks if they purchase a quirk permit and fill out the proper paperwork. Seeing as you won't have the said permit or paperwork, you are banned from using your quirks without direct approval from a royal member or law enforcement. If there is a medical need to use a quirk, then you are to inform us. You are not permitted to start any physical conflicts or you will be stopped and arrested. Verbal arguments are allowed. Just don't let it get physical, and I'm saying this all in reference to the Japanese delegation. You are free to explore the capital city like any other delegation. Other delegations are able to explore the entire empire, but that is due to them being stationed here from their countries and having full documentation filled out, while you are only here for a short period and would have no logical reason to leave the capital city or its direct surrounding areas. Also, other delegations are required to submit paperwork and file for quirk permits as well, but as it stands, none of them have any submitted. That does include Japan as it stands, so neither side would be allowed quirk usage without law enforcement permission. Do I make the ground rules clear? Izuku asked, and Jiren just confirmed everything once over and said it was clear. I'll make all of this clear to the delegation, and I'm anticipating I will be brought as part of it. As such, I'll see you in a month's time, Your Highness, Jiren stated, and Izuku said he would look forward to seeing his weird smirk again. That was how Izuku's night came to an end, and he found himself cuddling with Leon in his bed. Well, my first public appearance should be interesting. I wonder now who Japan will send. They better provide me some entertainment, Izuku said, and Leon just rubbed Izuku's hair and sighed. He pulled them under the covers and told Izuku to go to sleep since they needed to work on all the paperwork for the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation tomorrow. Soon the next day came and they got to work on all of the paperwork and finished around noon with everything. They had to adjust some of the details for the event and catering since everything was decided before. As such, the staff would know to start making the changes and where to house the new delegation since none of the other delegations stayed inside the royal palace since this was a large delegation event. And they also had their own embassies to stay at. It was soon decided that Leon's family would provide accommodations at one of the hotels they currently own in the capital city so that they would know exactly where the new delegation would be staying already. Soon they decided to stop and eat lunch. Now, while this all went on, back in Japan, the Japanese government was finalizing who they would be sending on their delegation team so they could notify the empire's government. As such, we could see some government officials inside a meeting room with other individuals. These other individuals were heroes and students from UA High School. Thank you all for coming here. We are here to discuss a foreign diplomacy mission to potentially get assistance in the war against the villains of the Paranormal Liberation Front, stated the government official. Everyone nodded their heads and waited for others to speak. Just to make clear what you stated in the email, you wish for UA to send some of our staff and the new 3 class to the Empire to attempt to get help since the prince is around their age and would likely connect with them, Nezu asked. The government official agreed to that statement and then listed the heroes and staff they wanted to send with the former 2A, now 3A students. We would like you, Nezu, Eraserhead, All Might, Gran Torino, Detective Tsukachi, Lemillion, and all of 3A to attend this event with the government officials that will be in attendance, stated the government official. The government needed this to work. Their double agent Hawks failed his mission and got outed as a spy to everyone and wasn't usable anymore. The Hero Commission had decided to remove him from the field permanently. As such, he was never seen again on either side. Though, Nezu and others had their suspicions that the commission ended him to stop any leaks or potential damage of him sticking around. though no one had proof of it nor if the rest of the government knew of it. Three was excited to get away from the battlefield for a while. They have been on the front lines for most of the war and they were tired. They also couldn't deal with their emotions regarding the situation of Izuku Midoriya. They had learned one fateful day during the war that he was framed and they had betrayed him. Toga revealed it by turning into him with his outfit on and talked in his voice. "Hey everyone, can't believe you all fell for that ploy. We didn't even actually try really hard nor meant to frame him for a long-term plan. We just wanted to tie him up for a while to keep him away and off our tracks. Yet, you all turned on him with so little evidence. You also had proof that countered the video but you didn't care. How does it feel heroes betraying someone so easily?" Toga asked as she turned back to herself. That was near the start of the war and it has been months now and they still don't know what to think about the situation. They never found Izuku Midoriya after he escaped police custody that day. Some think he died to the League since they targeted him before while others think he escaped and is hidden away. Some, though, had dark thoughts and didn't want to think about it but couldn't help themselves. Bakugo himself remembered his words from all that time ago when he suicided baited Izuku Midoriya in the last year of middle school and was now regretting it. "You better not be dead. I didn't mean it but you can only be broken and betrayed so many times and that might have been the last time since everyone betrayed you, even All Might who you trusted so much," Bakugo thought as he sat in the meeting. All Might still kicked himself to this day. As time passed from when Nezu admitted that he might have been wrong, he always had a feeling inside himself that he was pathetic and had betrayed the legacy of One for All. It was also really troubling that Mirio could never really use One for All to the best of his limits. He has reached 50% of One for All, but it's always in short bursts of power and never in the full cowl mode like Izuku or like how he himself used One for All. The words of Izuku said that day just always stayed in his mind and only increased the day they found out he was truly innocent, like they started to think after Nezu admitted that he might have been wrong. Flashback. Just know, you are never going to be the true ninth wielder. Make sure to pass this day down when you find the next user and mention how you are a false holder of One for All. I am only giving it up since I can't bear to condemn those that could be saved with One for All to death, otherwise you would have never gotten it from me," Izuku said. "Just know this, the day will come where I will be proven innocent and my question will be how will you undo your wrongs and all of the time wasted," Izuku said as he got into the car. Soon the door closed and the police car pulled away from UA. Flashback over. Mirio, who was at the meeting, also thought back on Izuku Midoriya. He remembered the statement that Izuku gave to him in that room and wondered if his mentor would still be proud of him. He always wondered why he never could contact the previous users like Izuku was able to, and after hearing about him being innocent started to believe the warning he was given in that office that day. Am I truly just a false holder? Is that why I can't use One for All that well since it's rejecting me? Thought Mirio. Then he and everyone else tuned back into the meeting. The government official and Nezu were finishing up the talk. They then recapped everything and it was decided on who all would go on the trip and that they would all leave and arrive 2 weeks before the event started. The goal was to get the Empire to support Japan in dealing with the villain uprising and putting it to rest once and for all. The second goal was to help build better relations after the Empire allowed a handful of treaties to expire without explanation and gave the nation the cold shoulder for a while before resuming communications after some time. The younger heroes and provisional heroes would work on building relations with the prince since he was their age and hopefully establish ties with the next ruler. However, unknown to all of them, their supposed villain uprising leaders would be at the event in the Empire with them and the prince would be far familiar to them than they had anticipated. Third POV. Time passed forward and it was nearing the time for the UA students and heroes to depart from Japan to the Westwind Empire. As it stands, most of them have spent a serious amount of time on the front lines, which they have slowly been losing due to the sheer number of opposition. They were able to pull more forces in by bringing in their military, which had grown weaker over the years due to no conflicts and the rise of heroes. The military was also still the Japanese self-defense force, which was meant to deal with external threats and not internal ones that heroes were meant to deal with. As such, the overall military wasn't funded nor had a lot of men that they could provide since it was bare bones due to no external conflicts in the world. The fact that there are no external conflicts was due to the presence of the Westwind Empire, which kept everyone in line due to their military power and influence. As such, no one purposely started any wars for the past 200 years, and everything has been heroes and villains since then. For the most part, expect localized combat situations that the Empire generally dealt with. As such, the current makeup of the war map looked like the following. The Paranormal Liberation Front had made quite a bit of progress during the past few months, but stalled when Japan brought the military in after they gained far more land than the government and heroes thought possible for them. The government had planned that this war would have ended quickly, but the Paranormal Liberation Front was holding on strong and was doing good until the military stepped in and stalled their advance. However, as long as the Empire doesn't join, then the Paranormal Liberation Front could win in the end at the current rate if the standstill breaks. The three students didn't know what to think about that when that thought came into their minds. The fact that the villains they have been dealing with since their first year was having a good chance at taking the country over and ruling it. Though that is where the problem lies. The heroes and government were still viewing this as a villain organization like all others that could be snuffed out. However, this was a civil war in the eyes of the Paranormal Liberation Front and the people that have been joining them. Citizens that were in their controlled land feared them for a short period but soon saw that nothing really changed except different laws. They still had government officials that they voted in, and in some cases, the local government officials had more voice in the bigger government that the Paranormal Liberation Front had set up. This caused confusion amongst the citizens since they expected bloody rulership but wasn't met with it. Criminals and other villains were dealt with by the Paranormal Liberation Front as they empowered the police to take more actions and for the police to use their quirks to catch criminals when they broke the laws. Even citizens were encouraged to use their quirks in their daily life more if it was safe to do so, or stop criminals if they felt comfortable doing so. Though there have been some accidents due to this, what made the Paranormal Liberation Front reconsider how to go about this public quirk use but was hitting roadblocks on ideas. Though the Japanese government and heroes didn't know any of this since they were so focused on suppressing the villains and stopping their advance that they didn't have time to gather information on the internal workings of the Paranormal Liberation Front controlled lands. While the government and heroes were preparing for their trip and getting their last-minute things ready to leave that day, the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation team was preparing their last-minute details as well. You could find the delegation team for the Paranormal Liberation Front was made up of the following members: Jiren, Shigaraki, Twice, Dabai, Toga, Spinner, Mr. Compress, Redistro, and Trumpet. The other lieutenants or warriors were left behind to keep leading with the clones of the delegation team that Twice made. Some suggested just sending clones to the event, but Jiren shot this idea down quickly and explained why in a meeting before they left. If we are to send clones from Twice and it was discovered, it would be a slap in the face of the royal family. The royal family has ruled the empire for centuries through kindness and care and is greatly loved by its people. It's near impossible to find anyone that has a problem with the ruling family, and no, they don't make people fear them into these views. The royal family is just that loved. If the public found out about the clones, you can bet they would turn on the Paranormal Liberation Front and call for our defeat quickly, even if the royal family didn't care about us sending clones. It also would weaken our standing with them in our case, since it would show we didn't trust them to be fair, and just which they are known for. They are also known to be cruel and ruthless, but that is to anyone that presents a threat to the empire though, so don't ever do that since they will destroy you quickly. Jiren stated as he pulled up an article about the prince finding out corruption done by nun-knighted old nobles' households where the royal family was ruthless in the punishments, and how the public cheered the royal family for dealing with the old nobles. This surprised everyone, but they could understand it as well since the Westwind family has ruled the empire for centuries without anyone trying to overthrow it. Moving on from that topic, it had been decided that the delegation team would wear matching outfits to project the image that they are wanting to carry. They are not wanting to be seen as a ragtag group of villains that got lucky in taking land. Instead, they want to be seen as an organized political party that has started a civil war and should be taken as such. The females wore the outfit on the left while the men wore the outfit on the right. Toga really liked her new outfit while Dabai complained about having to dress up. Remember the rules once we arrive in the empire. No starting fights, no using your quirks. We are a delegation on a peaceful mission and are trying to persuade the royal family to stay out of this conflict or by some chance get them to support us in some form. Even if we are seen by the heroes and Japan's government officials, they can't touch us in the empire. As such, don't fight back if they attack since they would be the ones arrested. Jiren stated. Twice complained about such strict quirk laws that are even stricter than Japan's, but Jiren quickly corrected that. How many of you know the quirk laws in the empire? He asked, and all of them shook their heads, and even Redistro didn't know. Wow, really, Redistro? I'm shocked that you don't know since they are more or less what you were always after. Jiren stated, which shocked everyone. The only reason we can't use our quirks is due to the fact that we won't be there for the long term and can't really apply for the quirk permits and paperwork in the short period we will be there. Jiren stated as he explained their laws on quirk usage. Wait, the empire doesn't have heroes? Shigaraki asked, stunned since Jiren mentioned that side detail. He wasn't an info broker for nothing. Now you might think this is weird that they wouldn't know this, but most people are just focused on internal matters of their own countries unless they are high up in their own governments and have to deal with other countries. As such, the fact that the empire doesn't have heroes isn't really common knowledge since the empire guards act in a similar manner and most people in other countries confuse them as heroes, but they aren't. Jiren explained the general setup of the empire's government and the law enforcement, and the Paranormal Liberation Front members were stunned and interested. If you want to know more, then I suggest asking the prince if we ever have the time. It would be a good conversation starter since we are trying to replicate essentially their form of law enforcement and government expect without the monarchy portion. Jiren stated. Shigaraki made a mental note to ask Izuku if ever given the chance. Soon the group had finished packing everything and had set off to the airport to fly to the Empire since they were leaving that day. As they were leaving, so too were the heroes and students, without knowing that the enemy would be in the Empire as well. Now, while this was all going on, the Empire was gearing up for the prince's first public appearance. The public knew that the event itself was for foreign delegations and the old noble houses that were knighted and other government officials of their empire to be introduced to the prince. They also knew that the prince would make a true public appearance to them later on, but they knew that his image would get released after the event ends by the government, so they were excited to see what the prince looked like. The city was preparing for a festival as well, since they wanted to celebrate the prince's official debut to the world and show off to all of the foreign delegation. The royal family just approved the requests for the festivals and allowed it to go. There was an increase of royal guards and empire guards into the capital city since there would be so much activity, and a lot of foreign delegations inside of the palace. As such, the 500 royal guards that are assigned to the palace on a day-to-day basis would be pulled back and be around the royal family almost always. As such, other royal guards would station and control the palace walls, the outer walls, and the surrounding area around the palace, while the normal stationed royal guards were monitoring every inch of the internal walls of the palace due to so many foreign nationals being in the palace at one time. The Empire guards would increase their ranks and flood the city with its members from our cities across the Empire, due to the sheer number of Empire guards in the Empire. They didn't foresee any issues by taking a handful of Empire guards from all the major cities and a few from other minor cities to flood the capital with them. As such, there would be a heavy law enforcement presence in the capital city, and anyone foolish enough to cause a problem would be dealt with within a few minutes or less. Izuku himself was also preparing for the event. It was decided and recommended by the royal advisors that the royal family should wear more special outfits for this event, since it would be the first appearance of the family as a whole. The Emperor and Empress already had outfits, but one needed to be created for the boys since Leon would be announced as Izuku's fiancé in the event as well. The Empress' most formal dress looked like this: the Emperor's outfit, Izuku's and Leon's outfits. The three Westwin's outfits had ruby red in them, while Leon's was the same as Izuku's but blue. The reason it didn't carry red or ruby red was due to the fact that he wasn't married into the royal family yet, and people in the Empire see it as an offense to wear ruby red or really any red at all on clothing if you aren't officially a part of the royal family, even though it wasn't a law. The royal family follows along with this out of respect for the citizens' views. As such, his outfit is the exact same as Izuku's but in sapphire blue instead. Outside of the new really formal wear that he has received from the royal designers, Izuku was preparing himself mentally for the miniature speech he has to give during the event. He also knew he would need to meet with a lot of people during the event, and then there were going to be those that request royal audiences. Izuku also heard from his parents about who was coming from Japan's delegation and was shocked. The entire former classmates of his were coming, plus Shinso, who ended up taking his seat, Nezu, Eraserhead, All Might, Gran Torino, the detective, and Lemillion. There were also government officials from Japan as well, but they didn't really matter to Izuku. Leon just rubbed Izuku's back and gave him a kiss on his cheek and told him it would be okay and that Izuku wouldn't give in to his anger at them. Even if you do, not like they can do anything to you or about it. However, it doesn't mean you can't be petty in different things like ignoring them or making comments that undermine them and so on, or do petty actions. Leon said. Leon himself wanted to murder Bakugo but knew he had to stay his hand since Bakugo was here as a delegation member. Now, while the Empire was preparing for the event that was coming in the next few weeks, we look back on how the delegations are doing in their travels. For Japan's delegation, they were all on one private flight that was given to them by the government to transport everyone on one trip. This plane was a bit bigger and could fit 50 people easily since there were 20 students plus the heroes and government officials that were going. The students were all in one area talking to each other. Someone decided to bring up the topic of Izuku. Do you guys ever think we will be able to redeem ourselves regarding our betrayal of Izuku? One person asked, who turned out to be Uraraka. Shinso just scoffed since he knew what it was like to be hated and discriminated against, and from what he understood, he was doubtful Izuku would forgive so easily after that event. Bakugo had told everyone about Izuku's past of being quirkless before his quirk activated. Everyone was, even more, guiltier since they learned about his past and knew they had really screwed up. Aizawa wasn't pleased that he was never told about his former student only having his quirk for so little time, but also knew he could have found out if he dug in his file. Shinso decided to speak up since no one would answer, doubtful he would forgive so easily after being betrayed and hurt so many times. Your betrayal was likely the last straw, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was bitter about it. I would be, Shinso said. He himself was bitter about it a bit since Eraserhead didn't try sticking up for his former student, and Shinso looked up to Eraserhead. The government officials and the public learned that Izuku Midoriya was innocent, but most didn't care since he was never seen again. It just became another black mark on UA's name since they had acted so rashly, and UA got dragged in the media for a while over it, but UA was still the top hero school. And there was a war going on, so most focused on that instead. What else could they do since no one knew where he went? Everyone soon went back to other topics before they decided to go to sleep since the flight would be long and they would arrive in the Empire around 10 a.m. the following day since they left Japan early in the day. While the heroes had discussed Izuku in the past, the Paranormal Liberation Front were discussing matters themselves on what to do when they got to the Empire. Jiren had received information from Izuku earlier in the day on where they would be staying and decided to share it with everyone. About our accommodations. His Highness told me that one of the knighted households close to the royal family is providing us accommodations during our stay in one of their hotels. As such, room and board is taken care of inside the hotel. Anything outside of food and rooming at the hotel is on us though. Please don't abuse the room service too much since they are kind enough to give it to us for free. The hotel is one of the better ones in the capital city and we are being given free suites, Jiren stated, and everyone knew they needed to thank the royal family and knighted household for their accommodations. Shigaraki knew to trust Jiren in matters regarding the royal family since he knew the most amongst them. As such, he decided to inquire about any actions they needed to take when meeting the royal members or any other manners. Jiren just thought and then decided to talk about some matters. Since we are trying to impress and influence them, it would be good to have better manners. So everyone please give me your attention since I am doubtful a lot of the UA students know of this stuff, Jiren stated. He then stood up and talked about how one greets the royal family in the empire. If we somehow see His Royal Highness before the event, take our surroundings into consideration since he might not want others knowing until after the event that he is the prince. However, from the moment we enter the palace you greet the royal family by doing this, Jiren said as he showed how to do the salute across the chest and slight bow. Don't put your other hand behind your back like in movies. In the Empire it's custom to keep the other hand to the side or off to the backside away from the body. This is to show that you hold no hidden weapons nor reaching for any hidden behind your back. It dates back to old knight traditions long ago that stayed around, Jiren stated. He also talked about how only the guards and other officials are required to do the salute, but even citizens do it when they greet the family since it became custom long ago and everyone does it out of love and respect. As such, they should also do it to show respect. Jiren also mentioned that they didn't need to kneel in front of the royals and that very few did that still. Some asked who still did it and Jiren answered based on his knowledge. From what I've gathered, it's mainly the knighted houses that do it or military officials whenever they are in the throne room. It's sometimes done in other situations, but most situations just require the salute. However, if we're in the room with other delegations and they do it, then we should it as well. Take our ques off the more experienced delegations, but know that if you ever meet the royal member to do the salute and they will generally wave you off right away unless you angered them somehow, which is uncommon, Jiren stated. He also made sure everyone knew basic dinner manners and how to eat at a formal dinner table since they would be a part of the formal dinner. They talked about other things as well to ensure they were ready before they went to sleep to make sure they were awake for landing. As such, both delegations arrived in Japan roughly at the same time and only one side was aware of the other party being present in Japan, which would cause some fun and entertainment for Izuku. The building was unique and had gardens built onto the floors to provide a nice feeling to each floor. The hotel also had a bridge that went over the small water canal that was behind the hotel and allowed people to get to the shopping area on the other side of it from the hotel. The royal guard walked them into the hotel and started the check-in process. They just followed the royal guard as he checked them in and soon followed him upstairs. The room is under Shigaraki's name. You all have been provided the penthouse suite on the top floor that takes up the entire floor. It's more or less a full-on apartment with enough rooms for your entire delegation to sleep and live for the next few weeks, states the royal guard. The delegation was curious about how big it was since it took the entire floor. Soon they found out though as they arrived and then went up to a door and found the main living room and dining room with some other rooms. The room was really amazing and it had a full-on kitchen if they decided to cook themselves or they could call for room service. They had enough rooms to sit the entire delegation of Jiren, Shigaraki, Twice, Dabai, Toga, Spinner, Mr. Compress, Redistro, and Trumpet. They thanked the royal guard who provided them a card for them to call if they needed a member of the royal guard. This number is used during events like this and is only activate during these times. Call it if you have a problem or need a royal guard. You can also call it if you have questions about what to do during the event or run into an issue before the event, stated the guard before he left. With that, the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation settled in and relaxed a bit. Now, while the Paranormal Liberation Front was relaxing, the Japanese delegation plane had also landed at the airport and the delegation was getting their things ready to travel to the Japanese embassy. After everyone ensured they got everything off the plane, they got into the cars prepared by the embassy and traveled to the hotel. They could see the city was preparing for some sort of festival. And the students asked the government officials if they knew what was going on. They explained that from what they knew it was in preparation for the prince's debut event, and that they all wanted to celebrate it so the city would be quite active for a while. The students didn't wear their hero outfits since they were told not to wear them on the plane, but they did have them with them though in their luggage. Soon they arrived at the embassy and got settled in. The government officials from Japan decided to give the students and heroes a crash course of important information. They discussed how to greet the royals with the arm across their chest and showed how to do it, then talked about how to address the royal family members. They also gave a brief description of how the government is run. They did provide a source of documents if they wanted to study up on customs and other facts about the empire. Some like Nezu, Ida, Gran Torino, the detective, and Aizawa opened the books and started to read some of the information since they wanted to be prepared. The others didn't look at them since they believed that the government officials would tell them anything important to know. They, however, didn't. They didn't tell them that it wasn't a good idea to wear red in public. They didn't tell them about the quirk laws or the fact that their hero licenses don't apply here, nor the fact that there aren't heroes here at all. Overall, the students themselves and the others that didn't read the books were going to be somewhat underprepared and would learn their lessons the hard way. After a few hours of relaxing in the embassy, they decided that they wanted to explore the city a bit. They put on some plain clothing and went out. The teachers all stayed behind and Mirio himself decided to go with them. He felt a weird feeling inside of himself and thought getting out would help relax the feeling. However, this wasn't going to go as he hoped since that feeling was one for all and it wanted its true heir, its true ninth wielder. It was trying to call out for Izuku, but he wasn't within range of them currently, though they knew fate would return them to their wielder. As such, Mirio's life was about to change without him even realizing it had happened until several moments later. Now back in the royal palace, we could find Izuku and Leon. They decided to go out into the city and explore it more since people would be putting up festival supplies and getting ready for the celebration. As such, they wanted to join in and see how everything was going since the moment the event happened in 2 weeks they couldn't do these easy trips out in public anymore. They would have to take a large number of guards or somehow hide their identities. As such, they wanted to take advantage of the last 2 weeks as the best they could. This led them to be in the city after a few hours of work, where we could find them currently sitting in one of the park areas near a shopping area where they had just gotten ice cream from. Though, they would be having a blast from the past that Izuku thought would happen in 2 weeks. After sitting around for about 10 minutes they heard a call from behind them. "Izuku, is that you, Izuku?" stated a voice, and Izuku tensed up since he felt that voice was familiar from his past, and he was right. As he turned around he saw them. All of his former classmates, Mirio and Shinso, were standing behind them on the sidewalk since they were sitting in the grass area on a sitting platform. "Well, hello. Didn't think I would see all the people that betrayed me when I was still living in Japan. Let me ask, do you all still believe I was a traitor when there was so little to no evidence?" Izuku asked as he just licked his ice cream while passively aggressively staring at them. Everyone flinched at Izuku's look and question, except Shinso, who had nothing to feel guilty about. Izuku slightly shook his head no to signal his royal guards to stay away. They all thought he was asking his head at them though. After a few tense seconds, some spoke up. Deku Uraraka started, but Izuku cut her off. "Don't call me that. I'm not a damn Deku. If you're going to call me anything then call me Izuku, since that is how people here address each other. But the first name," Izuku said. Everyone went silent quickly. The people that tried to speak up before were less guilty looking, but they still felt guilty for not helping him more. However, they just stopped arguing for his innocence after he was taken away. We found out that you were innocent. I don't know how much you know of the current events in Japan, but the League has gotten a large army, and during the war, they admitted that they framed you," Ida stated. Izuku knew all of this already, except the fact that they now knew he was innocent. "Well, good thing you aren't complete idiots," Izuku stated. Bakugo then spoke up. "I'm glad you are alive, Izuku." This surprised everyone due to what he said. "No thanks to any of you, but thanks," Izuku said. Some asked him to come back with them to the embassy since he could come back to UA and Japan since he was innocent, but they could never find him. Izuku just rolled his eyes and scoffed. "Why would I want to come back into what? There isn't anything left for me in Japan or UA. I don't have my provisional license anymore since that was revoked and I was kicked out of UA. So there is no school left for me. I've started a new life, a far better life," Izuku stated. However, unknown to everyone else but Izuku, he was hearing voices. The voices of One for All. They were whispering about how they found their true wielder and wanted to return, and telling him to get a bit of DNA to complete the transfer. Izuku got up and Leon followed. Izuku walked over to Mirio and put a hand on his shoulder and leaned into his ear. "So, I'm assuming you are having trouble with One for All, aren't you, false holder?" Izuku asked with a smirk. He could feel One for All resisting Mirio from the inside. He felt just a special connection, like One for All never had left him fully. He noticed some loose hair in Mirio's hair and just patted Mirio's head. "Better luck next time," You should have just waited for Eri to give you your quirk back. Hope you learned your lesson on acting as you did," Izuku said as he grabbed the loose hair after a pat and pulled it away and lead Lone away. The class was wondering what he said to Mirio to make him pale a bit, but Bakugo had an idea that it was about one for all. Bakugo had noticed that Mirio was always having trouble using the quirk and could only use it in bursts. He was strong, but it wasn't effective long-term for a hero career. Izuku walked next to Bakugo and looked at him. "Quite different places we find ourselves in now, don't we? Baby, you were right, and I wasn't meant to be a hero like All Might or you. But I think I was meant for far more important things, seeing as I wouldn't betray people so easily, which seems to be a requirement to be a hero in Japan. That is something you have down quite well, don't you? Turning your back on people so easily. You did it when we were children, and you did it again when we were in UA," Izuku said with a side glance, and then walked away with Leon, but no one knew Leon's name since he didn't introduce himself. After getting away and turning into a restaurant that Izuku knew had private rooms that they could pay to get, he relaxed a bit and they all met inside the room. Izuku then looked at his hand and saw the hair. "So you all remember One for All from my past?" Izuku asked, and they all stated they did. Even Leon knew about it since Izuku never hid any details once they got engaged. Izuku brought the hair up and said he just got it back as he consumed a piece of hair. They were confused until they saw the green lighting arc off of him. Then, shadowy figures appeared next to him. There were only 7, if you are wondering. We expelled 8's echo from the core of the quirk. He betrayed the legacy and has no right to stay within One for All. As such, the echo of him wasn't needed anymore nor wanted. It wasn't a decision we came to lightly but made nonetheless, stated the voice that Izuku recognized as the first user from one of his dreams before in the past. Izuku asked if they all could hear and see this, and they confirmed they did. "We aren't hiding since you already informed them of One for All. You told quite a few, but that is your right since you didn't have a duty to keep the secret and they all serve you. To think our 9th user is a prince," stated the 7th user Nana Shimura. Izuku was quite freaked out since this hasn't happened before. The users explained that they think it's One for All interacting with the royal family seal since it's unsealed. They knew he had a quirk before since they could sense it but never found it. They now knew why. The royal family is truly amazing. We're able to access all the royal information since we are echoes inside of One for All that can go into your dreamscape, which is where the access point is for the seal, stated one of the previous users. Izuku reminded them that that information was meant for his eyes only, and they realized they were invading his privacy and royal family secrets and apologized. "It's fine if you ask before you do it. Not like you can do anything with that information since you are all dead and bound to me again. Also, you do realize I'm not a hero nor will be one anymore, right?" Izuku asked, and they were silent for a moment but nodded their heads. One for All needs a new purpose. The original All for One is defeated, but there is a new one which we don't know what to do with, the first user stated. Izuku then told them to go into his memories about Shigaraki and the current events of Japan, and the users did it. They were shocked to see what they found. The users couldn't argue that the current All for One user wasn't pure evil like the first one. As such, they couldn't say that he needed to be stopped at all costs like the old one, though they made a decision. "We'll let you decide it on what to do with the second All for One quirk. If you stop him or let him go down his path. He is fighting for goals and not world domination and cruel rulership, but for a better future, and from what the Empire has gathered shows he has ruled the citizens peacefully. As such, we can't deny the individuals with him the right to start a civil war. That isn't what One for All was meant for," stated the first user. As such, the decision regarding One for All and All for One was left in Izuku's hands, and he honestly didn't think Shigaraki was using All for One for evil means. If Izuku went after him for his quirk solely, he would be no better than those that discriminate based on quirks. Unless Shigaraki turns into a cruel ruler like the old All for One was, then Izuku didn't plan to keep One for All going. However, he needed to have a discussion with Shigaraki about everything and decided finally on what he would do. As such, they decided to call it a day since Izuku needed to get some training and to see how One for All affected gravity, and he also needed to tell his parents what happened. Third path. Soon Izuku, Leon, and the royal guards all arrived at the royal palace, and they soon found his parents in his father's private study room. Izuku entered and sat down. "Well, I ran into the former classmates, Mirio and Shinso, who took my seat at one of the parks. It was an interesting day, to say the least," Izuku said, and his parents asked for more details of what all happened. As such, Izuku explained how they asked him to return to Japan, which his parents scoffed at. Even if Izuku can't be a hero, he can save a lot of people by doing his duties as the prince. It's just less direct in the field actions and more in the royal palace and behind a desk action. Take, for example, how Izuku got involved in the orphanage case. He was able to get a quick result due to his position as the prince. As such, Izuku didn't want to go back to being a hero when he could have far more impacts than a hero in Japan. Izuku also was having doubts about the Paranormal Liberation Front. He was seeing them less and less as villains and what they claimed to be. However, he was going to leave that as a discussion for the event and when both sides make their claims. Izuku then also explained to his parents that he had One for All back again and they were shocked about that. Then the previous wielders of One for All appeared in the room and did the royal salute. "We apologize for appearing without warning, but we expected that you would like to meet us at least once, Your Royal Majesty," stated the first user. Izuku's parents were stunned for a second but told them to relax. They then started to ask questions like why did they want to return to their son instead of staying in the new host. The users explained that they saw through Izuku's memories back then that he had never betrayed the heroes nor One for All, and that All Might asking Izuku to give up the quirk was a slap in the face to Izuku and the previous users. They explained that they had only acknowledged Izuku as the ninth and not the other person who became a false holder to them. "We more or less made it nearly impossible for Lemillion to use the quirk efficiently. He could use around 60% of the power, but he couldn't use it long-term and only in short bursts," stated one of the other users. They talked about how Lemillion taking the quirk as he did was an insult to the past users, and that Izuku giving it up didn't meet the requirements of willing giving it up either in their eyes, and that is why there was still a small connection felt when the two of them met again, which allowed the transfer to happen again without Lemillion's consent. "Izuku, you gave us up since you were unwilling to condemn people to not being saved by One for All. We saw that as the truest desire of what this quirk stood for and we couldn't abandon you. You are the ninth user of One for All and it is your quirk to decide what to do with and no one else," stated the first user. Izuku's parents also asked about the fact that Izuku won't be a hero nor directly fight anymore, so how would Izuku meet the goals of One for All in stopping the All for One user and fighting villains since there are no heroes in the Empire? "We understand that there are no heroes in the Empire. We also understand that he won't be directly fighting as much or if ever as he did before or had intended the first time he accepted One for All. Also, in the matters of the second All for One quirk user, we will not render a verdict since he has not met the requirements in our eyes to call for One for All to hunt him down," stated the first user. They explained how Shigaraki is different from All for One and how currently based on the information they can see in Izuku's memories that if they were to hunt Shigaraki down for the sole fact that he had the quirk then it wouldn't be any different than Quirkus. It all depends on how Shigaraki acts. If he acts as a ruthless leader then One for All should stop him somehow, be it directly or indirectly. If he keeps on his current path and Izuku decides not to keep the cycle going then so be it, stated the first user. They also explained that based on the royal family seal information, there have been cases where a royal member went out to fight sometimes in times of crisis, and that One for All could help in those since they saw at least once or twice every few generations there was an event like that. They also explained that Izuku's quirk would get a boost now and that he needed to adjust his strength with gravity. As such, Izuku decided to go out to the training field that was outside the city limits once they were all done talking and get some training in and feel the changes in his quirks and see where his current limits are for One for All. "I'm glad the Empire had amazing doctors and could heal some of the old damage that the quirk did to me. Though it wasn't all healed, a good portion was since there's some specialized quirks and technology in the Empire that does miracles," Izuku thought. Now while the royals and One for All users have been talking, the former classmates, Mirio and Shinso, all met up back at the Japanese embassy and informed their teachers and others on the delegation team that they had seen Izuku Midoriya here in the Empire. Nezu and the others were startled to find out he was here. That would explain why he fell off our radar if he somehow figured a way to get into the Empire. The question is if he is here illegally or not, Nezu stated. Gran Torino glared hard at All Might, who looked down at his hands. He wanted to go find Izuku, but he didn't know what he would do when he found him. After more talking, it was decided that they should keep their eyes out if they see Izuku again before they leave to inform the staff so they can try to figure something out. "We can easily get him back in UA and in 3A. The problem is he is quirkless now," stated Nezu, since it was only the people that know about One for All except Bakugo. Mirio looked at his hands and thought for a few moments. Was he truly meant to have One for All, or was he meant to wait for Eri to return his permeation quirk? He missed the feel of his body being able to go through the floors and other objects. He would sometimes do it out of habit to find his arm just meeting the surface. Wait, what? Mirio's eyes widened when he saw his arm in the chair itself. "I'm going crazy. I'm seeing my old quirk when I don't have it," Mirio muttered, but Nezu looked over and talked. "Oh my, well isn't that interesting? Mirio has his old quirk back," Nezu pointed out, and everyone turned and saw that it was true. Miro had gotten his quirk back. They all were wondering how that happened since Eri wasn't here to do it, nor did Mirio say anything happened that would have caused it. Mirio, on the other hand, was just having fun with his quirk until he went down a floor and landed in one of the students' rooms but naked. They screamed at him to get out and he ran to go get his clothing. He was lucky his room was a few doors down and he had some clothing that still had his DNA put into his clothing to work with his quirk. After a while he returned upstairs and found them all staring at him, wondering how he got his quirk back. Then All Might asked the important question. "It's nice you got your quirk back, but what about One for All?" He asked tensely. If Myro was somehow reversed, then that means One for All might have been lost for good. Mirio tried to feel for One for All but found nothing. He stated as such and everyone went tense. Their biggest weapon against the quirk known as All for One just went out the door, and now they needed the help of the Empire even more than before. If Shigaraki found out about this, then it would encourage them to push harder since they wouldn't need to fear One for All anymore. However, what they all didn't know was the only reason Myro has the permeation quirk is due to One for All. Due to One for All entering the body and having the echoes inside of itself, the quirk past users can somewhat affect the user's body if they really push it. When they were close to leaving, they decided to leave a present to try and keep the boy away from Izuku and not desiring the quirk. They could tell off his memories that he truly missed his quirk, and the words of Izuku's always were in his mind of him being a false holder. As such, they reactivated the quirk genes in his body. What the bullet created from Iri's blood does is target the quirk genes and return them to a state that they aren't activated anymore and can't be used. However, One for All does have enough power and capability to influence the quirk gene since it's a part of their function when they enter the host body. As such, they reactivate his quirk gene in the hopes that Mirio would leave Izuku alone when he finds out that One for All returned to Izuku. That is why Myro now has the original quirk that he did have before, though the others won't know that Izuku has One for All until later on. Now, back to the Paranormal Liberation front. Shigaraki was sitting in the living room reading some documents that they had brought. They were planning to make a strong case and act as an official delegation. As such, he was brushing up on his manners, if you could believe that, and reading all the information that would be relevant for the royal family to know and how to better interact in the event. While he was doing that, he felt a shift. This shift was One for All. He knew everything about One for All that he could find, but there were still mysteries to it that only the users knew about. One thing that All for One allowed him to do was feel when One for All was transferred to a new host. As such, Shigaraki felt the transfer from Mirio to Izuku, but he didn't know who it was transferred to since it didn't tell him. However, he would find out since he could tell whoever had it if they were in his presence, which meant Izuku and Shigaraki would meet soon due to the event. Shigaraki had believed that Mirio gave it up since he couldn't get the quirk to work with him, and he had a theory that it had some sentience to it but had no way to confirm currently since even All for One notes didn't mention anything about it having possible sentience. As such, he just went back to his work and kept studying. It's either someone of Japan's delegation or someone in the Empire. If it's an Empire citizen, it could cause problems if they decided to come after Shigaraki since he can't easily follow them into the Empire later on. Shigaraki thought. He wished One for All would just leave him alone since he wasn't like the first user directly. Sure, he was a bit destructive only in the start, but he thought he was calming down and becoming a leader for his men and the citizens under him. Now, while Shigaraki was dealing with his thoughts and matters, Izuku himself had arrived at the old training field that he would come out to a lot to train his quirk. Izuku over the past roughly year or so has gotten great control over his birth quirk. He studied the science behind gravity and it helped him better utilize his quirk. He could activate his quirk within a second, unlike in the past where it took minutes. As such, Graviton became amazing self-defense and defense of others' quirk. It did have its offensive abilities like blasting rocks and other things by reversing the gravity away from himself, but he focused more on the defensive sides of his quirk since that was his main goal of wanting to protect others, and the pinning ability was really powerful as an offensive move as well. As such, he got clear of everyone else and activated Graviton to feel the difference. He could feel it quite well. It felt as if it was supercharged and had roughly half of its original strength added on top of itself. He spread out a field of graviton energy and made it press down around himself while countering it on himself to not be affected. The entire area around him was flattened within seconds. Well, that is far more powerful. It normally took a bit more effort to flatten the Earth. Half of the hill next to me is flattened, Izuku muttered out. Izuku started to practice a bit more and got a feel of the difference in his quirk's strength by itself, and he was able to do moves slightly faster and had to use a bit less energy to do old moves without overpowering someone too much that it would harm them. After practicing for about an hour and a half, he relaxed and heard a whisper. "Full cow," said the whisper from One for All. Izuku then let his birth quirk go and pulled One for All itself without its enhancing gravity. He could feel One for All flood over his body like it did in the past, which brought back old memories. Memories of him training with All Might on the beach and how close he had gotten to everyone. But it also brought back the heartache of them betraying him and how their betrayal had made him bitter towards them. He knew he didn't care for them anymore, but he wouldn't let it directly influence the decisions he made while being a prince. His people and empire needed him to be better than that, but it didn't mean he couldn't be petty as hell during the event and any other time out of important decisions. Izuku knew still how to spread it all across his body, and he did it and slowly increased One for All until he found his limit. "I'm so glad I kept doing physical training with the Royal Guard and the others while being here," Izuku thought. Soon he found his limit. He was currently sitting at 65% of One for All, which made him happy. The previous users whispered some information into him and explained that he had some problems last time due to the fact that the seal prevented them from binding fully to his body and his other quirk like they have done in the past with users that already had a quirk. This is why it took him so much effort in getting one for all under control and had to train far more in the past, which had, in turn, paid off now since he had a higher level of control due to all the effort he had done in the past. Overall, Izuku was happy and was moving around quickly across the field. He decided to test graviton in this state and he could feel the difference. He also had a quick idea of seeing if he could increase the force of his kicks or attacks by increasing his shown gravity a bit when he was attacking. He jumped up in the air and increased his gravity, and before he landed he undid it and he could tell there was a larger impact due to the speed of his drop. After about another hour or so of training, Izuku had exhausted himself and was ready to be done. Leon came up to him when he noticed that he was done and asked if he worked out his frustration from seeing the people from his past again. Yeah, still bitter about them and all, but I got most of the frustration out, Izuku said as he hugged Leon, who just rubbed Izuku's back and put a kiss on the top of his head. They soon headed back to the palace to rest for the day and eat dinner. Izuku found his parents in the dining room sitting down and they called him over. How did training go? They asked, and Izuku explained the differences now and that it was overall more powerful now. He then talked about he still felt bitter even though they knew he wasn't a traitor anymore, but didn't want to let it affect his duties as a prince. His mother looked at him and smiled. Do what I do. Let the pettiness free in all of my other actions, but when it comes to official decisions in the pettiness, it's how I was a lot in the past until I could better hide it, Izuku's mother stated, and they all just laughed. Soon the dinner came to an end and Leon and Izuku retired to Izuku's room. As time passed more and more, Leon was spending more time in the royal palace with Izuku and would sleep over more often. Leon also decided to help Izuku relax a bit by giving him a back massage, which made Izuku embarrassed at being exposed to Leon. Now, my love. Just remember, the end of your 3rd year is when we will marry and I will get to have my way with you as much as I wish without holding back, Leon said into Izuku's ear since he was on top of him while Izuku had his stomach on the bed. Izuku just blushed harder and let small sounds out when Leon would rub certain spots of his muscles with the lotion. Soon an hour passed and they had gotten under the covers and changed into their nightwear and went to bed. Leon had plans to take Izuku out on the city a few more times before the event arrived, since today was cut short due to the run-in with his old classmate. 3rd POV. A few days have passed. Leon and Izuku have both gone out on more dates and didn't run into anyone else from Japan, nor did they run into the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation, which was a blessing for Izuku since he didn't want to deal with that level of conversations anytime soon. Izuku and Leon were currently walking across the town but had the unfortunate ability of crossing paths with the entire delegation of Japan except for their government officials. That is right, folks. All of Class 3A, Mirio, Nezu, Gran Torino, All Might, Eraserhead, and the detective were all enjoying lunch currently in the restaurant that Izuku and Leon decided to stop at. Leon and Izuku decided to just ignore them even though the others were staring directly at them. Leon himself was in his Empire Guard outfit since he had just come off of his scheduled shift when he and Izuku had agreed to meet. As such, Nezu and a few others at the delegation table recognized that he was a part of the Empire Guard and warned everyone about that detail. Izuku's other friend Lance and some others from school had agreed to meet them at the restaurant as well. A few of them were also in their Empire Guard's outfit and were all waiting at a table near the back of the restaurant for them. Everyone sat down and started to talk, though they were in earshot of the delegation table so their conversation could still be heard. Lance had made a joke about Izuku really needs to consider trying out for the Emperor Guard since he could kick all of their asses, and that was before he even used his quirk. Those at the delegation table that didn't know about One for All were shocked at how strong he was without using his quirk. Those that did know were even more shocked since it sounded like Izuku somehow still had a quirk, which confused them all. Soon their meal was given to them before the meals of the delegation table were, and they noticed this. They thought it was due to the fact that the other table had a handful of Empire Guards and the restaurant was giving special treatment to them, but they noticed some of their friends getting some weird looks from the staff. Then they heard a comment from another table in the restaurant that was talking about them and wearing red. The problem was they didn't know why wearing red was a problem since even Nezu and Ida didn't see anything about it in the handbooks given by their embassy. It did say that the royal family traditionally wore red for formal events. Then they made a logical guess that in this country it was rude to wear red. Nezu whispered to the few girls that were wearing red to go with Yaoyorozu and get changed out of any red. They asked why though. If my guess is correct, the citizens of the Empire see wearing red as an insult or affront to the royal family since they traditionally wear red or use it to symbol the family. As such, Todoroki and Kirishima should be fine since it's their hair and quirks that cause those, but wearing red on clothing would be seen as rude. It's likely why we are getting weird looks that we've all noticed by now, Nezu stated, and the girls went off to get change. Izuku at his table heard it though since Nezu had to talk a bit louder and was close enough to their table area for him to hear it. He just had a smirk, and so did the others at his table, since Leon had texted them all that those were some people from Izuku's past that didn't treat him well. Lance and the others knew some basic details of Izuku's past, but not everything like Leon did. Soon, the Japanese delegation stopped receiving the weird looks, and they were able to confirm it was due to the red. Overall, the meal went well and didn't have any other problems. Everyone finished eating and had paid. Both tables got up roughly at the same time and had exited the restaurant. Izuku and Leon separated from their other friends and decided to go to a man-made waterfall in this park area near a shopping district. Izuku liked it, since if he wanted to see a waterfall, he would have to travel quite far in the Empire, when he can just see a man-made one in the shopping area. Of course, it isn't as grand and amazing, but it was still calming and relaxing to listen to the sound of the water collides with the bottom rocks. Izuku and Leon also noticed the people from Japan had followed them to the area, and Izuku wanted whatever they were going to say or do to be in an open and public area. This is due to the fact that Izuku knew this area had a few patrols of Empire guards on it that passed through every 4 minutes due to the overlapping of patrols. This was due to the festivals that people are starting in the coming days, since the event is next week. As Izuku and Leon came to a stop on the small red bridge, they heard a voice call out for them, and it was All Might. "My boy, it's been a long time," All Might stated. Leon had to hold back the urge of slapping the man. "How dare you call the royal prince my boy? You are not his father," Leon thought as he gripped the red bridge and could hear it creaking under his grip, so he relaxed his hand before he broke it. "I'm many things, but my boy isn't one of them to you. What is it that you want, All Might, since we don't have any connections anymore?" Izuku asked with pettiness dripping in his voice. All Might tensed, and he had to agree that Izuku was right. "I wanted to see how you were doing. It's been a long time, and after you escaped police custody we couldn't ever find you," All Might stated. "You mean hunt me down, since I know for a fact that you guys didn't know that I was innocent until you got told by the League members based on what your students stated before," Izuku stated. Nezu decided to ask some questions, since they wanted to confirm if he had a quirk or not, since they knew he gave up one for all. If he had a quirk, it likely meant that he did end up turning to the League members, and they would need to be warier of him. "Young Izuku, we were wondering. We happened to overhear you were able to defeat some of your friends in the Empire Guards without using your quirk, though I'm wondering how good you have gotten with your quirk," Nezu asked, and Izuku and Leon knew the hidden question he was trying to ask in front of everyone without revealing one for all. Izuku decided that he didn't want to answer it though. "Indeed, I've gotten good at quirkless combat. Thanks for noticing," Izuku said with a smirk. The people that knew about him being quirkless frowned a bit at his decision to avoid the conversation. They then heard tires squeal. They all turned and saw a little girl out in the middle of the street with a truck slamming on his brakes as he tried to stop. The parents of the girl were screaming. At that moment, as if time slowed down, Izuku powered up to 60% and moved quickly. He used graviton to also repel him from the location he was at to make him go faster. Everyone noticed him moved a second later and saw green lighting arc off of him. However, no one minds caught up to that fact yet. About 6 seconds later, Izuku was at the girl's spot and had grabbed her and used graviton to launch from his location with one for all as well, and went away from the truck while using graviton on the truck. He didn't use too much, but enough to help slow it down fast enough that he was able to move out of the way. With that, the truck went right by them and they had already moved onto the sidewalk. Everyone else's minds caught up to what just happened and saw Izuku with the girl on the other side of the street with small green lightning arcing off of him. Everyone that knew of One for All knew that he somehow obtained it once again, and they were wanting to know how, since transferring it required the consent of the user, which Mirio never gave. Some Empire guards ran up with Leon right next to Izuku and checked them over. Izuku explained to them what happened, and they called an ambulance for the girl to make sure she was okay from moving at such high speeds. Soon an ambulance arrived and the family was taken away to the hospital. They had thanked Izuku so much, and Izuku noticed a reporter had taken his photo. "Well, this is going to be interesting when my position comes out later on next week," Izuku thought. Leon just made sure Izuku was okay, and he was. Soon Izuku and Leon made their way back across the street and sat down on a bench. Izuku could see that there were many questions in those that knew about One for All, but he wasn't going to give that information up so easily. "Well, guess you see how well I can use my strength quirk," Izuku stated as he was just resting on the bench. He could see his royal guards in the distance watching the Japanese delegation. Nezu just nodded his head. "Indeed we did. It's quite amazing how you have grown your control. Izuku, would you mind having a private discussion with me and the staff of UA? We need to apologize and wanted to ask a few questions," Nezu stated, hoping to get more answers. "I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to decline. I have other plans to get to, and if you wish to apologize you could say it out in the open anyway, since it doesn't require a private conversation," Izuku stated, leaving no room to debate as he stood up. Leon was right behind him as he stood up as well. All Might wanted to know how Izuku got the quirk back, but they also needed to figure out if they could convince Izuku to help in the war and rejoin UA. As such, Nezu led the apology. Young Izuku, on behalf of UA, I offer my apologies for acting so rash and condemning you without digging into it more. As such, I would like to provide your position back in the hero course at UA and welcome you back to Japan once we leave from our delegation trip, Nezu stated. Izuku just rolled his eyes, which everyone noticed. Nezu, I have no intentions of returning to UA. I'm happy with my current life in the Empire, so let me give you some advice. Drop it and focus on your mission here in the Empire instead of trying to convince me to return after you all betrayed me so easily, Izuku stated as he and Leon walked away, ignoring All Might and the others. The Japanese delegation just stood there. Some started to talk though and talked about how Izuku changed due to their actions. All Might was shocked. The boy who was so forgiving had finally stopped forgiving, and it was due to his actions and the actions of UA that caused it. Soon the delegation all returned to the embassy, and those that knew of One for All gathered in one room. Even Bakugo was there this time around. It's unlikely that he will return to Japan. The problem is that he has One for All and appears that he doesn't want to deal with the All for One situation anymore, which means we don't have One for All in play to hold off against Shigaraki, Nezu stated. Everyone just nodded their heads, though some questioned how Izuku even got One for All in the first place again. Bakugo asked what happened when he transferred the quirk, and All Might, Nezu, and Lemillion explained what was said in the room. Then Bakugo suggested an idea. It's possible he didn't meet the full conditions on willingly giving it up. As such, the transfer didn't complete itself. Also, when Mirio and Izuku talked in the park a while ago on the first meeting, he touched his head. It's possible he took some hair and somehow got One for All via that. If he didn't fully complete the transfer, it is possible it undid the partial transfer, Bakugo stated. Then Bakugo did make another suggestion. It's also possible as the first suggestion that One for All stopped the full transfer themselves. It does have the echoes of the previous users, meaning it has some sentience. Since they were inside of him, they saw everything he did, which meant they knew he didn't betray us and were likely pissed that All Might forced Izuku to give it up, since that is what happened. It was either give it up and let it be used to save more people, or it gets locked up with himself in prison, since he didn't know that the villain would attack the police car that day, Bakugo stated. Everyone truly thought on the words, and either route was a possible one. They could only hope to gain more answers from Izuku, but they still wouldn't be in the Empire for the long term. They could try and get Izuku sent back to Japan, since there are no records of him getting here legally, but that would be a surefire way of turning Izuku against them in any form. The other students were all reading more about the Empire since they had the issue with the color red. They didn't want to make more mistakes like that. Now, while everyone in the Japanese delegation was reading up and talking about Izuku, the Paranormal Liberation Front was relaxing and doing their own study. They have gone out and explored the city, but they also spent an equal amount of time preparing for the event next week. Then they saw the news. It was roughly an hour ago when an unidentified male saved a little girl out of the street. The girl had run after her ball that went into the street but didn't see the traffic coming. Within seconds, screaming started since the truck would not be able to stop in time due to its weight, as everyone believed the girl to be destined to die. A young male with green hair and green eyes appeared and saved the girl by moving so quickly that he grabbed her and was on the other side of the street before anyone else could react, stated the news reporter with a picture of Izuku's side. Everyone from the league recognized the photo was of Izuku. Seems the prince is out and about in the city saving his citizens, Dabai stated with a small smile. The more he learned about the royal family and the empire, the happier he was that the green-haired kid returned to his family and away from UA. They also made jokes that the media would be in a frenzy when they realized they had the first public photo of the prince without realizing it. Get back to work. We need to ensure we can answer any question asked about policies and government change that we are aiming for if we are able to take control of all Japan, Shigaraki stated, but he himself was happy with the fact that Izuku had found his true home. As such, they all got back to work as room service was brought up to them from the kitchen. They did purchase some food and had cooked, but the hotel cooked far better meals than they could. As everyone else was preparing themselves, Izuku and Leo had returned to the palace. Really, it seems whenever something happens lately it involves the Japanese delegation. I think they are cursed, Izuku muttered. Leon just chuckled. I think it's you, since a lot of weird things happen around you anyway. Let us not forget the incident where random cats had gotten into the palace and you got chased by the royal guards since you didn't want to give them up and return them to their owners, Leon stated. Izuku just pouted because the cats were warm and cuddly, which invited a sexual joke from Leon about him being warm and cuddly, yet Izuku doesn't cuddle with him. Fine. I'll cuddle you more, so don't complain when I get in your lap at random times because I want cuddles, Izuku stated, and then realized he said that louder than he tended to, and all of the staff in the hallway heard him. He just turned around and kept walking away. He had a meeting in one of the ballrooms with a dance instructor that was teaching Izuku how to dance with Leon. He was almost done, but he had a few flaws to work out. Izuku and Leon were in their most formal wear since there would be some dancing at the event. and they wanted to get used to wearing them while dancing. If they could dance in the most formal clothing they had, then they could dance in anything. After about an hour of practicing, the instructor told them that they were finished. You have very minor flaws that won't impact the dance. There are more positioning of your shoulder or how you hold yourself, but they will go away with time. Otherwise, you have finished your dance lessons and will be ready for the event. It was a pleasure of teaching you, Your Highness, he stated and did the salute in small bow. The instructor then left them alone. Leon just planted a kiss on Izuku's cheek and asked him if he was feeling ready for next week. The best I can be. The event opening is the most stressful since it will be announcing us into the room. I'm glad it doesn't take place directly in the throne room but in the main ballroom, since it has 2 separate ballrooms connected to it, which will allow a lot of free room for people to move around in, Izuku stated. Izuku and Leon talked a bit more since Izuku will be giving a speech during the event and he has most of it written. It isn't a long one though, since he doesn't need to provide a lengthy one. It's more of a formal declaration from him on his intention to take the throne once his mother retires, since the moment Izuku reaches age, his father falls behind him in the right of succession to the main ruler position in the event of the Empress dying due to Izuku having the actual royal blood in his veins. Izuku and Leon then decided to just grab a small meal to eat, then head to bed, since they would just get busier and busier as time gets closer to the event. Third POV. The city was in a frenzy. One of the main city streets had been set as the main section for the celebrations, but the entire city had decorations and stalls set up. People from across the empire were gathering inside the capital city. Anyone that belonged to a knighted household had taken the day off and were all gathered for the celebrations as well. Most knighted households had a business or two in the capital city and stayed in their own personal accommodations or homes that they had in the capital. Members of the Empire Council were also in attendance, which was a lot since the entire council is made up of 480 members. Then you include the knighted households, which bring it close to a total of 1,000 members from just old nobles in the Empire's council. This doesn't include the foreign delegations either, which based on the last number Izuku received had around 1,000 members total themselves. Most countries sent at least 6 to 10 members of their delegations, but some nations sent a larger delegation of around 20 or so members like Japan did. Izuku was really interested in seeing their faces when they found out that he was the prince, and the reason they were sent was to get close to him when they had betrayed him in the past. Oh, that is going to be so enjoyable, Izuku thought, but was knocked out of his thoughts by Leon biting his ear, getting a low moan out of Izuku. Leon, we need to focus. The event is today, and we need to finish any last-minute things and get ready, Izuku said. Leon has been getting more and more flirty and sadistic in his methods of stirring Izuku up and getting reactions out of him. However, the royal damn tradition is that unmarried royals shouldn't engage in sex until they are married. God, I hate that damn tradition, and I'm glad I turn 18 and will get married next year, Izuku thought. Now, as they focused back on their issues at hand, as Leon calmed down and got his desires under control, they were finishing the last-minute paperwork. Izuku had somewhat of a schedule set before him, but it could be changed at any minute depending on what he wants to do. Izuku knew that he needed to meet the main leaders of the council before meeting with anyone else, for the most part, except a few exceptions like Leon's parents, since they are going to be in-laws. After the council, it's a more or less free game until the audience requests in the throne room. Izuku knew the Japanese and the Paranormal Liberation Front both have requested an audience and are scheduled to be in the room at the same time, since it's the same matter. He also knew some others would likely request during the event itself, but those two were the main and currently only scheduled ones, since the council and knighted houses knew they could request an audience after the event on another day when needed to, and would be letting the foreign nations request first. As the palace was doing their own preparations, people around the city were already starting their celebrations. For example, as stated before, that one of the main streets was sectioned off for the festivals. You could see large floats, and a large number of people had gathered in the streets and on the buildings surrounding the street. The floats were of all different things, from dragons of their myths to normal animals for children to see. They also had a large number of dancers going down the street in more ancient festival gear that paid respects to the old gods of myth. They were praying and wishing for the royal family as well. They wanted the royal family to stay in good health and proper, since the family had led the empire to have so many years of peace and safety. As such, they danced and prayed. As this was going on, the delegations from other nations were gathering their things and getting ready. They each had a set time that a royal guard would arrive at their accommodations and pick them up, unlike the Empire Council or knighted households who would just arrive and have themselves checked in, since they were far more trusted and were willing to undergo far more personal searches to quickly get them in. Unlike with the foreign delegations, where they couldn't act as such since the other country might see it as an insult. They needed the time between each delegation to have drug dogs and scanners go across the cars as they came in, or the delegation team themselves, to ensure there were no bombs, weapons, or other means of harming the royal family. Soon lunch had passed, and it was now time for the delegations themselves to start receiving phone calls, since the event would officially start at 2 p.m. and all of the delegations would be checked in within that 2-hour time span. After waiting a bit, the phone call came to the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation team. Jiren answered his phone and listened in carefully as everyone else went silent in the room. "Yes, I understand. Yes, we will head downstairs and be ready," stated Jiren. He hanged the phone call up and looked at everyone in their outfits. "Let's move downstairs. The royal guards will be here in the next 5 to 8 minutes and will take us to the palace. Make sure not to bring any weapons. You do it, you're dead by the knights the moment they find it," Jiren stated, looking at Toga, though she didn't have any on her since she knew the risks and everything that was at stake for this. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation had informed the royal guards of her quirk drive to drink blood, and they had provided a large number of blood bags that have kept her sane and stable. They also told them that they would provide special drinks for her at the event that will keep her quirk needs to be met, and she only needed to ask a staff person for it since the staff was already informed of most guests' needs. As such, everyone went downstairs in their outfits and were ready for the royal guards that pulled up. They entered the vehicle and drove off. Everyone could be seen in their outfits already and looked outstanding. The royal guard even complimented them for the uniformed look for their delegation. The royal guard then looked at Dabai, who looked back confused. "Are your stables made of metal or are they made of another material?" the guard asked, and Dabai confirmed metal. "We will need to separate you from the others to undergo a more personal search, since you will set off the metal detectors. The process you will go under is a full-body X-ray to ensure there is nothing hidden, and will only take a few extra seconds of walking into the building. I'm sorry, we must impose this for the safety of all other guests and the royal family," stated the guard, and Dabai just agreed since he knew he would always have the problem and they wanted to be on good relations with the Empire. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation just looked outside and saw all of the festivals going on. They were on a highway overpass and were above all the celebrations and could see all the floats and dancers that were on the main street a bit away from them. They also saw a portion of the river that fed the lake next to the city had a large number of white little paper boats in it floating down the river. The royal guard explained that it was a tradition of wishing all the ill omens away and praying for a clean start. Normally, it's only done on New Year, but it's done a few times in special events like this where they are praying away the ill omens and wanting a clean start. Since the prince was lost for so long, they are wishing him safety and that he can have a clean start to life in the Empire as their leader, stated the royal guard. They were amazed at the level of festival activities that were going on. There was hardly any street that didn't have some minor form of celebration going on, if not everyone was near the main street of the capital. Soon, though, they were close to the royal palace and started to see more empty areas between the palace and the celebration. They asked why no one was around the palace, and the guard explained, "The fields themselves are forbidden from entering. You enter without permission and you are arrested straight away. It's how we keep people away from the palace and keep the family safe. The people know that when they're this heavy of foreign delegations, and safety is key to keep a few blocks clear of the palace, since it's a routine for us to clear the nearby blocks of the palace and have Empire guards stationed around," stated the royal guard. It was surprising that everyone agreed too easily to it, but then again the royal family was so loved that something like this wouldn't be a large ask from the family to ensure the foreign delegations and government officials' safety during such an important event. Within the next 5 minutes, their car slowed down and started to cross a bridge. "Welcome to the royal palace, everyone. I hope you enjoy today's event, and I know you have an audience with the royal family that is scheduled with the Japanese delegation after the main events, and you will be gathered up when it's time for that, but it won't be until much later into the night," stated the royal guard that opened their door. They had pulled Dabai aside once they had exited the car, and they walked everyone into the royal palace. It was grand, to say the least. Dabai walked into another room, and within 1 minute he appeared on the other side of the room across the ropes and waved at them. It was easy. Just had to walk into a machine and stand still for about 20 seconds and then walked out, and they reviewed the image and let me in, Dabai stated. The others relaxed and they all stepped through the metal decorators and nothing went off. After a drug dog sniffed their area as they walked by, they all entered the main staircase room to move to the main floor. A royal guard escorted them up the stairs and showed them around. They could enter any of the rooms on this floor since none of them were private currently, and if they did become a royal guard would be stationed outside of it, stopping anyone from entering as they were told. There were the 3 ballrooms, a handful of staterooms, a handful of bathrooms, seating in the hallways, and a few rooms that had drinks and snacks. They were also led down a hallway and then shown a stateroom, ballroom that would be hosting the dinner tonight. The members questioned it for a moment until they turned their heads a bit and saw that the room went much further than they thought and could fit a very large number of people. This portion of the royal palace actually goes underground a bit into the hill the palace is built on. So most people think the palace can't fit everything that they are seeing inside, but most of what you see outside is built on top of the hills and not in it, which this main dining room for state events is built into the hill itself, stated the royal guard, and they could agree that it was smart. It would also help protect from attacks since people wouldn't be able to directly see their target if it was an underground portion of the building. Soon, the Paranormal Liberation Front just spread out and enjoyed themselves since it was only 12:30 and they had an hour and a half left before the event officially started. The other delegations would arrive soon and they were curious to see how the Japanese delegation would react to their presence. Now, for the Japanese delegation themselves, the UA students, teachers, and the heroes that were with them all got ready. The teachers and government officials warned the students to be on their best behavior. If you somehow get arrested in the palace, kiss your freedom goodbye depending on what you did, since your immunity might not save you depending on what you did, stated one government official. Soon everyone got changed into their outfits. They all wore different suits and dresses. Some wore just black suits and ties like the government officials though. After about waiting 10 more minutes, the embassy stated that the royal guards were here to drive them into the palace. The Japanese delegation was looking at all of the celebrations that were going on and was in awe at the level of dedication and loyalty the people had to the royal family. They even noticed that some structures were being built in open areas around the city. They asked the royal guards what they were building, and the guard looked about his window and nodded his head before speaking. They are building ceremonial cleansing fire stands. There are all different ceremonies going on around the city, but for this one, it represents cleanings of ill omens that people may have wished upon the empire or the royal family and praying to the gods for a clean start of their life, stated the guard. He mentioned that it was more or less due to the fact that the prince was lost at a young age but recovered roughly a year ago, and this was his debut. The citizens are praying to the gods that the prince will have a clean start to his new life and be happy. Overall, they were amazed at the different festival events that were going on around the city. From the fire structure being created to be burned later on to the dancing and floats that have been created. There were food stalls everywhere and they could hear small fireworks go off across the city. The city was surely in celebration for their prince. Soon their car came closer to the palace, and the delegation from Japan noticed the same thing that the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation noticed and received the same answer for the most part. As the car slowed down, they got closer to the palace and could see how grand it was from the outside. Before we enter the palace, do you all understand the rules, or do you need to be told them again since your embassy should have informed you? Asked the royal guard, since he had a feeling they were less than prepared for this event. They all just stated they were fine and the guard left it at that. Soon they entered and did the same screening by walking through a metal detector as the other delegations had to, and all waited for everyone to get through. After about 5 minutes of waiting for their entire group to pass through, they were guided up the steps. What they didn't notice was a figure on the balance above the stairs quickly moved off once they spotted the Japanese delegation. This person was none other than Jiren from the Paranormal Liberation Front. He quickly gathered everyone into one of the staterooms and had asked a royal guard to stop others from entering since they wanted to speak in private for a moment. The royal guard did as asked since it was their right to hold private meetings amongst their delegation. That is why the staterooms were open on this floor. The members of the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation was confused until Jiren explained why he had everyone gathered in the room. Japan's delegation has arrived. I gathered us all in here so we can walk in together and surprise them though. Remember though, don't attack, and if they try something, don't fight back. There is no quirk usage in the palace except for the royal guards and royal family, Jiren stated as he listened to the hallway and heard the Japan delegation pass by. After 5 more minutes of waiting, they exited the room. Their little surprise would be entertaining for the prince to watch, since Jiren was sure His Highness the Prince was watching from somewhere, and Jiren was right. Izuku was up in one of the rooms with his laptop out watching the cameras. He, Leon, and his parents were all in their outfits already. He had sent 2 of his royal guards downstairs already in preparation for the possibility of someone causing trouble from the Japan delegation when they saw the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation, since they didn't know they were here. Izuku just called everyone over to watch the fun since they still had about 10 or so minutes left before they had to get moving downstairs. The main ballroom and the side ones were filled with people, but still enough room for them all to move around and even pack into the main room once the royals were announced to be arriving. As Izuku hoped, he wasn't disappointed in the show. Third POV. Izuku, Leon, and Izuku's parents were standing in a room connected to the main ballroom. It was meant as a staging room for when they were called into the main room and for them to prepare themselves. There were 3 thrones in the main room, and Leon would be forced to stand to the side of Izuku's chair since he was not a part of the royal family yet, so there was no chair for him. However, Izuku doesn't plan to just stay at the throne and make Leon stand the entire time. He plans to get up and move around to areas where they both can sit, since Izuku doesn't want to deal with the royal customs advisor. Damn, that man can nag a lot, Izuku thought. Izuku then recalled the events that had just transpired in one of the side ballrooms where they were all watching from the cameras. It was interesting to say the least. The facial expressions everyone had given Izuku a good laugh for the night. About 10 or so minutes ago, the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation had left their stateroom and went into the main ballroom but didn't find the Japanese delegation. One royal guard walked up and whispered to Jiren. His Highness said that if you're looking for them, they are in the first side ballroom, stated the royal guard, which turned out to be Retina. Jiren thanked the guard and led everyone to the first side ballroom. There he saw Japan's delegation off on one side of the room. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation, led by Shigaraki, walked towards them. They noticed several royal guards were already nearby in anticipation of something happening. I believe the 2 royal guards are Prince Izuku's personal guards and were sent to keep anything from breaking into a fight, since I expect the prince to be watching from one of the cameras since he already knew we were looking for the other delegation, stated Jiren. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation just found this funny and knew their chances of winning their case was on the same playing field as Japan's case. As they approached, one of the hero students spotted them and called out to the others and alerted them of the Paranormal Liberation Front members being in the room. They all tensed and looked at the group. "Hello, heroes of Japan. Fancy seeing you here, isn't it?" Shigaraki said with a smirk. Bakugo looked ready to attack and the royal guards looked ready to get involved. Even the other heroes looked ready to attack. "You have a lot of balls coming here. You do realize we call for the royal guards to come to arrest you since you're criminals, right?" It is stated, and Shigaraki just shook his head. "Actually, you can't. Go on, try to get us arrested since we are only criminals in Japan and not here," Shigaraki stated, and Japan's delegation's eyes widened. They all stood there in tense silence for a few moments as Dabai just got ballsy and walked closer. "Don't come any closer to us, villain," Ashido stated in a tense tone, and Dabai just ignored them. He walked over to a table right beside them and got a drink off of it. "Why are you all on such guard? It couldn't be that you are going to start a fight with us, is it?" Dabai stated in a joking tone. Nezu stepped forward and looked them over. It can't be that they are here as a delegation. The royal guards are not stepping in to detain them, so either they don't know they are criminals or they are here officially, thought Nezu. He then spoke up. "You're here as a delegation team, I'm assuming?" Nezu asked, and everyone's eyes but the Paranormal Liberation Front members widened. They couldn't believe their ears. The people they were fighting against back in their homeland, the people they came to get help against, were here as another delegation team, but the question was how. Jiren just smiled and stepped forward. "That would be correct, Principal Nezu of UA. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiren, the info broker for the Paranormal Liberation Front. I was able to acquire the Paranormal Liberation Front recognition as a delegation team and acquired diplomat status during this event. And for some time after, we are here to make a case in front of the royal family just like you are. We came prepared. The question is, did you?" Jiren stated. The ears of the entire Japan delegation were ringing. They just couldn't believe what they heard. The Empire had recognized the people they were fighting as diplomats even for a temporary time and allowed them to travel to the Empire for this event. They couldn't understand why the Empire would allow villains to come to the royal palace. "Whatever you are after won't happen, villains. I can't comprehend why the Empire has allowed scum like you here, but we will figure it out and stop whatever evil plan you have going on," Mirio stated. The delegation team from the Paranormal Liberation Front just chuckled darkly. "Try as you may. The problem is that we have the same chance as our case being accepted as you do for your case that you are here to make. Now can you figure out what case we are making to the royal family, since we know what you are going to ask them?" Redistro stated. They then all bowed their heads slightly and walked away towards the main ballroom since the event would start soon. This left Japan's delegation standing in shock. However, before Shigaraki left ear distance, he turned around and looked at Mirio. "Such a shame you couldn't handle one for all and had it transferred from you. Though I do sense your old quirk is back though," he stated, not caring if others learned of one for all since it wasn't his secret to guard. The members of Japan's team looked at Mirio in confusion, expect those that knew the truth. They understood though that Mirio had some transfer quirk that looked really like Izuku's old one. The people that knew about one for all knew they would need to explain the details, but not in front of the government officials who were completely confused. However, they didn't have time to explain as the royal guards told everyone to head to the main room since the royal family would be arriving any moment now. They did as they were told but still were tense. The enemy in the damn war was at the damn event with them and they had no idea what they were aiming to get here at the event. They did know they had an audience with the royal family just like they did, but couldn't figure out what they would request. Japan was going to request for the Empire to get involved, but they couldn't think that the Paranormal Liberation Front would be asking for that as well since they are a villain organization. Nezu had an idea and a few of the smarter staff did as well. They believed that the Paranormal Liberation Front was going to ask the Empire to not get involved, but didn't know how they would go about that since they were a villain organization still, and the Empire backing a villain organization would cause massive upheaval in the world since it would set a large precedent for the Empire to do it. As everyone had made it into the main ballroom, they looked at the far end and could see 3 thrones sitting on a raised platform that sat between the 2 large doors that even they could see from the back. The door to the left from where everyone was facing opened, and out came a squad of royal guards, and then one guard stood in front of the open door and spoke loudly, announcing the arrival of Her Royal Majesty. "Empress Mary," yelled the guard. As the Empress walked in, everyone put their arm across their shoulder and slightly bowed their heads. She had light green hair and had fox ears on top of her head. She was on the shorter side but was dressed in a ruby red dress that made one think of a phoenix. The Empress came to a stop in front of the throne in the middle, since there were 3. One in the middle and one on each side that sat one step backward from the main throne, indicating that she was the main ruler. The delegation from Japan and the Paranormal Liberation Front all read up on the power of the royal family, and that the one born into the royal blood is the main ruler, with the spouse as the supporting ruler. Then the guard spoke loudly once again while everyone was still slightly bowed with their arm across their chest, announcing the arrival of His Royal Majesty. "Emperor Francis," the guard shouted out for everyone to hear. The Emperor was a bit of a muscular build and was about double the height of the Empress. He wore a black, silver, and red outfit. It defiantly was an outfit that made one think of an emperor or a king when they looked at the person in the clothing. The Emperor came to a stop in front of the chair to the Empress' left side and stood there. They were now at the moment they were waiting for, the arrival of the prince. The royal guard took a deep breath in and started to speak. What the guard stated shocked the delegation from Japan, and their eyes widened but somehow maintained their stances to not show disrespect as they saw who came in at the words. "Now introducing His Royal Highness and His Royal Highness fiancé, His Royal Highness the Prince, Izuku Westwin, and His Royal Fiancé Leon Blakewell," stated the guard in an even louder voice than the previous announcements, since this event was about Izuku. At that announcement, out came Izuku and Leon in their outfits. Izuku was wearing the red outfit while Leon was wearing the blue outfit. Leon was only steps behind Izuku the entire time, and Izuku came to a stop at his seat on the other side of his mother, and Leon took a step back and stood right to the side of Izuku's chair. Izuku's mother looked over the crowd and waved her hand, and at that moment the royal family sat down except for Leon, who stayed standing right next to Izuku. "You may rise," she called out in an authoritative tone. Everyone stopped bowing and lowered their arms. The delegation from Japan was shocked and they didn't know what to think. Nezu's mind was going in overdrive on how this would impact their chances of getting the Empire's support, and it wasn't looking good. "Our chances of getting the Empire to support us just went down to the same level of the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation getting whatever they are wanting from tonight," Nezu stated in a low tone so only the delegation heard him. They all gulped and knew tonight was going long and hard. The UA students and Lemillion realized their mission and goal of creating better relations with the future ruler of the Empire became hard or near impossible now. Shinso thought he had a chance of doing it but didn't want to get close to Izuku for the sake of Japan. He wanted to do it for himself since he remembered the words from the first sports festival that Izuku told him, and wanted to apologize ever since he found out that Izuku had spent a good portion of his life quirkless. Shinso knew he was an ass back then to Izuku and always felt guilty about it. While the Japanese delegation was having an internal crisis of what to do, the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation was sporting small smiles at seeing Izuku and then seeing the faces that Japan's delegation had on currently. Soon, Prince Izuku stood up and started his speech as scheduled. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Empire and of the foreign delegations, thank you for joining us today as I make myself known to my people and declared my intentions to rule the Westwind Empire once my mother retires from the throne. I look forward to working with you all on any matters that arise and dealing with things in a peaceful manner as the royal family has done for the past few centuries instead of resorting to conflict right away. I hope you all enjoy tonight and get to know the other delegations to establish better relations between the nations. Thank you," Izuku stated as he sat back down. The royal guard from before announced the start of the night's events, and soon music and food were brought out. Some people had dispersed throughout the other ballrooms as the numbers in the main room thinned out. Some people approached the throne and they kneeled while crossing their arms across their chest. Those that were still nearby could hear what was said. "Greetings to the royal family," stated the 3 individuals, but Izuku just called out to them. "Now none of that Blakewells. You will be my in-laws next year when I and Leon get married, so don't do anything more than required by the formalities," Izuku said with a smile on his face. The 3 individuals just stood up and thanked Izuku. They then walked over to the side where Leon walked down to them and talked to them. Another group came up, and from what the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation remembered from their research is that these members were the leaders of the political parties in the Empire's council. They did the kneeling and arm across their chest as well. They then spoke, "Greetings. We look forward to working with your highness more in the future. We've already seen many great proposals come from your office in the past months and look forward to future work with you. They all stated, and Izuku thanked them and dismissed them. Soon a lot of other political officials and non-political officials in the Empire did their greetings before all of that came to an end. Izuku then stood up and Leon came back to him and took his hand. They moved towards the center of the room and joined the couples that were dancing. Toga asked twice if he wanted to dance and he agreed, so Toga and Twice just went off and joined the dancing. The other members of the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation just spread out amongst the ballrooms and mingled with other delegations and introducing themselves. Shigaraki decided to go speak with All Might for a bit. He found him standing off to a portion of the room watching. What was he watching? None other than Prince Izuku Westwind. You know, the royal guards might think you are a creep after the prince if you keep starting forever, Shigaraki stated. All Might tensed up at the voice. What is it that you want, Shigaraki? All Might asked. Shigaraki has always been a sore spot for him since he was his master's grandson. Just wondering, how does it feel to have everything you built being so close to crumbling down? Shigaraki asked. All Might tensed even more. Are you here to laugh at the current situation of Japan? All Might asked. Shigaraki looked over to Izuku and then back. Nah, just wondering. After everything you fought for, have you not realized you were fighting for corruption and injustice the entire time you preached for justice and safety? You who turned his back on his own protege so easily, who stands at the side of a society that advocates for people like me and some of your students to be harmed and ended just because of the quirk we were born with. This society you keep defending from us will go down, one way or another. You already betrayed the legacy of One for All and have destroyed your own legacy. The question now is, how much more are you going to destroy on your way down? Shigaraki asked before he turned around and walked away. All Might didn't know what to think. What did Shigaraki mean that he was fighting for corruption and injustice? He was fighting for safety and peace the entire time. At right, there was the entire problem with some like All Might. They were blind to everything else besides the top of society where they live. They didn't look under the hood of society and see that it was broken and on its last legs. As such, the fate of Japan would be decided by the Empire. Shigaraki just mingled with people but had stayed near one of the open doors that lead out to the garden area near the ballroom. Soon, he heard someone step up behind him and call his name. Hello, Shigaraki. Or would you like me to call you Shimura? Stated the voice, and it belonged to one Prince Izuku Westwind who had his lover and guards with him. Join me outside for a few moments, yes, he asked, and Shigaraki agreed with the request. He himself has been wanting to have a private conversation with the prince but didn't know how to go about it without coming off as a threat since his past actions against the prince. Izuku leading Shigaraki did not go unnoticed by the other members of the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation or Japan's delegation. They all noticed it and wondered what they were going to speak about. Japan's delegation was worried that the prince approached Shigaraki first before they had a chance to talk. However, they could do nothing about it. 3RD Pov. Izuku and Leon were dancing in the middle of the ballroom with some royal guards nearby. Izuku had noticed Shigaraki talking to All Might. Izuku started to think, I really want to talk to him about the matters of One for All and All for One before anything else is talked about. Before the events in Japan are talked about. Izuku thought, and Leon noticed Izuku had something on his mind. He leaned down and placed a kiss on Izuku's cheek. What troubles you, my love? Leon asked, and Izuku responded that he wanted to have a conversation with Shigaraki before the royal audience for the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation and Japan's delegation. As such, they decided to move over to Shigaraki when he had separated away from the others. Izuku and Leon ended their dance and moved to their royal guards. Izuku informed them of his plans, and they had some other guards go check and clear the area around the royal garden where Leon and Izuku tend to go and relax at. Izuku knew everyone had their eyes on him but knew the Paranormal Liberation Front and Japan's delegations had their eyes on him the most. Izuku arrived behind Shigaraki and called out to him, Hello, Shigaraki. Or would you like me to call you Shimura? Izuku asked, and Shigaraki told Izuku that Shigaraki was fine since that is what he is known by. Join me outside for a few moments, yes, he asked, and Shigaraki agreed with the request. Soon after a minute of walking, they found themselves in the garden area where Izuku and Leon spend time relaxing. Shigaraki was eyeing the garden and looked like he liked the view of it. He did notice guards moving around and checking everywhere. Izuku explained that they are making sure no one is hiding and that a few of them have sensor quirks to find anyone nearby. Izuku, Leon, and Shigaraki all sat down at the table under the gazebo. The guards spread out and a few stood right outside the gazebo. Izuku poured some tea since the guard had some placed before they arrived. I wanted to talk to you before the audience you and Japan have both requested. This topic isn't directly related to it but it does tie into it. It's about All for One and One for All. Izuku stated. Shigaraki was a bit surprised that Izuku spoke so freely of his quirk in front of the others. He knew One for All went back into the prince but didn't understand how, since he was doubtful that Lemillion would return it to someone that couldn't directly help in the war due to Izuku's position. Everyone around us knows about the two quirks. The Empire even knows All for One's original name, since we didn't get riots and destruction like Japan and other countries did all those centuries ago, Izuku said. Shigaraki was surprised that his master's name was known by an entire empire. Izuku just sat there drinking his tea as Leon did. Also, I want to know what name you want to be called. It doesn't matter what most know you as, it matters what name you wish to be called. So is it Shigaraki or Shimura? Izuku asked. Shigaraki froze, since no one has really asked him that. He thought and said, Shimura. Shimura. Tenko Shimura, he stated. Izuku nodded his head. As you wish, Tenko. Now, I have someone that wanted to meet you for a while, Izuku said as the 7th user Nana Shimura appeared. Hello, grandson. You have certainly grown, Nana stated. Tenko was shocked. His dead grandmother was right before him. He turned to Izuku and had a look that said to explain. One for All does more than pass power. It passes echoes and quirks of the previous users. As such, this is the last echo of Nana Shimura before she died to All for One. I have some matters to talk to you about but wanted you to meet first, Izuku said as he just sipped more tea. Tenko didn't really know what to do, but Nana just asked him if she could hug him. He agreed, and that is how he found himself hugging Nana Shimura. Both of them talked a while, and Nana apologized for how his life went due to his father. She blamed herself for the anger his son unleashed onto her grandson, but Tenko told her to not blame herself and that it was fine. They talked a bit more about how he was doing before the conversations came to an end. Nana went back into One for All, since staying out for so long tired their echoes out and they need to recharge off of the quirk. Tenko looked at Izuku and thanked him. Think nothing of it. Until they returned to me, it was impossible for them to come out. They think it's due to them interacting with my royal family seal and everything, since it's undone now. Anyway, the actual matter I wish to talk to you about is our quirks, Tenko, Izuku said as he put the cup down. Tenko knew they needed to have this conversation. If they went on what was said to be for the quirks, then they were meant to end each other. Since you have All for One, it's clear that it can be passed just like One for All, which presents a problem. I don't want to hunt you down or have two lines of people ending each other just because of their quirks, Izuku stated. Tenko nodded his head. He didn't want more bloodshed over two quirks. The irony that would cause would be stupid, since both of them want discrimination to stop, but their quirks want them to discriminate against each other. I have seen what you've done and how you have changed. No opinion will be said on the Empire's stance currently, since that will be later after both sides have made their case to me and my parents. However, in terms of All for One and One for All, I wish to reach an agreement with you if you are willing to make a deal here and now outside of the Empire's stance on Japan's current matters, Izuku said, and Tenko asked what the deal was. Izuku was glad that Tenko was willing to hear him out. As such, he dug into the deal and what it would entail. For the most part, it was straightforward and could be summed up into one statement. Neither of us passes it on. We take the quirks to the grave with us. You destroy any research that the doctor has made to transfer All for One itself, and we both take our individual quirks to the grave and now allow them to stay in this world anymore. I won't hunt you down for the sole fact that you hold All for One, and you won't hunt me down for me holding One for All, Izuku stated. Tenko was surprised at the offer, since it more or less allowed him to keep operating without any restrictions. It just sounded too good to be true. What's the catch? He asked, and Izuku smiled. No real catch, but a promise. I won't hunt you down in regards to you having All for One as long as you don't become the second coming of him. Right now it appears that you will set up some form of government that doesn't involve you directly ruling as an emperor or king and rule with an iron fist. As my empire has gathered, you've been setting up some form of republic or democracy with new laws and changes that aim to better your country's society. As such, as long as you don't go stealing quirks from random civilians on either side or become like All for One in the past, then I won't hunt you down for wielding All for One. That is my main concern. One for All agrees with this decision as well. The past users have reviewed my memories of all the information we currently have on you and the Paranormal Liberation Front and your activities, and they agree we can't hunt you down for just having the quirk, since you are not fighting or acting like All for One, Izuku stated, and Tenko untensed since the condition was favorable for him. It ensured One for All stayed out of the war as long as he wasn't like his old master, which he had no plans to become. He wanted a better society to be built, not a worse one. As such, Tenko agreed with the deal. Tenko also agreed not to take any anti-aging quirks at Izuku's request, since that would make him outlive Izuku and force him to transfer One for All to ensure there was a counter to his quirk. Soon they sat there and talked about some other things. Shigaraki asked Izuku about how his country is set up and functions without heroes. That is an interesting topic. You see, we have different levels of law enforcement, really. You could set something up similar as well, Izuku said as he explained how the top level of government runs and then the lower level. They talked about how the Empire has the Empire Guards that act similar to heroes but are still directly a part of the police force as a separate branch and are paid by the government and not incentivized by the entertainment industry. I think that is where all other countries went wrong. They incentivized it by letting them become entertainment, and people that don't care about just saving people get into it. Izuku stated. Shigaraki had started to take notes as well, since this would be good information to take back to their side. Izuku also talked about how they had quirk laws that allowed freedom but still kept people contained. For example, if you had a quirk that allowed you to fly, you could purchase the permit and paperwork for public quirk use. However, the law also restricts your use by limiting how high you can go. This is due to the airplanes in the air, and you can't fly within, I believe, 1 feet or so of the airport or military bases. This protects the government, the general public, and the user for safety purposes. Otherwise, they can fly all they want as long as they carry the permit. These permits produce a small radio wave that if a law enforcer points the radio gun at someone can tell if they have an activate permit on them or not. If they don't, they get fined for illegal quirk use, and if they did it too many times, then jailed. Izuku said as he was happy to speak about his country's laws. What does your country do about self-defense and vigilantes? Tenko asked. Izuku thought for a few moments. Nothing really direct. You are allowed to defend yourself with your quirk or defend others. Though if you use your quirk in defense of yourself or others, the law requires you to know where, when, why, and how in regards to the quirk and the incident. Where is where the incident happened? When is the time? How is how the event down and how they found it? The police want to know, did you purposely go looking for crimes? If you did, then you get charged with a vigilante charge, since we don't want that going on. However, if you are walking down the street and there is a cry for help and you feel comfortable using your quirk and defending yourself and others, then you can. If you cause unnecessary damage that you know you could have done better, then you might be held responsible, but it's more case by case. Izuku explained, and then pulled his phone from crime information about things like that. They looked at the number of vigilante cases, and in the entire empire, there were less than 2,000, which was really low and good for the number of citizens. Most cases were left with a warning not to repeat or they would face heavy charges. Others had multiple offenses and did pay heavy fines and a small amount of jail time. They also looked at self-defense claims, and there was a decent number for the empire size, but the overall crime rate was also low even without there being heroes. Tenko just wrote all of this information down and knew it would come into hand when they returned home, since they were facing some challenges in regards to public quirk use and all of these matters, and the empire seems to have it figured out already. They kept talking for a while more, and Tenko decided to apologize for a lot of the things in the past. Your Highness, I want to apologize for my actions against you in the past before I matured more fully, especially for trying to end you with the Namo and when I had decided to roughly chalk you during that one personal interaction, stated Tenko, which got a reaction out of Leon, who glared quickly and looked ready to eat Tenko alive, which made Tenko tense. Oh dear God, Leon, he did not mean in a sexual manner. He's referring to the mall incident which I told you about, Izuku said, and Leon glared for a few more seconds before calming down and just pulling Izuku into his lap and placing his head on Izuku's shoulder and muttered the word mine, which they all heard. Izuku just had a large blush, and Tenko didn't know what to think. His mind was catching up with what just happened. No, you can keep the short broccoli head, Tenko stated. Izuku just pouted at being called short and broccoli. I will have you know I am an adorable green rabbit. Izuku pouted. Leon just chuckled and ran his hands through Izuku's hair. Indeed, you are my sneaky little green rabbit, Leon stated. They soon wrapped up their conversation. If we have the chance again, we should talk more before you leave the Empire. I wouldn't mind talking to the entire delegation, and I'll warn you now, be prepared for the royal audience. We won't let people take advantage of the Empire so easily, so you better have a good case to present, Izuku stated as he got up and led them all back to the ballroom. They were gone for about 30 minutes, and Izuku and Leon walked around the ballrooms and met other delegations and did the formal introductions that they needed to do. This went on for several hours, and it was now 6 p.m. It was soon going to be time for dinner any moment, and the Japanese delegation chose this time to walk up to Izuku. Izuku saw the entire delegation from Japan behind the government officials. He could notice how tense they all were, especially since he had a private conversation with Tenko not just hours ago. Hello, Your Royal Highness, stated the government official as he saluted and bowed slightly. Izuku told him to raise themselves, and they all did. What can I help you with, Ambassador? Izuku asked, knowing the main man that was talking was Japan's formal ambassador to the Empire. We wanted to introduce ourselves in the delegation, but it's to my understanding that you know everyone besides the government officials, he stated, and Izuku confirmed that. Before the Japan ambassador could talk more, a royal guard walked over. Your Highness, it's time for the dinner to start, and your parents are requesting you and Leon to return to them at once, stated the guard. Izuku nodded his head and thanked the guard. It seems we will need to talk another time. Let's move to the diner room. Izuku stated, ending the conversation as he walked away with Leon and the royal guard. Izuku could just hear them barely since they were in hearing range when they muttered something. "You guys had to betray him, didn't you?" muttered the ambassador, and Izuku had to suppress a laugh. Soon he arrived in the dining room with everyone else and sat next to his parents on the thrones while Leon stood next to Izuku's throne. The royal family wouldn't stay on the thrones but moved down to the table head seats once everyone was in the room and gathered. After about 5 minutes of waiting for everyone to get in, the Empress called the dinner to a start and everyone sat down. The royal family moved from the throne and sat at the head of the table where Leon joined Izuku on his right side. Within 2 minutes the food was brought in and all of the guests had their food within 3 minutes, which was fast due to the sheer number of guests. And the fact that the room extends further back past the first royal table where the direct heads of delegations sat. Shigaraki himself was sitting at this table closer to Leon and Izuku, while Japan's main member sat across on the far side of the table with multiple people in between them. Overall, the dinner went without problems at all. The next course of the meal just kept coming until they were completely done. After the royal dinner, the next event of the day was a performance put on by artists from across the empire. As such, they all moved back into the main ballroom and found the room was filled with chairs from the back to the front. In one corner were a piano and some other instruments. They had musicians from the royal palace and around the empire play many songs for roughly 30 minutes before the event came to a formal end, but there were still the unofficial gatherings that would happen. This would be the royal family talking to delegations and others in the ballrooms and other staterooms as they saw fit. There was also the royal audience that would take place as well. Izuku was informed that the council leaders had requested attendance as well for the royal audience that Japan and the Paranormal Liberation Front had requested, and the family approved since this was going to be a delicate matter that could go many directions, and they wanted the council's views on this as well. It turns out that the Paranormal Liberation Front got their delegation team here via Prince Izuku. Jiren, that is a part of the Paranormal Liberation Front, had actually helped and saved Prince Izuku when he escaped police custody. As such, the royal family gave him an IU to use for anything that wasn't too major, and Jiren used it to grant the Paranormal Liberation Front a delegation and a royal audience to counter our audience with them. That is how they got here, and we already knew the why they were here, Shinso stated. But that one of the major questions they wanted to know had finally been answered, but it didn't provide them the answer of what exactly the Paranormal Liberation Front would claim though. Shinso also explained Prince Izuku's viewpoint of why they were having so much trouble with the Paranormal Liberation Front. It was because they were seeing them still as the simple villains from the past and not what they are now, which confused them all, since what are they now expect still just a larger villain organization. They tried thinking about it, but not even Nezu had an answer. Nezu though would figure it out, but it would be far too late to make any great impact in their overall plans, since they would be in the royal throne room having the audience already by the time he figured it out. The time passed and both delegations were in separate staterooms talking and planning the final adjustments to the cases they would present to the royal family. They had thought it was going to be a private audience like normal, but they would soon learn that it wasn't going to be. Royal guards came and knocked on their door and alerted them that it was time for the royal audience to start soon. As such, they were all guided to the throne room. They entered and found the Paranormal Liberation Front waiting on one side of the room already. They were confused since they thought this was meant to be a private royal audience. Before anything could be said, a royal guard announced the arrival of people. Announcing the arrival of the main party leaders of the Empire's council, stated the guard. Soon 4 individuals walked in and took a seat in the top row of the council seats to the left side of the room. Japan's delegation and the Paranormal Liberation Front were instructed to sit on the first rows of the seating area. After about 3 minutes, the guard came back in and announced the arrival of the royal family, announcing the arrival of Her Royal Majesty Empress Mary, announcing the arrival of His Royal Majesty Emperor Francis, announcing the arrival of His Royal Highness and His Royal Highness Finance Izuku Westwin and Leon Blakewell, announced the guard as all the royal members came into the room from a side door and took their seats. Leon took a seat that was provided to him to the side of Izuku's throne, since the royal family wanted him involved in these matters, since it would only increase his experience, and sooner or later he would be in the emperor's position like Francis when he supports the empress. You all may be seated, Empress Mary called out as everyone had stood and done a small bow with a salute. The party leaders of the Empire's council requested to attend this audience since an important decision might be made today in regards to Japan's fate. I'm also assuming Japan is wondering why the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation is present for your royal audience, since these are normally private. Ask Empress Mary, and the ambassador confirmed the question was being wondered. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation will be making an opposing claim against your claim. As such, it is important for these claims to be heard at the same time and for a debate to happen for us to ensure we have all facts present before the royal family makes a decision. This is also why the council leaders are here, since this will be a long debate likely and they will help make a decision likely, stated the Empress. Then Nezu understood what the other side claim was going to be and he cursed himself. The Empress allowed them a few minutes to gather their thoughts before they started and would call upon Japan to start at any moment. Nezu leaned forward for them all to hear him. I know the claim they will make. They are going to oppose our declaration that they are a villain organization. They will be asking the royal family to recognize them as a political party that is involved in a 153 war, stated Nezu, and this caused all of their eyes to widen. The others couldn't believe it and tried to deny it, but the more they thought about it, the more it made sense. The problem was that they were a villain organization. How could they be claiming to be involved in a civil war? None of the heroes or hero students could understand, but Shinzo was starting to see the points in Izuku's comments from before. Also, they have gone from the random villains that attacked the USJ back then. They are far more than that, and that is why Japan is having so much trouble, Shinzo stated. They all wondered what he was talking about. Those were the words the prince stated to me. It seems we didn't do enough research about the Paranormal Liberation Front and have missed something important, Shinzo stated, and they would pay the price for that oversight. The Japanese delegation was called up to start their claim in request of the royal family. Royal family. The nation of Japan is currently facing an uphill battle against an uprising of villains. They are currently operating under the banner of the Paranormal Liberation Front but have gone by different names before, such as the League of Villains and the Metal Liberation Army. These thugs, murderers, criminals are destroying our country and we are holding them off on a front line currently. The government of Japan is here to request assistance in putting down the villains. The Great Westwind Empire had provided assistance before in matters of other countries that were having trouble dealing with villain problems. As such, we have come here to submit a request to the Empire to lend us aid once again. Japan's people are in danger from these villains who seek to destroy our nation, and we ask for humanitarian aid from the Empire. Otherwise, a lot more people will die in our nation due to these villains. We have brought with us a number of hero students that have been forced to fight a war against these villains due to the villains' relentless assaults. These students shouldn't be on the front lines of war but studying in the classroom. As such, we need the aid of the Empire to end this villain organization, stated the ambassador from Japan. He then walked back to his seat and sat down. He kind of knew that this was going to be a long night since this didn't feel like it was going to be easy. The Empress nodded her head and then looked at the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation. Please provide us an initial speaker from our side, stated the Empress. Soon Shigaraki stood up. Greetings, royal family and council members of the Westwind Empire. My name, as some of you know, is Tenko Shimura or Tamura Shigaraki. I have come before this royal family due to the fact that the Paranormal Liberation Front uncovered the plans by Japan to enlist the aid of the Empire in the internal conflict of our nation. The main goal of my side's delegation is to seek the royal family's non-interference in this matter if possible. If possible, we wish to seek the Empire's approval of our existence as a political party officially on the world stage. We do not have large goals of seeking your aid since you have no true gain from doing so. As such, our main goals are the non-interference in Japan's internal affairs at this time and the Empire's recognition of the Paranormal Liberation Front as a true political party, stated Tenko. He then turned to look at the Japanese delegation before turning back to the royal family and looking Izuku in the eyes, who just stared back. We can do this, Tenko thought as he straightened himself up and started to talk again. The delegation from Japan is here claiming that we are just a group of villains. I will admit to that. At the start of all of this, we were a group of villains that were ragtagged together. I was under the guidance of All For One, who you all know quite a lot about. More than myself and other nations, since you have his actual name from history instead of his quirk name. This empire knows the story of the two brothers, All For One and One For All. The story of the two god-tier quirks that have rivaled and aimed to end each other for centuries. I was the successor to the so-called evil side in the empire, and I know the current user of One For All. Neither side wishes to continue the war that had plagued Japan and the world for centuries, and instead, we brokered peace between us and reached a compromise that ended this 200-year-old war. Two ancient enemies reached a compromise, however, in Japan a compromise can't be reached. Not between the two sides that are so far apart. The Japanese government claims us as villains, yet we claim ourselves now as a political party involved in a civil war for our rights, for our justice, for the destruction of the old society that has allowed so much chaos and pain to be born, for all of the corruption that exists inside the Japanese government. The government gave birth to the situation they now find themselves in. Their actions have allowed us to grow to become what we are. The laws in our country haven't changed for 200 years. These laws have become oppressive to the people and have just created a vicious cycle that the government wishes to keep going. It created the hero versus villains, where those born with weak quirks, no quirks, weird quirks, or those that are deemed as dangerous are pushed aside and into the darkness. In this darkness is where we grow. It's where monsters and BGMI of the night are created. It's where villains like All For One were created at. The Paranormal Liberation Front has started our own government within the controlled land that we now lead. The Paranormal Liberation Front started out in Kyushu and has pushed its way up Japan as a whole. Now though the war has entered a standstill, whichever side breaks first will gain a large amount of land under their control until the newest standstill is created. However, Japan is here to request your aid in this internal conflict. They claim we are just a villain organization, yet we have our own government system that we have been running. We have brought in the local officials from the towns and cities to communicate with and change laws and policies. We have been trying to change the quirk laws, but we're running into roadblocks until I had a talk with the prince about the Empire's own laws and quirk usage. I've learned from the prince and have new ideas to implement back in the Paranormal Liberation Front controlled land to better our society. The hero system is not needed. It has created the issues, the darkness, and all of the death that now plagues Japan. We can look at the Empire as an example of how the hero system is a burden to Japan and is unneeded. The Empire does not use heroes but only law enforcement to deal with criminals. The Empire doesn't even have the labels of villains or heroes and instead treats everyone more fairly and as humans. As such, Tenko Shimura am asking the royal family and the Empire Council to reject the claims and request from the Japanese government and accept the Paranormal Liberation Front claims and request. I request that the Empire recognize the Paranormal Liberation Front as a political party officially and stay their hand in providing aid to Japan, since this is a civil war and not a villain attack. A civil war is two sides that oppose each other and are fighting for control of a country. The citizens under our land do not fear us, nor do we rule with fear. Thank you for your time and audience, Tenko stated. Overall, Tenko's speech was long and filled with far more facts of the situation than the Japanese claim. The members of Japan's delegation were shocked. The claims that were made by the Paranormal Liberation Front were strong and big. The ones that knew about One for All were also scared, since he openly talked about One for All again. The ambassadors from Japan also didn't know what to do. They could only claim that the Paranormal Liberation Front wasn't a party in a civil war, but they didn't know how far that would go. However, it was now time for the royal family to start asking questions of both sides, and each side would answer whatever they could, and each side was also allowed to ask questions of the other side for them to answer. This is how the debate would go, and sooner or later the royal family would make a decision. Third POV. All Might sat there in the throne room. He didn't know what to think, as he had just heard that the prince, his former protege, had struck a compromise to not fight Tenko anymore. Does he not plan to uphold his duty as the bearer of One for All and stop All for One? All Might thought a bit displeased, but that was an issue. He was seeing Tenko as the second coming of All for One when the Empire and the Paranormal Liberation Front understood he wasn't. All Might glanced over to the prince and tried to get a read on him after hearing that entire speech from the other side, but no emotions were being displayed on any of the royal family members' faces. He surely has gotten better at hiding his emotions, unlike in the past, thought All Might. As All Might was in his own thoughts, the other members of his delegation were in their thoughts as well, as they had recovered from that speech that Tenko Shimura had just given. Nezu himself was calculating the odds of them winning this, and it was slightly out of their favor right now. They need to be able to win in the question segment. However, Nezu hoped there weren't any unplanned surprises that they don't know about that get revealed. The students themselves were wondering about the story of One for All and All for One. The fact that there were quirks that could be passed on and have been fighting for 2 centuries was a shocking fact that they had to adjust their minds around. Bakugo himself was surprised that Izuku had reached a compromise with Tenko and was trying to figure it out. The problem was he was still viewing everything as a hero versus villain, and that the villains need to be stopped, but that viewpoint would come under attack soon. There was also one thing that stuck out to everyone, and that was the fact that the Empire didn't have a hero system. They have seen people going around and saving people and stopping others, so how isn't there a hero system when they saw it themselves? The government officials from Japan explained it to the heroes and hero students. The Empire used the Empire Guards in the place of the heroes more or less, and they didn't get incentivized as heroes do in Japan or other nations. As such, they are just law enforcement that is a branch of the police that undergoed more training than normal police officers. The royal family had given them 5 minutes to prepare some questions before the questioning side of this debate would start. It would start with a question from the royal family, and both sides would be able to answer. Then the Japan's delegation would ask a question of the Paranormal Liberation Front or the royal family as they so dare to. And then it would be the Paranormal Liberation Front turn to ask a question, and it would keep going around in a circle like this until the royal family felt they had enough information to deliberate for a decision. The 5 minutes passed quickly with everyone in their own thoughts, and it was time to start. The royal family had the first question, and it seemed the prince was going to ask it. Delegations. Each side stands here claiming and denouncing the other side. My question is, what will happen to the other opposing party once either side wins this war? Izuku asked. Everyone was confused about this question, but the royal family had a hidden motive behind this. The Empire sees everyone like family and is to be protected. Life shouldn't be so easily lost or overly punished if they are still redeemable. As such, they want to see where the two sides stand in regards to punishing the opposing party at the end of this war and anyone that supported it. Will they execute the leaders of the opposition, throw them in jail, exile them, or will they just have them return to normal life as normal humans? That was the hidden motive behind this question, to see where each side stood in their morals regarding this situation, though the royal family had an idea of where Japan was standing. The Japan delegation sent the ambassador up and he started to talk. They would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of our laws. They are a villain organization that is threatening the entirety of Japan and will be dealt with under our laws as such. Even the lower members will be charged to the fullest penalty under the law. There is no other route except to do it this way. We cannot allow or entertain them walking away free from any of this, stated the ambassador, and it was the response everyone had believed he would say. Tenko stood up. In regards to punishments and what happens to those of the opposing party, only those that have committed crimes themselves that are too great to ignore would be held. All others, such as other government officials or even the hero students themselves, would be free to go. We would only seek those at the top that had to allow this corruption and darkness to be created in the first place. This includes the Hero Commission, some of the top heroes such as Endeavor, and anyone that knowingly knew of the crimes that they committed and allowed them to fester without stopping them. We have no desire to go after the others like low-level government officials, the police, hero students, or normal civilians if they did not play a critical role in the corruption and crimes that have been committed by Japan, stated Tenko. The statement shocked Japan's delegation and wondered what crimes they were talking about. Though, they were so ignorant, but some people knew, like Todoroki, who knew what Endeavor, the current #1 hero, has done. Nezu himself had a lot of suspicions but couldn't get direct proof of a lot of the commission's corruption. They finally pushed things too far and now it's hitting us right in the face, thought Nezu. It was now Japan's turn to ask the question. The ambassador had gotten a question he thought would be good to ask, but it would backfire. Paranormal Liberation Front. By your own admission, you admitted that you were all villains. You attacked a school, attacked a city, and attacked a lot of the hero students that stand behind me. As such, how can you stand there to claim to be a party in a civil war when you have only aimed to cause harm? Asked the ambassador. However, he didn't know this question would backfire on him a bit. Tenko just got up and started to think for a few seconds before answer. I will admit that we started out as villains under the banner of the League of Villains. We did go to that school to attack with the aim to end the so-called symbol of peace. We did cause more destruction later on, and some of our attacks have centered around UA since One for All was at that school. We wanted to undermine the fallacy that the heroes could protect everyone and were the way forward for Japan. However, our methods have changed. Our ideals have changed. Back then we sought out destruction, but now we seek the destruction of the old ways and rebirth of a better society that won't allow the same things that gave birth to monsters like us to keep happening so much. We are not fools that think crime will stop, but we want to limit the crimes and the type of crimes that gave birth to us to begin with. These are the type of crimes that Japan has ignored or facilitated in the current society. We want to stop discrimination, stop hate crimes, stop the corruption of the powerful, and how they are allowed to abuse the system with the government knowing it and turning a blind eye. That is the type of political party we are and the main ideas behind our side. All civil wars started with some sort of trigger, and the trigger here was the birth of the League of Villains, which lead to the combining of the Meta Liberation Army and the League of Villains into the Paranormal Liberation Front. Two different ideas and group combined with an aim of a better future. We have not ruled the people in our lands under fear or threat, but through laws and order, Tenko stated. As he finished his statement, he turned to the Japan delegation and stared at them. It was time for them to ask a question to your side. How can you all stand there and say the current society of Japan is still good enough to keep holding on to when they allow discrimination, beatings, quirk discrimination, and many other crimes to go on in full view of society and yet do nothing about it? They encourage these crimes by rewarding these types of individuals, and they do nothing to stop it. Not even UA Hero School stopped the things that were right in front of their own eyes, and yet you claim that Japan is still good enough to keep fighting for? Asked Tenko. Everyone was silent. They didn't know what to say to that question. Some of Japan's delegation were wondering what crimes they were talking about in reference to UA, and others knew what crimes. Bakugo himself knew. He knew that he treated Izuku like shit even during their first year of UA and only started to calm down in their second year. The staff of UA did nothing about it. Todoroki knew. He knew that the Hero Commission had a good idea or already knew what went on in his home. He knew that they knew the truth behind his mother most likely. He knew that the current society rewards his father for his actions and never condemned him since the government covered for him. All Might knew. He now knew about the past of Izuku and how he was bullied and discriminated against just because he was quirkless. They all knew that there were problems, but Japan was still worth fighting for, wasn't it? Though some were ignorant of the world and the darkness it had. Lemillion was one example since he thought his short time of being quirkless was the true reality of being quirkless in Japan, and he decided to speak out. He got approval from the ambassador to speak up, though he didn't anticipate getting laughed at in the end. I lost my quirk for a period of time, yet I've suffered none of the disc. He was cut off by a snort. This snort came from none other than the Prince Izuku. Everyone looked at him and he tried his best to hold his laughter in but failed. He clutched his stomach and just laughed. After a few gibber of everyone looking confused, he spoke after he calmed down. I know very well you aren't going to stand up and claim that quirkless people aren't discriminated. You had your quirk most of your life and lost it only for a brief time, but you were under the shelter of UA for most of that time. You did not go years living as a quirkless person in Japan for all the years as I did. Let me lay down some facts about Japan and discrimination. At the age of 4, I learned the horrible truth that men are not created equal. This is the age I was declared quirkless, which is actually wrong since my quirk was sealed by the royal family, since ours tend to be active at birth. So from the age of 4 to the time I gained one for all from All Might before he and everyone else, including you, betrayed me, I was quirkless. During this time I had no friends because they all hated me or physically abused me. They would use their quirks on me and make me into a quirk test dummy. Verbal abuse was a daily thing, being told I was gibber and a waste of space. Then you had the adults that saw all of this from the other children and only encouraged it or helped them do it all. The teachers would lower my grades on purpose and would blame me for the fights or attacks, saying that I should get used to it since this was the fate of a quirkless person. I was suicide baited by my former childhood friend in middle school, and people think quirkless people are weak and can't do anything, yet I think they are stronger than all others. They have had to live with all the bullshit from quirked people in Japan, and while some fail and give in to the temptation of suicide since it grants them peace, there are some that push through and are still able to live. So, Lemillion, I know very well you aren't about to stand there and claim shit about there being no discrimination against quirkless people, since that is complete bullshit. And even people in your own delegation know it. Izuku stated with a fierce jabber at Lemillion since he was pissed. How dare he try and claim such bullshit? Izuku thought. Everyone was silent as Leon just reached forward to his side and placed his hand on Izuku's to help him calm down from his explosive rant. Lemillion just looked shocked and then heard Bakugo speak up. He's telling the truth. That former best friend that turned on him and suicide baited him was me. You and a lot of people are blind to everything that goes on around you. When I was growing up, everything I did to him was encouraged by the teachers and adults in my life. My parents didn't ever know, so don't blame them. They never learned it since the teachers kept silent about it, and the adults at the orphanage didn't care, or Izuku didn't tell the old lady since she was already overworked by herself. Bakugo stated. Everyone in his delegation just looked at him in shock. He, however, just looked at Izuku, who looked back. They both knew that there wasn't a way to go back to their old friendship. It was far too gone. Maybe if Bakugo had helped Izuku and stood up in his defense that day, but now Izuku had an entirely different life and friends that would support him. He didn't need those that hurt him from his past anymore. Then another voice spoke up, and it was from the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation. You had a victim so close to his bully who continued his actions in UA, yet the teachers did nothing. Just think about the crimes that the heroes do themselves and get away with. For example, the current #1 hero Endeavor and his crimes, stated a voice that everyone saw belonged to Dabai. Todoroki froze up. The ambassadors demanded to know what they were talking about, and Dabai was happy to speak of what he meant. I never wanted to be associated with him again. However, there are far bigger things on stake here than my anger towards him, and doing this can help us bring him down with the Empire staying out of the war so we can win, thought Dabai before he decided to announce it all. My name is Tauya Todoroki, the oldest son of the current #1 hero. Endeavor has abused his wife and family for years, and the government never did anything about it. They also never looked into my supposed death, and I'm pretty damn sure the Hero Commission knew of what he was doing but covered it up for him since my mother was put into a mental ward due to his abuse, driving her insane. These scars I have and burned flesh are due to his abuse that he claimed was training, and all in the name of surpassing the symbol of peace himself, stated Dabai, who was now known as Tauya Todoroki. Shouto Todoroki was in shock. He thought the villains were going to spill the family secret, but he didn't think his older brother was alive. The detective who was in the room just uttered one word. Truth, he stated, and everyone knew at that moment what Dabai stated was true. The ambassadors from Japan were pale, and everyone else from Japan was in shock. All Might himself was starting to realize the words said by Shigaraki were holding truth. Was I really fighting for a society of injustice and cruelty this entire time? Did I become blind to the truth since I was at the top so long? He thought. Izuku just asked the Japan delegation if they had anything else to state in regards to the Paranormal Liberation Front question, and they didn't say anything. As such, it was the royal family's turn to ask a question again. The Empress was going to ask the question this time. This question is more directed to the Paranormal Liberation Front. What are your views and policies you will take towards the quirkless, villains' quirks, or others that Japan's society currently looks down on? The reason for this due to the fact that the original Metal Liberation Army was known more for wanting people's social status to be based on their quirk power. How can we ensure that you just won't repeat the mistakes of Japan since you have a recreation of the Metal Liberation Army a part of the Paranormal Liberation Front? Asked the Empress. Japan's delegation looked a bit positive at this since that was a key flaw in their argument. Tenko was about to speak but Redistro spoke up first. Tenko, please let me speak since I was the leader of the reformation of the Metal Liberation Army before we came under your command. It's only right that I speak on this issue, he stated, and Tenko nodded his head. Redistro stood up and bowed a bit to the royal family. It is true that the old Metal Liberation Army and the one that I lead held that viewpoint. It was until Tenko and the League of Villains defeated us and took control to form the Paranormal Liberation Front did my views start to change. They presented many cases of where the idea we sought would just recreate the situation Japan was in again and again. However, I must admit that I still held some of these viewpoints even after that, which I must admit I'm ashamed of, Redistro said while taking a breath. The ambassadors and some of the Japan delegation looked hopeful this would torpedo the Paranormal Liberation Front case. However, Redistro kept speaking. I held these views, but they weakened even more once I arrived here in the Empire. I would like to talk about a quirkless man I met here in the Empire when I went out to explore a bit. He was here for this event today as well since he is a part of the military. This man's name was Seth Rustling, and he serves the royal family as an admiral of one of your military naval fleets, stated Redistro. The royal family perked up at that name since it was the same admiral that was in charge of the fleet that transported Izuku back to the Empire. Redistro then spoke about his meeting with this man. This man had a military uniform on when I found him, and I asked him about the Empire, and I found out he was an admiral and quirkless as well. At first, I must admit I was skeptical of his ability to lead due to him being quirkless, but he soon proved me wrong. The man challenged me to a gibber. He took me to a training ground in the city and we fought. He was without a quirk and me with mine, and I lost. As I sat up from the floor, I asked him how he defeated me so easily. His words that day was this: "No man is born equal." That is a truth that many learn at a young age, and some learn it harsher than others. However, for me, I learned that I needed to put more work in others to keep up with those with gibber. I used my brain and tactics to overcome you and your quirk. I used my hands and feet to outmaneuver you, and I used my natural body strength to use your strength against yourself. Your quirk only provides you an advantage from birth, but that doesn't mean you are better or more talented than me. Look at these Empire's royal guards and Empire guards. They use swords the majority of the time and don't rely on quirks to stop all the crime that they come against or defeat villains. Quirks are just a tool and nothing more, just as my body and skills are a tool, stated Seth Rustling. It was at that time my eyes opened even more to quirkless people having far more talent than quirked people in some cases. We become so absorbed in our quirks that we forget about everything else. As such, Seth Rustling gave me topics to look into and research while I was here in the Empire, and I found out so many top scientists, military leaders, and other leaders in the Empire are actually jabber. I saw the achievements that they made and how they improved their fellow countrymen's lives, and I couldn't deny it anymore that I was wrong. The quirkless people have as much if not more abilities than those quirks. We need to spend less time worrying about quirks and more about the betterment of our society and progressing forward, as we can see how far the Empire is compared to the rest of the world since the Empire didn't spend the entire time focused on quirks, stated Redistro. He then went on to admit that he likely still holds some bias towards quirkless people, but he was actively working on removing the remaining amount of bias the best he could due to being raised this way. Everyone was silent. Even the royal family was silent for a bit. The delegation from Japan didn't know what to do though. Their hopes of overcoming this entire situation were looking bleaker and bleaker. Soon, the questions went on for more time, and soon the royal family called the audience to an end. It is at this time that we will be ending this meeting. Since this is a decision we can't nor will not make likely, we will withhold giving a decision tonight and will retire to consider the options and how we will move forward. Once a decision has been made, you will be summoned back to the royal palace on that day. We anticipate a decision will be made within the next day or so. You are free to return to the ballrooms to mingle with the other delegations if you wish, or to return to your accommodations, stated the Empress. As such, the delegations could only leave to return to the ballrooms, as the royal family had a few more audiences to grant since some other delegations had requested some. Third POV. The royal audience had come to an end and the delegations separated and went their separate directions. Japan's decision was to return to the embassy and discuss how it went and the odds of them being rejected, while the Paranormal Liberation Front decided to mingle with some of the other delegations for a bit longer before they decided to return to their hotel. Each side had a lot of things to talk about and think about, though for the UA students had some questions they wanted to ask of their teachers and Lamillan once they got back to the hotel. As such, that is how they all found themselves in a room staring at their teachers and the other heroes that came with them. So anyone going to tell us about One for All and how exactly this is playing into this entire matter, since it seems important to know? Asked Shinzo. Aizawa stated he didn't know what it was and then looked at Nezu since he assumed he knew. All Might sighed and then started to speak. All for one and one for all refers to two brothers but also two quirks. This happened at the dawn of quirks, and it is a story of bloodshed and danger. The two brothers who lived at the dawn of quirks fought and started the generations of war between the two sides. Both names lost to history except the Empire, I guess. The older brother took his quirk name as his name, All for One. The younger brother's name, also forgotten, was assumed to be quirkless, but that wasn't true. He had a quirk that could allow him to pass his quirk. The older brother, not knowing of this, put a new quirk into the younger brother's body, which merged with the other quirk and created a new quirk that could be passed on from generation to generation. It is called One for All and has been the quirk used to keep All for One hidden in the dark or to stop him. I've fought him, Jibber. Once time led to my form, and the second time was after the summer camp attack. I am the 8th user who passed it to Izuku Midoriya, now known as Prince Izuku Westwin, which I didn't know at the time. He had to build up his body to use One for All since it's a quirk that just grows in strength with each passing. Then, there was the issue with us thinking he was a mole, and I demanded him to give it up since it requires the wool of the jabber to transfer the quirk. We forced him to give it up to Mirio, who was quirkless after the erasing bullet in the raid. However, as you all know, Izuku now has the quirk back somehow, and he now has some birth quirk as well on top of that. He is the 9th user, and well, Mirio might be the 10th, but due to his problems he had, we are assuming One for All rejected him since we do know it has some form of sentience, or so we think. All Might stated. Everyone that didn't know about One for All was silent. They didn't know what to think. The quirk is meant to stop All for One, so for him to make a compromise with Tenko is weird since he has the All for One quirk. However, it seems he is refusing to uphold the duty of a user of One for All, which is problematic since the quirk is the direct counter to All for One and we really could use it in the war. All Might stated. Minda, with his loose morals, suggested getting Shinzo to brainwash the prince to get the quirk, which was shut down quickly. Yay, no. 1. I refuse to. 2. I'm not stupid enough to die since he has royal guards near him 24/7, not including his fiancée Leon Blakewell. 3. It's his quirk now and he can do with it what he wishes. If he doesn't want to fight Tenko, then he doesn't need to since he isn't a citizen of Japan. It's not his war, Shinzo stated. He also threw in the fact that they had betrayed Izuku, so he had less reason to directly help them in the war. There was also the fact that it could be seen as an act of war and get the Empire to side with the Paranormal Liberation Front as well. Everyone put that thought out of their mind since it was so stupid, and Aizawa just glared at Minda for suggesting something so stupid. As they were all talking, the Paranormal Liberation Front was also talking in their hotel room. They, however, were not overall worried about their chances. It was a 50/50 chance still, even with their strong argument, since it would be a large policy shift that the Empire would be setting if they did side with them. They figured that it is why they had the leaders of the Empire's council present in the room for the meeting, so they would have all of the information. They could only sit in their hotel room and enjoy the fireworks that were going off since the city was in the final hours of the celebrations. The image of the prince was released by the government and everyone was going crazy. They were also talking about the incidents that the prince was involved in without them knowing about, like the traffic incident, the orphanage, the missing child of an old noble house. Everyone was happy to learn that the prince was such a caring figure based on what he has done so far. They could only pray and hope that he had a long and fruitful life, since they also learned that an old knighted house son was engaged to marry the prince, which sparked even more celebration. Soon the celebrations of the night came to an end and everyone was going to sleep, though some people were still awake and talking. These people included Leon, Izuku, Izuku's parents, and the leaders of the Empire Council. They were all in a meeting room talking. That was quite a royal audience that I haven't seen for quite a few years. Normally they are straightforward and not so dramatic, stated one of the council leaders. The Empress and Emperor could only agree. So I don't get to laugh at more people like I did today when Lemillion of the Japan delegation decided to make a stupid comment when he knows nothing about discrimination in his own country. Guess that will be a once-in-a-lifetime thing, Izuku stated. The others just rolled their eyes. Sadly, no, there aren't more times like that. You get times like that around every 5 years or so. Better savor it, Empress Mary stated. Soon the joking came to an end and they started to talk about what to do with the situation in Japan. Overall, the situation in Japan is a mess, stated one of the council leaders. No one could disagree with it. The problem is, if we support the Paranormal Liberation Front, it sets a standard that villains that gain enough land and could claim to be civil wars parties, while in truth they would be actual villain groups just out for themselves, stated another council member. As they were talking, they all could agree that the discrimination and current society views in Japan were not acceptable and had to be changed. After a few more hours of talking and debating, they had finally reached a decision. The decision would be rendered to the delegations when they were called back the next day, since it was so late now. Everyone went their separate ways. Izuku and Leon went to Izuku's room to rest. This summer has been a chaotic and stressful one. They just enjoyed the heat from each other and fell asleep. Soon though the next day came and everyone was in the dining hall. The council members had joined the royal family for breakfast since the delegations would be arriving soon. "Son, we are going to have you declare the decision," Empress Mary stated. Izuku didn't object to this since he knew that no matter who did it, it would look biased due to the past, but it didn't matter. After about another hour, everyone was in the throne room once again, and the royal family had dressed in another set of their more formal wear again, since this is still an issue from the debut event. The delegations walked into the throne room and greeted the royal family since they were there beforehand. However, they noticed that the prince was sitting on the main throne instead of the empress and were confused about that. As everyone bowed in greeting, they waited to be told to rise, but it didn't come for a few seconds. "You may rise," Prince Izuku stated. Everyone felt tense in this situation. They all separated to their individual sides and saw the council was standing to the side of the throne with Leon Blakewell. "As you know, we have summoned you here today to declare the verdict in this case. As it stands, we find problems with both sides' claims, which has made this decision difficult to make towards one side or to the other," stated Prince Izuku. This was it. This was the moment they would hear the verdict. As of this time, the Empire can't in good faith recognize the Paranormal Liberation Front as a political party, stated Prince Izuku, and everyone's eyes widened. Japan delegation members had smiles and smirks on their faces, while the members from the Paranormal Liberation Front looked down towards the floor in grief. They knew that their fate was sealed, since this meant the Empire would side with Japan and take them out. However, Tenko wasn't looking at the ground but straight at the prince, since he felt that wasn't the end of this, and he was right. "Silence," came Izuku in a colder tone as he looked at the Japan delegation. "As I stated, at this time, we cannot recognize the Paranormal Liberation Front as a political party. However, at the same time, we don't agree with Japan's declaration of them being just a villain organization. We feel as if the Paranormal Liberation Front is far more than that, but will withhold our recognition of them until such time that they have assumed 50% or more control of Japan. At that time, the Great Westwind Empire will recognize them as an official political party on the world stage," Prince Izuku declared. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what this meant now. Was the Empire going to assist Japan in getting rid of the Paranormal Liberation Front, or were they going to stay out of it? Japan's internal matters have become a mess. We recommend to the Japanese government that you take a serious look at your internal affairs that drove this situation to be created, especially with your use of a hero system, seeing as the top of your hero system has been filled with corruption as shown by Endeavor. This is also seen in the numerous heroes that go in it for greed and not to save people. There is also the issue with the Hero Commission's use of the former hero Hawks as a double agent, where they ended him off once he was no longer of use to them. We have also discovered that Japan's government bought Hawks at a young age to become a child soldier. As such, this empire cannot condone such actions by the nation of Japan, and hereby declared our denouncement of your government and wish that the people of your country will make changes internally without having other governments get involved in your internal affairs," Prince Izuku declared. This more or less sealed the deal. The Empire would not be getting involved in the internal matters, but also wouldn't recognize the Paranormal Liberation Front until it had more control of Japan. This empowered the Paranormal Liberation Front to keep pushing forward, and Japan's delegation was devastated. Does anyone have anything they wish to voice in regards to this ruling from the royal family? Izuku asked. No one from the Paranormal Liberation Front spoke out. However, some from the Japanese side raised their hand to voice their opinions. Lemillion was one of them. "Your Royal Highness, is the Empire really going to stand back and do nothing about a dangerous quirk like All for One and the dangers that innocent people are in?" Lemillion asked. Everyone was curious about this as well, and most of the other views from Japan were the same as this question. "Lemillion, I did not take you for a quirkist," Prince Izuku stated bluntly, which caught everyone off guard and made Lemillion's eyes widen. He denied the accusation, but Izuku pushed forward. "How are you not? You stood there just now and asked if we are going to let a dangerous quirk run around. You wish for the Empire to hunt him down just for the reason of his quirk. I know the history of One for All and All for One since I'm the 9th user and can communicate with the past holders as I see fit. The past holders all appear to the side of the throne and do a salute to the royal family and then disappear. They all agree with me in regards to the personal matter of All for One and One for All, that I and Tenko don't need to hunt each other down, and One for All was meant to stop the older brother's evil nature. As such, in regards to that matter, I will do nothing since Tenko is not like All for One. Now, in regards to the Empire and his quirk, we don't fear it at all, since we could easily defeat him or even All for One if he were out of prison. Why should we hunt him down for just the quirk he has?" Izuku stated. Everyone was silent. They just got confirmation that Tenko and Izuku agreed not to fight each other in regards to One for All and All for One, which surprised even All Might since the other users had appeared and shown themselves. Lemillion brought up the point about innocent people again. Indeed, there are innocent people. However, in all civil wars, and yes, that is what this is, in a civil war, there are always innocent people on all sides. The Empire has looked into the life of people under their controlled land, and we have found their lives have improved. There is less crime currently and far fewer cases of discrimination. I'd like to note that the same law enforcement from before is still running. The only difference is the leadership at the top and some changes in laws that made discrimination far more punishable and illegal. So, Lemillion, what do you suggest we do since there are innocents on all sides, and as it stands the side you fight on is the worst of the two options? Prince Izuku asked, and Lemillion was stunned. He was fighting for the worst side of the war. He was fighting for the evil side. Prince Izuku could tell his thoughts though. I'm not telling you that you are fighting for the evil side. I'm telling you that in regards to morals and accountability, your side lacks those things far more than theirs. Evil is subjective, and from an outside view where I stand, I can't say which side is more evil than the other since both have had their wrongs, but from where I stand, the Paranormal Liberation Front is trying to go for a better society, while your side is fighting to keep the same oppressive society that caused this situation in the first place. So, Lemillion, can you tell me that I as a prince should put my people in harm's way and risk their lives for your side in the civil war when you are arguably not the better side in this conflict? Prince Izuku asked, and Lemillion had to agree. Izuku was a prince of an empire, and his decisions impacted many lives. So no, he nor anyone else in Japan's delegation could tell him to put his people in harm's way for their country when it was their country's fault this started. Though Tenko, if you do win, keep All for One in prison since he would have no qualms of ending you all and taking control. Izuku stated. Tenko just agreed with that statement since he had matured greatly and seen his master wasn't as good as he thought in the past. He knew his master cared for him, but that care didn't extend great enough to not wipe out all the work they did and take control. Tenko also wanted to protect the League members since they were his family now. This is the final verdict and will not be changed. As such, I wish good luck to both sides and pray that whatever side wins does not go overboard in punishing the leaders of the opposing side. The Empire will be watching this war closing to see how it progresses, but at this time we will not directly involve ourselves. This royal audience is now over, Prince Izuku declared. Soon everyone had gotten up and started to leave. Izuku had a royal guard and formed the Paranormal Liberation Front to stick around since he wanted to talk to them for a bit before they left. He also had the Japan delegation stick around in another stateroom since he wanted to express a few words to them. He decided to go to Japan's delegation first. Third POV, Izuku had gone to the stateroom that held the Japanese delegation first. His presence was announced and he waved for them all to sit down. Izuku saw them all and he went through so many memories with them, yet they betrayed him so easily. Ironic that Japan needs help from the person that they treated so horribly. Izuku just poured himself some tea and offered some to them. Nezu accepted and Izuku poured some for him. I'm assuming you have some questions, so ask away since this will likely be the only chance you get, Izuku stated as he sat down on a couch in the stateroom that was in the corner of the room near the window. Izuku had brought two of his royal guards in the room and they were on either side of him, and Leon was sitting on the couch with him. No one talked for a bit until Uraraka spoke up. Are you really going to leave all of the innocent people to die at the hands of the villains? She asked. Izuku looked confused. Who are the innocent people you are talking about? The citizens of Japan or the heroes that are fighting in the war? Izuku asked. Uraraka said she meant the citizens. Why do you think they are going to die? So far, the causalities in the war have been caused far more by your side than the Paranormal Liberation Front, so I don't understand what you mean, Izuku stated, and Uraraka stated that the villains were going to harm the people once they had control. That is what villains do. I'm sorry, but you don't know that at all. They are as human as you are and are capable of hurting another just like you are. Let's look at Endeavor for example. He's abused his wife, his children, and he also has a high-end rate of villains and a high rate of civilian deaths. His record is worse than a good majority of the villains in the Paranormal Liberation Front. So please, tell me how the villains are worst when they are the ones fighting for justice from where I'm looking currently, Izuku stated, not holding back. The former classmates looked shocked at Izuku's viewpoint. As they were stunned, All Might spoke up. Maybe he started but was cut off by a sword to his throat from one of the royal guards. Choose your words carefully and remember who you are referring to. You might be seen as a symbol of peace in the rest of the world, but not in the Empire. The only thing you are seen as is a cartoon character out of children's shows, stated one of Izuku's guard when All Might was about to call him his boy. Izuku tried to get them to stop, but Leon had covered Izuku's mouth, which just earned an eye roll. Soon, All Might raised his hands in defeat and the guard stood down. Your Highness, what about One for All? You said you reached an agreement between you and Tenko, but One for All was meant to stop that quirk, All Might stated. Izuku just summoned the previous users. Actually, All Might, it was meant to stop my brother and my brother alone. The new user of All for One wasn't predictable, but even then it's not the job of the users to hunt down the quirk itself. If Tenko stays on his current path, then we see no harm in him having All for One. He's also agreed to terms with the Prince of the Quirk's existence, and both quirks will die with the current user bringing an end to the feud for good, stated the first user. Everyone was shocked at seeing 7 people that were dead. Then Nana stepped forward and slapped All Might. That is for betraying the legacy of One for All. We are disappointed in you. Just know, it wasn't an easy decision on our part. However, due to your actions and the fact that you left Izuku no choice but to give One for All up to a false holder, we decided to banish you from the core of the quirk. Your echo will not be allowed in One for All and will not join all of us once you die, Nana said with a disappointed look at her protege. All Might was in shock. Gran Torino, who has kept silent for almost all of the events, just nodded his head. Told you she would be disappointed in what you did. I effing told you, Gran Torino stated. Some of the others asked Izuku how he was doing, and he gave answers about how his life went. Nezu, though, had a few questions on what happened to Izuku after he escaped police custody. Your Highness, what happened after you escaped police custody that day? How did you survive and stay off our radar for so long? Nezu asked. Izuku just smirked. Oh yes, I was wondering when you were going to ask that. The thing is, I put too much focuses on One for All back then and stopped using my brain as much. When I no longer had my quirk, I fell back to old survival methods I learned growing up quirkless and was able to get rid of the cuffs quickly, and then I knew where a hotspot of info brokers would meet due to a case I had helped on during my work study. It was such a minor detail that I didn't remember until I needed the information. The place gathers info brokers, but heroes don't stop them since they use them well. As such, I went and met Jiren there. We made a business deal of me selling my quirk analysis on villains to other villains, and boom. I made a lot of money to afford a safe house that Jiren set up. That is how he got the Ayu from the royal family, since he didn't turn on me and warned me you all were coming, Izuku stated with a smirk, and they finally knew what happened now. Ada asked Izuku if he would ever forgive them for what they did. Izuku had to think for a second. I don't hate you, however, doesn't mean I would forget about it or not be bitter. You were all my first friends due to my childhood. I trusted you all, and after everything I did, you turned on me so easily, Izuku stated, and soon the conversation came to an end. I wish you luck in the war, but honestly, I don't foresee you winning this war. They have a cause that people will join since Japan has been screwed up for so long, and those that are forgotten or beaten down by the current society will come to the call of war for them, Izuku said as he got up and left. They were left in silence and could only return to the embassy to return to Japan. Soon, Izuku made his way to the stateroom where the Paranormal Liberation Front was currently at. They saluted to Izuku and he waved them off. Sorry that it took me a bit. I was speaking to the delegation from Japan one more time, since this would likely be the last I saw any of them for a long time, Izuku stated as he sat down in the same area as the last room, since it was a similar layout and design. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation said it wasn't a problem. So, what are you going to do now once you return? For more or less you got what you came for and convinced us from getting involved in the conflict, Izuku asked. The members of the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation didn't honestly know. They didn't know of their chances of convincing the Empire of their case and assumed that their fates were sealed. Though Tenko spoke up, we will keep pushing forward. We will one day reach 50% control and receive the recognition of the Empire, which will make things easier with other nations. We will also keep studying more of the Empire laws, since it would be beneficial for our country to adopt more laws that the Empire has, Tenko stated. Izuku nodded his head. Izuku, though, had a gift for the Paranormal Liberation Front. It was more of a means for the Empire to watch the Paranormal Liberation Front and ensure it stays on its current path and not devolve into bloody rulership, though. I would like to offer something to help you with that objective. I have a friend that studies the laws of the Empire, and he is the one that taught me, so I would be better prepared for my role. His name is Professor Delax, Izuku stated as the professor walked in. He is also a retired Empire Guard member who served quite a few years. He is a private citizen currently, so if the said professor were to, fly to Japan with the delegation of the Paranormal Liberation Front as a private citizen, then the Empire wouldn't have any way to stop it, Izuku stated. Some were confused about what he meant, but the smarter and quicker ones got the meaning right away. This was a way for the Empire to extend its hand but do it unofficially. However, if a said private citizen was known to be contacting and in regular meeting with a known uprising group that isn't officially recognized by the Empire, our laws would without a doubt require him to be flagged and monitored, which would include all of his emails, phone calls, messages, and other communications, so we could monitor him and his interactions with said group, Izuku stated. Tenko got the hit quite well. The professor was an olive branch to help the Paranormal Liberation Front better their laws and society, but it was also a warning that the Empire was watching and monitoring them. If they started to go off the path to a cruel and bloody path, then the Empire would deal with them. Tenko smirked and thanked the prince for his private citizen's actions and would be sure to keep him in the loop of everything that they do. After a bit more talking, Izuku decided to end the conversation. I think we should end the conversation here. I know the Japanese delegation will be returning to their country very soon, at the latest tomorrow night, so I suggest you do the same to be prepared for any drastic changes in the front lines," Izuku stated as he got up and prepared to leave. Tenko just thanked the prince and instructed all of his people to return to the hotel and start packing since they would leave early in the morning. Izuku said he would inform a royal guard to pick them up and call them when the plane is ready tomorrow. As such, the meeting between Izuku WESTWIN and the two delegations came to a close. Izuku could be found in his room getting changed as Leon came in and planted a kiss on his neck. Hello my knight," Izuku said. "Hello, my sneaky little green rabbit. It's time to go to sleep as we need to get ready for tomorrow. We have a lot of paperwork to do and catch up on. You also need to get ready for the long list of audience requests from all of the knighted houses that will request to meet you, and I believe you also have a meeting with the entire council at the end of the week," Leon stated as he grabbed the remaining clothing of Izuku to change it. Soon, they went to sleep and waited for the next day to come. As they thought, there was a large amount of paperwork to do since the event created so many requests and other paperwork. Izuku only sighed and groaned at the amount of paperwork he needed to do and wanted to complain, but he knew this was his life and he needed to deal with it. Soon after about 3 hours of working, he decided to take a break and go to the garden to relax. He was hoping Leon would get off his patrol soon since he was still working as an Empire guard currently. That job wouldn't come to an end until they got married, which wasn't until next year. As such, Izuku had to suffer the paperwork alone. Though, Izuku wasn't the only person suffering. The Japanese delegation was currently gathering everything and preparing for their return journey. The government wasn't happy when they received the report from the ambassador about them failing in the mission, nor were they happy to learn the person that Yue treated like a traitor was now the damn prince of the empire. As such, they were ordered to return to the country as soon as possible to help in the damn war since the enemy has made some progress. This is due to the fact that the Paranormal Liberation Front had leaked news about Endeavor crimes the previous day, and it caused a lot of protesting from civilians, which allowed the Paranormal Liberation Front to break through the old front lines. Now, the Paranormal Liberation Front had taken the entire area around Shikoku and were getting closer and closer to taking half of the country. The moment the Paranormal Liberation Front reached the area around Mount Fuji and Tokyo, they would have gained 50% of the country under their control, and that means the Empire will recognize them as a political party, which spells a lot of trouble since then the Paranormal Liberation Front could attempt to conduct trade agreements and other things with other nations like any other country due to the Empire's recognition. There is also another problem. Yue Hero School sat in the area between Mount Fuji and Tokyo. If the Paranormal Liberation Front got to that point, then there goes the top hero school. That would more or less be a beacon to the entire world that Japan was going to lose if the top hero school location was lost to the villains. As such, everyone was scrambling to return sooner rather than later. Even the Paranormal Liberation Front was scrambling to get home sooner since they heard the news from the members they left behind. With the news of the Empire willing to recognize them once they achieve 50%, then hearing about this news, it made them want to return home and get on the front lines as soon as possible. It had become a mad dash to return to the front lines and provide more aid to their own forces. The royal palace had heard the news about Endeavor crimes being leaked by the Paranormal Liberation Front, and they saw the result. So ironic, isn't it? They put so much trust in the heroes and expected them to be error-free. Yet they are human and humans sin. There are so few checks and balances on the heroes in Japan that issues like this appeared and hurts them so much when it comes out. This is why the hero system so fragile in Japan and most of the world that rely too heavily on heroes, Izuku stated as he sat at his desk doing his work. Izuku was informed by the spies and intelligence agency that the Paranormal Liberation Front had made a large push and gained more land under their control. It was only a matter of time before they hit the 50% mark. There was also the fact that the Empire published the verdict about Japan's and the Paranormal Liberation Front royal audience. Normally, the Empire kept what was talked about under wraps, but this case was special since it dealt with a civil war that had two sides requesting something of them. The international reaction was interesting. Everyone agreed with the Empire's decision to not get involved, and some suggested that they should have gotten involved, but on the Paranormal Liberation Front side, since other nations have been watching carefully as well but haven't why acknowledge the Paranormal Liberation Front. However, it was only a matter of time before they would. The moment the Empire does it, the rest of the countries will do it, and that will seal Japan's government fate for good. Izuku just shook his head at Japan's situation. Japan, you brought this upon yourself. Years upon years of cruel treatment against your own citizens, and you never tried to fix it. The laws never improved or changed after 200 years, and you didn't honestly think this would happen. Izuku thought as he read some of the reports about the government of Japan in a free-for-all currently due to the Empire's statement and how the Paranormal Liberation Front has gained more land. Japan has been reaching out to other countries and trying to get support, but it has failed since no one, even China, dares to start something with the Empire, and since the Empire had taken a position of planning to recognize the Paranormal Liberation Front in the future, no one will help Japan. Retribution and revenge. The best dish served cold, Izuku thought. 3rd POV. It was now in the early winter. Izuku had just turned 18 and he's been graduated from high school for months now. However, Izuku has not been free and relaxing during this entire time. No, he's been hard at work running the Empire with his parents. The moment he graduated, he went into full-time prince work. This work included paperwork, studying up more laws and customs of the Empire that he already didn't know, or just getting used to taking on more work from his parents so he would be prepared for the main throne seat in the future. Though the world wasn't standing still either. Izuku had paid close attention to the actions that have been happening in the Civil War of Japan. The Paranormal Liberation Front has made more and more progress over the year and a half or so. The progress was slow, but it was happening, and soon the Paranormal Liberation Front would obtain 50% control of Japan. As it currently stands, the Paranormal Liberation Front was fighting for control at Mount Fuji area. Japan had made a lot of standstills in the war, but it still didn't matter in the end because the Paranormal Liberation Front only gained more power and popularity as they kept pushing. It was as Izuku warned the Japanese delegation that day. The more that the Paranormal Liberation Front progressed, the more people were willing and would join them. Those that were put down and pushed away in Japan's current society rose up and joined the Paranormal Liberation Front ranks and helped them win the battles in the war. As such, the Paranormal Liberation Front currently sits in the Mount Fuji area and is only so far away from Hero School. The Empire was preparing for Izuku's wedding, but they were also preparing for the recognition of the Paranormal Liberation Front as a political party and setting up political ties with them. It was becoming more and more clear that they would win the war as the days kept progressing. The Paranormal Liberation Front also used the professor quite well and has made sweeping changes to their laws and quirk usages laws. As such, quirk permits were on the rise and crime was stabilizing across the entire area under the Paranormal Liberation Front. People were less willing to commit crimes due to the fact that people had more legal right to defend themselves and their property from others with very dangerous quirks sometimes. As such, it became a deterrent from the more common types of crimes, which decreased the need for heroes. The Paranormal Liberation Front had actually made heroes illegal and made laws similar to the Empire on vigilante situations. They also increased the budget for police and had the hero schools start turning into schools with advanced police academies attached to them. It would be about another year and a half before the first class of advanced police officers graduated from the first school that agreed to it, and another year after that for another class to graduate, but they were moving forward to doing it. The heroes would be replaced by highly trained and specialized law enforcers that would be called the Dragon Unit or Dragons. They would be trained to deal with everything a hero could deal with, but would not be a part of the entertainment industry and work on being less flashy and more practical in dealing with threats quickly without wasting time. Overall, the public was supporting the idea and there was a large number of applications to the academy for it. The hero students that were in the controlled area were split on their opinion. Half still wanted to be heroes, while the other half accepted the change and joined the police academy when it was started and adapted. Those that didn't were removed and told to find another line of work. Some of these people left to the land that was controlled by the Japanese government, but some just ended up falling right back under Paranormal Liberation Front controlled land and gave up in the end. Endeavor had died in battle at the hands of his oldest son. There was a lot of public debate on removing him from his position, but the government needed war power and had decided to keep him around and didn't punish him, which led to a lot of angry protests before he met his end. This just made the government viewed in less of a favorable light, since the other children of Endeavor had confirmed the story of Dappa. The fools that controlled the top level of government never learned their lesson and were desperate to keep power. The Paranormal Liberation Front had long abandoned the Namu project and categorized it as too inhumane. The doctor had been arrested and detained for his hand in the experiments when he refused to stop them and attempted to run to the government of Japan to keep doing them since he could offer it as war potential. As such, Tenko was able to ensure that no one would be able to recreate a new all-for-one quirk, since he removed the anti-aging quirk from the doctor and had put it into an animal, which was ended off later. Tenko wanted to keep his agreement with the prince since he didn't want to enter a feud like the two brothers did that carried for generations. There were also some changes in regards to loyalties. Shinso had finally quit the hero's side and had joined the Paranormal Liberation Front. The government was pressuring him into using his quirk on people in immoral manners that he refused to do. They actually tried to have him ended when he refused, since they deemed him a threat due to his refusal. This led to a public outcry, which led to the Paranormal Liberation Front gaining a lot of the land that they now control. Everyone else of the former 3AUA Hero Corps stayed though, since they still refused to give up, though a lot of them agreed that their side was going to lose. They didn't want to change their loyalties because they didn't think they could work with the people that have been trying to end them this entire time. As such, we now arrive at the current day. Izuku was watching a report from some of their spies about the current situation in Japan, and they knew that the Paranormal Liberation Front would still be launching a major assault on UA Hero School, since if they could gain control of that, would land a major blow to the government's resistance. The school was still pushing out heroes even though the popularity of heroes was falling. The former students of 3A were all heroes now, but no one cared about the ranking due to the war. All of them were somehow still alive even after all of the battles they were in, but it could also be said that the Paranormal Liberation Front wasn't trying to cause a large number of deaths. If someone were to analyze the reports, most deaths that were caused was due to the government side of the war and not the Paranormal Liberation Front. The government did a lot of attacks that lead to their men dying due to the Paranormal Liberation Front planning counterattacks that caused a massive amount of injuries but never fatal deaths. The Paranormal Liberation Front always left them alive and allowed them to retreat, but the government was running low on ways to treat their injured due to losing so many healers and medical supplies that were on the Paranormal Liberation Front side of the land. As such, a lot of their men would die in the war due to their own plans. Overall, the war was coming to a conclusion and it would soon be decided. Izuku had planned to watch the main battle, but something surprising happened. As the battle was set to start, the UA principal raised a white flag and called for a ceasefire. The spies were able to get close to the area where the communicating was happening between both sides. The general idea was that the principal was a principal first before a hero, and he would not allow his school to be destroyed and students ended if he could help it. He set his terms for Sunder, and the Paranormal Liberation Front easily accepted it. The terms were that UA is allowed to keep operating, but instead of a hero school, they would transform into a Dragon Unit Academy with their other departments still. The principal was allowed to keep operating the school, and the students in the current hero course could choose to convert to the new training and field or leave into a different course. Izuku had to give it to Principal Nezu. He was a smart creature, and the only reason he kept on the government side the entire time was due to how deep UA was inside government-controlled land. If he tried to have the school surrender before, the government would have come in and just replaced him and the students would be forced to the front lines. Izuku knew that the principal only allowed third years to be drafted, but they had to consent to it themselves and the school wouldn't force them to go. Overall, the surrender of UA had fractured the government-controlled army and allowed the Paranormal Liberation Front to gain control of a large amount of land from the government within the following weeks, according to the reports that Izuku read. The government was pissed and had ordered to capture of Nezu dead or alive. Izuku was given a current and updated war map, and the Paranormal Liberation Front had now controlled all the land around Tokyo and everything below it. At that moment it was official, and the Paranormal Liberation Front had now controlled slightly more than 50% of Japan. The Empire was set to release a statement recognizing the Paranormal Liberation Front as an official political party and as the current leading governmental authority of Japan. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation and the old government delegation would also be invited back to the Empire for the wedding, as Izuku was hoping to talk to Tenko and the other delegation about brokering peace and ending the civil war in Japan without any more conflict if the former government would surrender and if the Paranormal Liberation Front would agree to some of their demands depending on what they made. However, Izuku was highly doubtful of the old government accepting or the Paranormal Liberation Front accepting either, since both sides were at such odds. However, Izuku was hopeful that something good would come out of it. Though the odds were low, he could hope. As such, that is how Izuku found himself preparing for his wedding and also preparing for a peace negotiations talk between the two sides of Japan. The world was told about the prince's plan and they were all waiting to see if he could pull it off. If he was, then it would be a large testament to his skills, but if he failed it wouldn't be too bad on his image, since the situation in Japan was rough between the two sides and even top diplomats around the world admitted to their people, governments, that they doubted they could broker a peaceful ending. Izuku had been informed of who would be coming from the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation. It was everyone from last time, but it would include Shinso, Nezu, and Aizawa this time, since they were now a part of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Nezu and Aizawa were on this side due to UA's surrender in the war. The delegation from Japan was all of the former 3A students, All Might, Gran Torino, the detective, and the same government officials, and a few different ones from last time. Overall, Izuku knew this meeting would be a tense one and was mentally preparing himself for it. Though Leon being extremely flirty with Izuku lately hasn't been helping. Leon and Izuku knew that their wedding night was approaching and they were going to have a long night that day. However, before Izuku could get to his damn wedding night, he needed to broker the peace deal the week before his wedding. Time passed and it was the week before the meeting between Japan's delegation and the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation. The two delegations would be arriving in the country today and both would be staying inside the royal palace this time, since it's on these two delegations and they had enough rooms to house everyone. Izuku had stopped by the room that the peace negotiations would be taking place in and saw that it was almost ready. Izuku and Leon would be sitting at the head of the table, and the two delegations would have their own side of the table with their members. Izuku nodded his head at the staff that was preparing the room, since there would also be news reporters in this meeting recording the event. Nothing would be broadcasted live, but reports would flow out of the palace from the reporters via social media, and clips would be approved to be aired by the Royal Palace Media Relations before it was released. Izuku then headed back to his office and found Leon in it working at Izuku's desk. Leon looked up and smiled. "Hello, love. Ready to help on this paperwork for the damn peace negotiations?" Leon asked. Izuku just rolled his eyes and got to work helping. They both just sat there and worked on the paperwork until a royal guard knocked on the door. The guard walked in and announced to them that the first delegation had arrived, and it was the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation. Izuku thanked them and got up with Leon to go greet them in the stateroom. Izuku was wearing his formal but not overly formal outfit that he wore for the debut event, and Leon was wearing his Empire Guard outfit when they went to go greet the first delegation. "Hello, Tenko. I've heard much about your successful push in the war. Though the surrender of UA did a good number in gaining you a large amount of land in the last standstill," Izuku stated as he walked into the room with the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation, which Aizawa, Nezu, and Shinso were now a part of. Tenko and the other members of the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation just rose as Izuku walked in and did a salute to him. Tenko thanked him for the words and providing the professor, since they had much success in changing the laws and bettering their government structure with the professor's help. Soon they all sat down and talked a bit. "Tenko, you know why I called this summit. I want to try and end this civil war now so there are fewer deaths, since it's clear that Japan will lose no matter what. The Paranormal Liberation Front has around 60% control or so of Japan's land," Izuku stated, and Tenko agreed. "As such, what are you willing to let go and compromise on to get them to agree to surrender now instead of stalling this civil war out?" Izuku asked. He needed to know where their lines were going to be. Tenko thought for a while. He took some time before answering. "Our main objective is to take control of Japan, which we will get sooner or later. We will be willing to compromise on them all being arrested and thrown in jail for the rest of their lives. One of Japan's islands can be used as an exile location," stated Tenko. Izuku nodded his head in understanding. They talked for a bit longer before Izuku and Leon were informed that Japan's delegation was at the palace. Izuku excused himself and they went to meet with them. Izuku walked into the room and was met all of his former classmates. All Might, the detective, Gran Torino, and the government officials, which included the new officials that Japan sent. For some reason, Izuku didn't like the feeling they gave off. As such, Izuku kept his guard up around them. "Hello, Ambassador. It's a pleasure to see you again," Izuku stated, and the ambassador introduced the other government agents. They were officials from the Hero Commission. That right there put Izuku on edge, since the officials from the Hero Commission weren't always good people, as seen from the Gibber issue, Hawks, and many other cases. Izuku greeted them as well, and Izuku still didn't like the feeling he was getting from them. Izuku talked to the ambassador and tried to figure out where their bottom lines were at. "Ambassador, is the former government willing to consider surrender in this civil war, and if so, what would their terms be?" Izuku asked him. The ambassador looked ready to answer, but one of the Hero Commission officials answered and spouted some bullshit about they shouldn't have to surrender to villains and the Empire should help them turn the war. Izuku ignored them and didn't even speak to them, which cleared pissed them off. The ambassador soon answered though. "Yes, the government is willing to consider it, though they wish to escape arrest or gibber for any perceived crimes that the Paranormal Liberation Front claims," stated the ambassador. Izuku then talked a bit more before he retired to his office. The meeting itself would happen the next day after everyone rested. However, Izuku felt off still about the Hero Commission's officers and told the royal guards to keep an eye on them more than the others and to increase security around the meeting hall and inside the meeting hall. Third POV. Izuku woke up the next day with Leon by his side. Izuku sat in bed with Leon and for some reason felt today was going to be his. Well, Izuku decided to wake his lover up by pushing him out of bed. Within seconds, Leon was up and on top of Izuku, who tried to flee but got caught too quickly. "Using your knights from your quirk is cheating," Izuku complained. Leon just smirked and whispered into Izuku's ears. No. I know you are feisty, but don't worry. I will deliver punishment soon enough. Don't forget our wedding is approaching," Leon said into Izuku's ears, and he just moaned. Izuku was really wanting the wedding to happen already, but peace calls and all. Izuku and Leon got changed quickly and went and had breakfast with his parents. They were not going to be involved in these discussions since Izuku is the one leading them. They would let him run with it and see how it goes unless something requires their involvement. As breakfast finished, Izuku and Leon got their documents and everything together and studied anything that was last minute. The royal guards that were assigned to watch the commission officials reported back that they were up late communicating with someone back in Japan, but otherwise made no movements to do anything. They were also unable to hear what the call was about without giving their positions away. They did do a background check on the commission officials and found nothing that stood out. They did find their quirks out. One official quirk allowed him to create a pulse that interfered with electronics, and the other allowed him to copy quirks temporarily for 10 minutes before it dissipated, and it required far more energy than the original quirk. As such, nothing concerning, but for some reason, Izuku had a bad feeling, so he just warned the guards to be on the alert inside the room. After a bit more talking between Izuku and Leon, it was now time for the meeting between the delegations to start. Izuku had the delegations enter the room first before his presence was announced. As he entered, he waved them off from standing up and saluting. "Welcome everyone. Today we are gathered with the aim of reaching some conclusion to bring about peace sooner instead of letting the civil war draw out. Each side has made it clear that they are open to negotiations on this matter. The issue lays with finding a middle ground between the two sides that will allow everyone to agree on it," Prince Izuku stated as he sat down. Everyone nodded their heads, but the commission officials were clearly not happy. Izuku could understand though, since the commission would be abolished after this. The reporters on the side of the room were taking pictures the entire time and tweeting out reports on the meeting. Izuku only spared them a glance as the meeting started. Overall, the meeting was making good progress, but the commission officials were being difficult, and Izuku knew they had some control of the government officials, which was troublesome for this entire peace talk. Even the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation was getting tired of them. Tenko decided to ask the ambassador a question about them. "Ambassador, I must inquire why they are here when they will be abolished at the end of this regardless. Do they represent the old government's will, since the only thing they have been trying to push for is some form of heroes to stay around, which will not happen. We are already replacing heroes with the Dragon Unit, which is already starting to show results," Tenko asked. The commission officials scoffed at the statement of them being abolished. They even suggested that there needs to be some form of oversight on the Dragon Unit, and the commission could be adopted to look over it. Tenko quickly rejected the idea since the commission was corrupted and they already had oversight committees. The ambassador apologized and told everyone that he was forced to bring them here by some other government officials that he knows were in their pocket, and he had no choice since he had to report to those officials. The commission officials told the ambassador to censor himself on the topic, which he complied but rolled his eyes in annoyance. Izuku decided to ask if the ambassador was able to make any real decisions without them, or was the officials they had in their pockets controlled too much of the remaining government for them to reach a deal. Izuku was told that he could and will make a deal that he can take back to the government to sign, and that the commission officials don't have enough control to stop any deal, and that they were just struggling to grasp the fact that they are losing power. This didn't go over well with the commission officials. This didn't go over well at all. The officials started to state that they shouldn't surrender to pathetic villains and traitors to the government. They were referring to Shinso and Yue in the last statement, and this caused some tension. Izuku suggested to the officials to calm down, and that is when everything went wrong. It went wrong on so many levels that Izuku should have seen coming. From them being commission officials that really had no place here in the meeting, to the way they made Izuku feel. Even the fact that one official had a quirk perfect for what was about to happen, considering what quirks were in the room. In Izuku's mind, he went through every single detail that he saw but pushed it out of his mind as it happened. Within seconds, everything sped back up and Izuku's mind caught up to what happened. He had been shot. He looked down at his chest and could see the red start to seep through his clothing to the top layer. As he put his hand on the red spot, he looked back up at everyone. He could see that everyone was already moving to pin the gunman down and stop the active shooter. Izuku felt his body being moved away and saw Leon's quirk activate, with the knights from his quirk surrounding him and blocking others from getting close unless it was a royal guard. The entire Japan delegation was pinned to the table or the wall, and they were all being put under arrest even if they didn't pull the trigger. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation was detained as well, and they complied since they knew this was a major issue. Izuku figured out who had shot him. It was an official from the commission. The man with the quirk that could copy quirks had made a gun, and he had used Yaoyorozu's quirk to do it. Izuku's body then caught up to the shock and he coughed up blood. "Oh, Leon," Izuku called out as a tear escaped his eyes. Leon just hugged Izuku and yelled for a medic. "Get the royal medics here now. We need to stabilize him and get him to the medical station in the palace," Leon yelled. One royal guard ran out the door to go get the medics, while another had run to inform the Empress and Emperor. The palace had already been put on lockdown since they sent a code across the communications of the palace. Everything was in chaos since no one has attempted assassination in so much time. They couldn't believe their eyes, and their eyes also held anger. The Japan delegation was led out of the room in quirk cuffs and led to a holding cell area. Izuku, though, laid on the floor bleeding. He knew he got shot at least once but didn't know if more shots happened. Soon, though, the medics arrived and had stabilized the bleeding before loading him on a cart to be moved to the medical office, which was below the main floors underground, where there were a bunker and other things as well. It was also where the command center was as well. Within minutes, Izuku could see from the ceiling changes that he was in the underground section. Izuku was loaded up onto the table and the machine started to scan him and get a read on the damage inside his body as the Jibber started to get ready for the surgery. They also hooked him up to a blood transfusion to ensure he didn't bleed to death. Izuku was still awake slightly and could see Leon and his parents on the other side of the window on the side of the room. Soon though he was put under so the doctors could get to work. Jibber disappointment. I'm going to end that damn delegation. How effing dare they try to end Izuku? How dare they touch my little rabbit? Leon yelled as he smashed a cart in the hallway to the floor and broke it. The Emperor just walked up and pulled him aside. Calm down right now. You aren't any good to Izuku this angry. Trust me, I'm pissed as well, but right now you need to step up in Izuku's place. I know you aren't married yet, but I don't care. As of right now, you have the authority of a royal family member upon my order and the Empress orders. Now I need you to help me gibber the Empire since the news has broken about the assassination attempt and people are freaked out about the state of the royal family. We also need to deal with the delegation. Emperor Francis said since he knew his wife was not going to be in any condition to deal with anything. This was making her remember the first time they lost Izuku and she was barely holding on right now. She wasn't going to move away from the operation window anytime soon. As such, Leon and Francis would need to keep themselves calm and deal with everything. This was their job after as the supporting rulers to the throne. This is why the royal family is structured as it is for times like this. Leon got to work and went out to the main ballroom where the press was guided into. Emperor Francis had joined him as well to show the Empire that the royal family was still alive and it was only Izuku that got hit sadly. They needed to reassure the Empire as best as they could. As such, they walked into the main ballroom and saw the cameras and gibber devices. Leon asked them if they were on air and live and they said not currently. Leon told them to go live and within seconds everyone told them they were now on the air. Leon looked at Francis and he nodded. Leon stepped forward and took a deep breath and then looked into the cameras. I know that there is currently word going around the Empire that there was an assassination attempt on the Disappointment family. The Jabber and I are here to address these matters. As of 20 minutes ago, the Japanese delegation did attempt the assassination attempt of my soon-to-be husband Izuku Westwin. He is currently undergoing surgery to save his life and the Empress is currently watching the operation. We request the Empire citizens to calm themselves and awaited the news of the operation. However, it will likely be hours before we hear anything, but know this, my love is not weak in any regard. He is a strong partner and will pull through this and I have faith in this without any doubt. As such, calm yourself and wait for the news from us, Leon stated, and then the Emperor stepped forward to speak. As my soon-to-be son-in-law stated, my son is strong and will pull through. In regards to the assassins, we currently have the entire Japan delegation under arrest and will investigate who was involved in this. However, to the Paranormal Liberation Front citizens, your leaders are fine and unharmed since the assassin was detained quickly. Now, in regards to the government of Japan, as it stands, the royal family has ordered the 6th and 7th Fleet of our naval forces to approach the land that is still controlled by the old government. If it is determined that the government had the knowledge and ordered the assassination of my son, then we may have no choice but to declare war and rid the world of the old government and help end the civil war in Japan once and for all. However, at this time the naval forces are currently on standby orders and will not start any military conflict until we have more knowledge of all parties' involvement. As such, do not be scared to hear of our military movements since we need to take precautions against the remaining forces of the old Japanese government, stated Emperor Francis. Soon they answered a few more quick questions before they dismissed themselves and walked away. Leon and Francis both went to the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation stateroom and entered without knocking or being announced. Tenko quickly stood up and asked how the ointment was since they were jabber the TV in the stateroom that just showed the statement from them. Leon said that they don't know since he had just been put under and it was unclear currently on his state. Francis looked at them all and started to talk. At this time, the Empire will be backing the Paranormal Liberation Front in full military force in regards to the Civil War. If this cannot be brought to an end in a peaceful manner with negotiations which will depend on who is all involved in the attempt on my son, then the Empire will end this civil war once and for all through military means. Jabber stated without room for debate. No one touches the Empire and gets away easily. Everyone forgets how ruthless the royal family can be once the Empire or their family is touched. No one is safe. Tenko just agreed and stated his hopes that only the Commission was involved in the attempt and not the entire old government. The Paranormal Liberation Front had put the front line on high papaya in gibber of any attacks from the old government if they attempted to use this as a means to turn the tide of the war. Soon Francis and Leon went down to the holding cells to start questing the delegation of Japan. The entire delegation was placed in one cell together, but it was clear that everyone but the 2 officials from the Commission were sticking together. The 2 from the Commission was over in one side of the cell while the others just stared the Commission officials down. Mirio saw the Emperor and Leon walk in and called out and asked how the prince was. "Shut it, dog of Japan," Leon stated, and all of the delegations recoiled back due to his anger. Well, expect the two commission officials who smirked thinking the prince had died. The jabber just put his hand on his shoulder to calm him down. He could understand Leon's current state of anger, but he needed to calm down so they could get answers. "I want answers, and I will let answers one way or another. Either you talk easily or we force it out of you through physical means," stated the Emperor. All of their eyes widened. The commission officials just scoffed and stated they have immunity due to being diplomats. Francis and Leon were just getting more and more pissed. However, before they could talk, the ambassadors spoke up, ending their dreams. "Wrong, you idiots. You attempted to end the prince means your immunity went out the window the moment you did it. The Empire doesn't care that you are diplomats. They will still put you to death for this, and I'm willing to bet they are now backing the Paranormal Liberation Front in the Civil War and are ready to wipe out anyone left of the old government, including us, you idiots," the ambassador yelled. Leon just confirmed the statement. "He's right. None of you are walking away from this likely alive if we can't figure out who is and isn't involved and knew about this. We already moved naval fleets in preparation for destroying anything left of the old government, so I suggest speaking up if you wish to avoid public execution," Leon stated. Everyone tensed, even the commission officials. They jabbered to say they had immunity and everything, but it was just denied. The ambassador spoke up. "I can say with confidence that I don't believe anyone besides the commission officials had anything to do with this in regards to the delegation. In regards to back in Japan, likely the entire commission was on it and the lawmakers in their pockets," stated the ambassador. The Emperor looked at the man and then he spoke. "You will be put in contact with the Japanese old government. Tell them they are to surrender in full without conditions. This is their only chance, or the Empire will send our troops in. They are to turn themselves over to the Paranormal Liberation Front to await jabber of their involvement in the attempt on my son's life. Anyone that refuses will have an end order put out for them by the Empire and a bounty put on their head. Do I make myself clear?" Emperor Francis stated with a glare. The ambassador nodded his head. Any chance they had of reaching any compromise and getting some benefits in the new government are gone. Their fates are sealed. Leon and Francis returned to the medical base since it has been roughly an hour since they left and asked the Empress for an update. Currently, it was looking good and they removed the bullet and repaired any damage found. However, it would still be a rough time for Izuku since the bullet was so close to the heart that it put stress on his body that it put him into shock and he had flatline once. They are trying to make sure they jabber miss anything before they close him up. Francis and Leon were called away about 1 hour later since the ambassador had finished his phone call with the old government and they had agreed to the terms and have gibbered their full surrender. The old government also arrested everyone in the Hero Commission since they had tried to escape. The army of the Paranormal Liberation Front had moved in and taken control of the rest of the nation and was slowly stabilizing everything there since it fell into panic at the news of the Empire naval fleet coming to them. They just needed word of Izuku now. 3 Gibber Depov. Izuku was already out of surgery and it has been 5 hours since he was shot. The medicine that they used to put him under should be wearing off of him now and he should hopefully wake up on his own. That is the key part of his recovery, is his waking up. The doctors expressed their concerns due to the stress that the bullet wound caused his body. The freedom put gibber force on his lungs and heart, which ended up making him flatline once. As such, they could only wait for him to wake up on his own. Another 2 hours passed and it was now nighttime. A large vigil had been gathered outside the royal palace. Everyone around the empire was awaiting the news of the prince and his fate. The palace did release the fact that they know that it was the Jabber Commission of Japan that was directly responsible for the attempt on the prince's life, and they have all been detained by the old government of Japan and they have surrendered to the Paranormal Liberation Front. It was declared that once everyone who had a part in the matter from the commission or the old government officials, then they would be transferred back to the Empire to be executed. The Empire refused to negotiate on this matter and the citizens of the Empire agreed. It was either hand over the responsible parties to be executed or the Empire would invade to gather all old government officials and be ruthless in their methods. The Empire citizens didn't care that the old government had already surrendered to the Paranormal Liberation Front. They wanted those responsible for this and they wanted them dead. After another hour of waiting, they received the news. The public was in joy as the prince had awakened from his sleep and was deemed in no longer critical condition. Now, it was time to deal with the Japan delegation. That is how Leon found himself standing in the holding cell area with the Emperor. "Your attempt to end my son has failed," Emperor Francis said with a smirk. The commission's officials paled since they had done this all for nothing now. The question is now, why did they do it? The answer was a disappointing one. The officials blamed the prince for not helping Japan even though he had lived in Japan for so long. The idiots thought that he had some good life in Japan and had turned his back on them. However, Leon told them what Izuku's life was like and they paled. So, please tell me, why would he ever outright help the old government out of the goodness of his heart without the Empire gaining something from it? Leon asked. They were silent. Soon the gibber had enough. The old Japan government is no more. The Paranormal Liberation Front now controls all of Japan as their military force has spread across the remaining land of the old government and is stabilizing the country as we speak. The commission officials back in Japan have been turned over to the Paranormal Liberation Front, and the old government officials have surrendered as well. The moment everything is cleared up and all guilty parties are found, you will be executed. Those not involved will be allowed to return to Japan under the leadership of the Paranormal Gibber Front. The Empire has officially recognized the Paranormal Liberation Front as Japan's sole government authority, and has turned the Japanese embassy over to them officially. Do any of you have any questions? Emperor Francis asked. All Might, Mirio, and all of the others asked if they would be released to the custody of the Paranormal Liberation Front soon, since they were not involved in the attempt. The Emperor was silent for a moment, and that scared them. We've requested the assistance of Shinso from the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation. You will all willingly go under his quirk and answer questions. If it's determined you indeed have no part in this attempt, you will be handed over to your embassy. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation is waiting disappointment, and Gibber will be down here soon to take you into questioning rooms to start the process, Emperor Francis stated before he and Leon walked away. Soon they found themselves in a medical room for recovery. The room had a bed and other medical devices, but it also had a bathtub-looking thing that had medical liquid in it. This liquid helps speed up the body's recovery. For a description of the liquid abilities, it's more or less like Recovery Girl's quirk in that it speeds up someone's recovery, but unlike hers, it doesn't consume their stamina, since the liquid is infused with all the needed nutrients and energy that the body will use when the liquid covers the body. The doctors have Izuku placed in the liquid to help his body recover from the wound and expect him to be 100% healed with only a lot of soreness and stiffness remaining for several days. Jabber walked up to the tub and saw his lover floating in the liquid. Hello, my sneaky little rabbit. We need to cut down on the number of times you get shot, since one is far too many. Leon joked. Izuku just laughed lightly since he was still tired from the surgery. Gibber love. Just hoping our wedding doesn't get pushed back, Izuku stated in a low tone. Leon joked that they wouldn't push it back even for war. Leon just ran his hands through Izuku's hands and let a few tears out of his eyes. They had come too close to losing Izuku, and that scared him. Izuku relaxed a bit before he asked about the peace negotiations. The old government of Japan surrenders in full without any demands. The Empire threatened to send in our troops since we sent the 6th and 7th Fleet off their coast. The Empire has already recognized the Paranormal Liberation Front as the only government authority in Japan and has already turned the embassies over to them. As it stands, the attempt on your life was only directed by the Commission. Once all guilty parties are found, they will be executed, since attempting on the life of a prince of the most powerful empire can't go unpunished. Anyone not directly associated nor had prior knowledge of the attempt will go free, and the Paranormal Liberation Front will deal with them as they see fit. I believe Tenko is still planning to exile them instead of arresting them and throwing them in prison for all of the time, Leon stated. Izuku was silent for a few moments. Izuku agreed with that, since he couldn't really object. He didn't like the fact that people would be put to death, but they did attempt his life, and the Empire does not let that go easily. Izuku could only imagine how his parents felt when they heard of him being shot after an attempt on his life by the Japan delegation. The fact that his parents didn't order the invasion of Japan straight away was already restraining themselves. Izuku could understand Gibber in understanding the fact that they risked losing him once again, and this time with no hope of getting him back, since death is absolute. After about another 3 hours, the doctors had cleared Izuku to be good enough to be removed from the medical bath. As such, he was Gibber up and placed on the bed. Leon did all the cleaning, since he refused to let others see Izuku's body. Seems the attempt on my life has made him more possessive, Izuku thought. He just laughed a bit inside of his mind, but it had shown externally since Leon asked what he was laughing. Nothing really, just figuring out that you have become far more possessive of me now, Izuku said with a slight smile. Leon looked at him for a second and just said yes, he was. This caused Izuku to laugh a bit harder, but caused the soreness in his body to hurt a bit due to the tension. Leon just made him lay down since he was done cleaning all the wet liquid off of him. After a few more minutes of relaxing, Izuku asked the current state of the Empire, and Leon told him how that all went down. Izuku thanked Leon for stepping up even though he wasn't married into the royal family yet. Leon just planted a kiss onto his lips. Doesn't matter if I'm in it or not. You're never getting rid of me, my love, Leon stated with a devious jabber that promised so much fun after their wedding. Though, there is still a vigil outside the palace area. The entire area is surrounded by citizens. They know that you have awoken and are recovering, but we think they are waiting for any other news, Leon said. Izuku nodded his head. He asked Leon if there was any way they could set up a way for the citizens to see him. Leon said he would go talk to Izuku's parents and see what they suggested. After about 30 minutes, the entire family came in and they had an idea. The front portion of the palace had a ledge that they could go out onto. Leon could help Izuku stand since Izuku was still exhausted from the surgery. They would alert the news media to have their cameras pointed at that ledge and have all the TVs in the city outside turned to the news channels so people across the city could see it. They are sure most people in their homes are watching the news anyway. As such, Izuku was put in a wheelchair to save energy and they gibber upstairs to the room next to the ledge. It was actually connected to a stateroom that wasn't used much of the time since they normally used the staterooms downstairs. They relaxed a bit and waited for the notice from the royal guards. The guards would exit first and stand on the balcony on both sides, and a few seconds later the Empress and Emperor would go out. Then Gibber would help Izuku out of the wheelchair and walk with him out to the balcony since Izuku refused to go out in the wheelchair. After about 5 minutes, a guard walked in and said the news stations all have their cameras pointed at the balcony and the media would cut to the feeds in roughly 40 seconds. News Gibber. As we were discussing, the royal family did confirm that the prince did survive the surgery but that he is exhausted and is recovering. It's unknown when we will see him publicly, but the royal family does have access to a lot of medical technology that can speed the healing up. The question will be when the prince has enough strength to appear in public, stated the news reporter. The other side did some questions, and as the report was talking, she was alerted to breaking news. I'm sorry, we will need to end this. There is breaking news out of the Gibber Palace. We will be cutting over to the palace right now, stated the reporter as the feed shifted to the view of the palace and directed on the balcony. Everyone was confused why they were now looking at the balcony until the doors opened and out came several royal guards. Then a few seconds later the Empress and Emperor came out in more casual clothing. The crowd was cheering, but then they got so much louder as the cameras caught new movement coming out. It was the royal prince and his soon-to-be husband Leon Blakewell. It took them a bit longer to make it across the balcony, but the prince did it nonetheless. Everyone outside and in their homes was cheering at seeing the prince out and about. As you can see, viewers at home, the Jabber Prince, His Highness Izuku Westwind, has just made an appearance. We also just received a report from the royal palace to go along with this. It states that the prince is still extremely exhausted but wanted to come out and reassure the citizens of the empire that he was alive and will make a full recovery. As such, this public appearance was put on with Leon Blakewell supporting the prince since he is exhausted still from the surgery, stated the reporter. Third Gibber OV. After a bit longer, the royal family retreated into the palace. The prince took a bit to get inside, but he did. The public was much calmer now and less tense now that they have seen the prince in public. Most of the crowd had even started to disperse, which was what the royal family wanted to happen. Izuku was being moved around in a wheelchair when a royal gibber came over to the family and stated that the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation wished to check in on his condition and see if they could have an audience with him. Izuku accepted as long as he didn't need to change clothing since he didn't have the energy for that. His parents relented and agreed to the request. As such, that is how they found the entire royal family and the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation sitting in a stateroom. I saw the reports on the TV and saw you go out on the balcony. Freedom Jabber Ultra of you and all to get shot and go doing that only hours later. Tenko stated. Very funny. Had to reassure the public since they were all out at the palace, already seeing signs of them dispersing and returning home now that they have seen me. Izuku stated. The Paranormal Liberation Front delegation just apologized since he got shot trying to end the civil war peacefully. Yeah, can't say that I ended it peacefully now though, which sucks, Izuku stated. Tenko had informed Izuku that everyone from his former classmates and the old Japan delegation team besides the commission officials came back clean on having no involvement. That's good. I know I was bitter about them and all, but if they had a hand in it I would have been a bit hateful about all of it then, Izuku stated. Soon they talked a bit longer before it was decided to end the conversation so Izuku could go to sleep and get some rest to restore his energy. Izuku said he would just sleep in his own bed so he could keep Leon close since the medical beds only fit one person easily. They gave in but demanded that a heart monitor be placed on him so the doctors could monitor his condition in the event something happened from the surgery. Izuku agreed and soon he found himself in his bed laying down with Leon next to him. Well, this was one fun week. Think our wedding will be this fun? Izuku asked. Leon just gibbered and he said he hoped it would be boring as hell if this is what Izuku considered fun. This just earned a laugh out of Izuku, and after about 30 minutes of talking and unstressing themselves from the fact that Izuku almost died, they soon fell asleep in each other's arms. It was already super late when they went to bed and they decided to just sleep in a bit longer and get an early brunch instead of eating breakfast. As such, that is how Izuku found himself waking up to the royal guards knocking on his door at 10 a.m. since they just went back to bed when they woke up. Izuku just groaned and yelled that he was awake. They stated that his parents wanted him up so he could eat since they didn't get up for breakfast. Izuku groaned and said they would be out soon. As such, Leon and Izuku got up and out of bed. Izuku still felt really sore and muscles tensed, but it wasn't as bad as the day before. Leon had helped Izuku get changed since Izuku was still exhausted, but soon they got finished and ointment to the Gibber room to eat. They found Izuku's parents there and food already set. "Good of you all to get up and join us. How are you feeling, sweetie?" the Empress asked. Izuku said he was fine, just sore and muscles tensed. Leon said he would give Izuku a massage later to help relax the muscles since they would be sore from the surgery. Izuku was told to take it easy for the remaining days until the wedding happened, since he would need a lot of energy for that since it will be long, but they are looking to make anything that they can shorter if possible. His parents asked if he still wanted the old delegation from Japan to attend the wedding or just have only the Paranormal Liberation Front delegation. Izuku said the others could come since they were cleared from having any involvement. As such, the day came to a start. Izuku did learn that the members of the old delegation were allowed back to their rooms but were under heavy watch still just in case. The Gibber guards refused to allow such a mistake to happen again on their watch. Izuku told them it wasn't their fault. He himself saw the clues of something being wrong but didn't realize it either. After a bit of back and forth, the guards from that day just bowed their heads and accepted the viewpoint of the prince since he wouldn't let it go. Izuku knew he needed to finish some last-minute paperwork but wanted the massage from Leon first. As such, that is how Izuku found himself on his bed with Leon rubbing massage oil into his skin. Third Gibber. The remaining time of the week had passed and it was much easier for Izuku to move around, and he no longer got overall exhausted due to work or movements. The doctors did another checkup on him and had given him a clean bill of health. This news was released to the general public, which only increased the public ease. The situation in Japan had stabilized for the most part, and every government official of the old government had been arrested and detained. The Paranormal Liberation Front had gone through them all and had determined that only the officials that forced the delegation to bring the commission officials and the higher-ups in the commission had any involvement in the attempt on the prince's life. As such, the Empire accepted this and requested they be handed over to the Empire. The Paranormal Liberation Front did as requested, and the prisoners were in the Empire within days. The execution was set and completed without alerting the public except for a small article that people noticed but didn't comment much about. They were glad the people were gone but didn't bring much attention to them since they jabber want those people to be remembered. Overall, the Empire was more papaya on what was coming up. It was the Gibber wedding that would arrive in the next few days. Celebrations were starting up and people were making special meals and everything like they did the last time there was a royal wedding. These festivals aren't like the ones they held during the prince debut, instead they are more reserved and held back. At night time they release the floating lanterns into the sky, and during the day people gather for large cooking meals and enjoy each other's company. Izuku and Leon found themselves at the wedding venue preparing for the actual day. They were currently going through all of the steps that the royal wedding included. They were also studying the private royal ceremony that included the royal seal. Izuku's parents sat Leon and Izuku down and explained the function of the seal for royal males. "Sweetie, as we explained before when you talked about your crush on Leon," Empress Mary stated, causing Izuku to blush hard. Leon just sent a smirk at Izuku, who just lightly punched him in the gut. Now, as I was saying, the royal blood in your veins is special. It allows you as a male-born jabber to conceive a child. This is done through the royal seal as well as a safety measure. When you were born, you were already born with the organ needed to give birth, but the seal that you have on you prevents it from being used to prevent accidental pregnancies when not intending for it. To activate the seal, the spouse of the male partner needs a royal seal placed on them. It's traditionally placed on the top of the right hand, and they just wear a glove covering the mark after that while out in public. This seal allows them to activate your seal if you consent to it, and allows your organ to be functional, which allows you to get knocked up in a sense, Empress Mary stated. Gibber was a blushing mess, though he noticed Leon was paying close attention to every word. "Dear God, he wants to knock me upright on our wedding night, doesn't he? Though, I wouldn't object to it," Izuku thought, just making his blush harder. Izuku's been wanting to have a kid lately since the assassin attempt was to close for comfort for him. He wanted to leave an heir behind for the throne, and have a child with Leon in the event someone tried to end him again, so Leon wasn't alone. The Empress explained that after they are married in public, they would go into a separate room behind the altar area that was set up and complete the seal on Leon. It would require some blood from Izuku and then some blood from Leon to make the seal. The tradition has the Empress or whoever is the main ruler at the time perform the ceremony themselves, since the information of how to make the seal is only in the royal seal. As such, only those born into the family have the knowledge until they provide it to the spouse, since they never have written the sealing process down for safety purposes. After a bit more talking, it was concluded on what would happen during the events. There would be a drive down the main street in the royal vehicles so the public could see them. Once they arrived at the cathedral, the event would be limited to only invited guests. As it stands, most guests are all from government officials, knighted jabber, and some foreign delegations. The Paranormal Liberation Front and the old government delegations would be there as well and would be near the center on the far left side. This is due to the fact that all aisle seats are taken by knighted households or off-duty royal guards to ensure that there is a level of defense in the event someone gets any strange ideas. The ceremony itself would happen, and then after it, they would go behind the altar in the special room to do the seal. Once the seal was done, they would come back out and the Empress and Emperor would declare Leon a Jibber member at that time. After that, the couple would walk back down the aisle and exit the cathedral, where all guests would leave for the palace for the royal dinner. The dinner would last about 2 hours before it would come to an end, and the guests would be escorted out of the palace and everyone would be done. Then Izuku and Leon could have their wedding night to themselves. The days passed quickly and it was now time for the royal wedding, and the capital city and cities all around the empire were celebrating. People were gathering in public park areas or open lots and setting up large food gatherings. A lot of big restaurants were donating a lot of food materials to cook large portions of meals. People would just grab whatever tables they could carry and whatever chairs and take them to the nearby park and start setting up in the early morning. People that knew how to cook were setting up the kitchen materials and preparing the large cookers to make a large amount of food they would need. Anyone could come to the gathering and get as much food as they wanted, since restaurants and stores were donating anything that was needed for nearby events. In truth, a lot of these stores were being funded for these types of events by the government and only receive a small ointment on the food which they could just write off for their jabber, so they easily did things like this. If you walked around the city, you would see nearly every public gathering area was filled with tables and chairs and had a cooking area nearby. As the day got closer to the start of the wedding, they would be preparing to eat. It was a custom to not eat anything on royal weddings until the ceremony was over. As such, people fasted until the wedding itself was over and would eat all night long after that point until the night came for the jabber lanterns would be set up and released. Izuku himself was getting ready in his wedding outfit. He and Jabber were forbidden from seeing each other at all until the wedding, so they weren't even allowed to sleep together last night. Leon was instructed to return to his parents' home until it was time for the wedding. A squad of royal guards was also sent with him as well, since he would officially be a part of the royal family. Izuku knew that both he and Leon were wearing more or less the same outfit with only minor changes between them. The outfits were more traditional from when the empire had been founded. These outfits are only worn during a wedding as well, and after the wedding, they would be submitted into the historical museums that follow the history of the royal family for the public to see it up close. Izuku loved how he jabber and couldn't wait to show himself off to Leon. Soon the royal guards knocked on his door and told him it was time. They were all still in their standard royal guard outfits as well, however, they looked shinier now. They must have gotten them really cleaned and put a coat of wax on them for the shine, Izuku thought. Soon, they were all at the front gate. His parents would each be in a separate car. The Empress car would drive ahead of Ointment, while the Jabber car would be further ahead with Leon's car, since they would arrive first. Once they arrived, Leon and his father would enter the cathedral and greet the guests that were all already inside. Then Izuku and the Empress would arrive. The Empress would walk with Izuku inside the cathedral when the music started to play. Most other countries would have the father give the bride away, but in this case, the born royal gives the born royal away. Izuku was waving as his car drove down the main street. People were cheering and throwing the wedding rice that was safe for the birds to eat. After about 30 minutes, they drove through the main street and reached the cathedral. Izuku was nervous as he was entering the building, and his mother just rubbed his back. It's Jibber to be nervous. Just relax and calm down. You will be at the altar soon and the nervousness will go away, she said. After about another 5 minutes, the music started to play. They waited a bit and then entered. Izuku could see the cathedral was really massive and all the seats were filled. After about a few minutes of walking slowly down the walkway, Izuku and the Empress arrived at the altar. Leon's family was standing to his side as Izuku's parents went to his side. Leon looked into Izuku's eyes, and Izuku was just a blushing mess at how Leon looked in his outfit. Damn, he pulls off the royal look so well, Izuku thought. The Archbishop started to speak. We are gathered here today to perform the joining of two lovers. This wedding shall symbolize the continual of the Empire royal family and its loving grace over the Empire citizen, stated the man. After a bit of a speech, the Archbishop asked Izuku and Leon if they would take each other in marriage. They both agreed to it, and soon the Jibber announced their marriage was official and that they would move into the royal chamber for the private ceremony section. As such, that is how Izuku, Leon, and Izuku's parents found themselves in the room behind the altar. The ceremony was more or less straightforward. The Empress took a small knife and made a small cut on both of their palms. The blood was mixed together in the bowl with some other ingredients that the royal seal was made up of. After a bit, the Empress took a needle that was used for traditional tattoos and started to make the phoenix mark on top of Leon's right hand. After about 5 minutes she was done, since the seal wasn't overall detailed that she couldn't easily do it since she practiced it before the wedding. They then had Leon move his hand over Leon's seal that was on his side of his body and placed it on it. The jabber then made a small cut on Izuku's skin that was exposed, and the blood touched Leon's new mark, and they both lit up. It's done. The royal blood has synced up between the two marks. If you ever want to activate the reproductive organ inside of Izuku, just place the mark over his mark, and if you both think of having children, the seal will activate and will last for a full 24-hour period, stated the Empress. Soon they exited the gibber room and walked back to the front. Leon already had a glove on over the mark, so it wasn't seen since the royal family tended to keep the marks covered. The Empress stood in front of everyone and spoke. The royal family tradition has been completed, and I am pleased to announce that these two are officially recognized as married individuals in the eyes of the royal family and may now kiss. Congratulations to the two princes, she stated loudly for all to hear. The cathedral erupted into cheers, and even outside was loud as the entire city broke into cheering since the ceremony was being broadcasted live across the empire. Leon just lifted Izuku's veil and placed a loving kiss on his lips and then whispered something into his ears. We will have much fun tonight, my love. I have a 24-hour period once we activate the seal tonight to knock you up, which I fully intend to do, Leon said with a gibber smirk on his face. Izuku just blushed hard and nodded slightly since he was afraid of his voice being weird if he spoke right now. Soon they walked down the aisle towards the cars waiting outside and would be transported to the palace, where all the guests would soon follow once they left. It was about 1 hour later that everyone had entered the palace and the dinner would soon start. Both Leon and Izuku were still in their outfits from the wedding since it wouldn't be taken off until all guests left the palace. The main ballroom was filled with tables and chairs that fitted everyone since the delegations expect Paranormal Liberation Front and Japan kept their delegations smaller this time around. The servers brought in the food and everyone soon started to eat. Jibber just kept one hand on Izuku's lap the entire time and rubbed it with a smirk. Izuku's parents just rolled their eyes. God, they remind us of our wedding night, they thought, since they acted the same way as the two young princes. Francis was always a sadistic man when it came to the relationship in private chambers, and it seems that Izuku had found someone similar. Mary just prayed for her son's health if Leon was anything like her husband, who did not stop at all on their wedding night. At least I know I will get grandbabies likely roughly in a year from now, she thought with a small smile on her face. She also knew Izuku's plan to have multiple children so the royal family wasn't so small in the event of any of them dying. Izuku became a bit more cautious in some of his undertakings due to the assassination attempt, and his parents nor Leon could blame him, and only had him talk to the royal guard therapist like he did in the past to ensure any problems are caught that they don't notice. Izuku and Leon soon finished ointment, and there was going to be gibber an hour or so of dancing and mingling with others. As such, they headed to the dance floor and started to dance. About half an hour into the dance, Tenko came up and asked if he could share a dance with Prince Izuku, which Leon agreed. He did send a glare his way though, which made Tenko flinch. Soon, Izuku and Tenko were dancing and talking. I don't understand how Prince Leon can make me shudder in fear when he glares at me. I have all for one, which is one of the most powerful quirks, and yet he gives me the shivers, Tenko stated. Izuku just laughed slightly. Yes, he can easily strike fear into others. It's also the fact that his quirk allows him to summon knights that are just as strong as he is and skilled as he is. This makes him a jabber opponent, since the knights can't be ended unless he runs out of energy, meaning he is a fearsome opponent and could likely take you on, since he could have the knights fight you up close and relax from a distance. Combine that with some of our royal guards that have an energy transfer quirk, and boom, you have 10 undefeatable knights, Izuku stated, and Tenko got his answer on why Prince Leon made him shudder with some fear. That would be overpowered if combined with other quirks. Dear God, imagine that quirk with one for all. That would be unstoppable even for me, Tenko complained. Soon they talked about different things like the current situation in Japan. Tenko thanked them for recognizing them as the official government, since other governments are now contacting them to set up relations. For the most part, we are keeping the same diplomats across the world since they know how to do the job. We've only replaced a few that we know have problems with their views and replaced them with recommendations from the ambassador from old Japan. He is good. He was just not given all the information by his own government during these talks nor before. So we are keeping him around here in the empire as the diplomat, Jabber stated. Izuku could see that happening since the diplomat was always good based on his parents' view. He just got blindsided by his own country this entire time. Soon the night progressed and Tenko and Izuku separated. All Might had come up and asked for a dance, which Jabber thought for a few seconds but agreed to, though Leon gave the man a death glare and warned him to be very careful with his words. Soon they were dancing for a bit of time before All Might spoke up. I need to apologize for so much, but I know a sorry won't make up for any of it, All Might stated. No, it won't. You become blind due to fear and your ignorance of the world. That is why the Paranormal Liberation Front did so well in the war and won. It's why heroes are no more in Japan. They cause far more pain than they are worth, Izuku said as they danced. If those that really wish to save people want to keep doing what they are doing, then they can join the dragon unit. It's similar to the Empire guards here in the Empire, and so far it looks like they will do amazingly," Izuku stated. All Might just nodded his head since he couldn't deny it. The Dragon unit was similar to Heroes without the monetary incentive from the entertainment industry. "If you could give a message to my master and the others, though I'm sure they can hear me, tell them I'm sorry I failed so badly. I'm also sorry to you, Your Royal Highness, that I gibber a better mentor to you and had betrayed you," All Might stated. Izuku only told him that he didn't hate him, but he didn't really like him either. There was too much hurt there to reconnect, and he had other people that filled the void that All Might had filled before. All Might understood and thanked him for the dance and left. Leon had returned and contained the dance for the last moments before the night came to an end. The royal family thanked everyone for coming, and soon everyone was escorted out of the palace. It was now time for Izuku and Leon to be alone. Gibber. The next chapter will be more or less all smut and not contain really any gibber. Also, the story will be coming to an end in the next few chapters as well. If you want an idea of my next book, look under the one-shots and jabber and suggestions book on my list. I will likely do the College-O, the Pack's Heartbeat, but we'll think about it. Warning: more or less gibber smut and not any plot points. Third gibber. Soon everyone was out of the palace, and Izuku's parents told them they were free to themselves. Leon just had his hand on Izuku's ass the entire time they were jabbered there, and Izuku was a blushing mess. Leon thanked his in-laws and just quickly picked Izuku up in a bridal style, with Izuku protesting. Leon just leaned over and sealed Izuku's mouth with a deep kiss to keep him from protesting. Leon kept one eye forward so he could walk. After about 5 minutes they arrived at their bedroom. Leon felt happy at the thought of it being their bedroom now instead of just Izuku's. Leon closed the door behind him and locked it with his hand while still holding Izuku barely. He moved them over to the bed and laid Izuku down and stopped kissing Izuku. This allowed Izuku to take a deep breath in and pant. Was going to suffocate. Izuku protested. Leon just chuckled darkly. "Oh, my jabber little rabbit. I'm going to do so much more than that to you in a few moments," Leon said in a sweet tone, and Izuku just arched his back at the chill that went down his spine at that promise. Izuku saw Leon start to remove his own clothing, and he was down into his basic undergarments soon. Izuku could see the muscles of his new husband, and they were so defined. "Like what you see," Leon said. Izuku just nodded his head and whispered out a yes. "Now, it's time to work on your clothing," Leon stated as he got on top of Izuku and slowly started to remove each part of his wedding outfit slowly. After about 2 minutes, Izuku laid there on his bed without any clothing. They were now both fully naked. Izuku tried to hide his face with his hands, but Leon pinned them above his head. Now, no hiding allowed, my love," Leon said as he panted a deep kiss onto Izuku's lips, earning a moan out of him since Leon also sent his other hand crossing down Izuku's gibber. After a heated makeout session, Leon moved both of his hands to glide up and down the sides of Izuku as Leon just hovered over Izuku. "Love, can I?" Leon asked as he raised his hand with the seal. Izuku nodded his head and whispered a yes. They both thought of having children, and they felt the royal seal activate and could feel the connection between the two due to the seal. Leon had placed some lube in Izuku's room a few nights before and had grabbed it. He got his fingers covered in it and started to prepare Izuku's bottom side. Izuku started to moan as he could feel the fingers inside of him. Leon's other hand just played with Izuku's hair as Leon was sucking on Izuku's nipples as he was leaning forward. Leon slowly got Izuku prepared and jabber another finger, which just made Izuku moan even more. Soon, Leon got up to the third finger, and after a few minutes of Izuku moaning, he was ready. "Love, I'm going to start entering you, okay?" Leon asked as he kneeled in front of Izuku and pulled Izuku's body closer to him and was lined up to enter. Izuku breathed out a yes and asked Leon to enter him. Jabber pulled Izuku's legs up and behind him, which raised Izuku's rear a bit in the air and onto Leon's lap. Leon slowly pressed forward and started to enter Izuku. This felt so blissful to them as they felt Izuku's walls clench around Leon's member. Leon himself hissed as he felt Izuku grip tightly and asked Izuku to try and to relax a bit, which he eventually did. After a few seconds of letting him adjust, Leon pushed forward even further into Izuku and repeated the process of letting him adjust to him being inside. After about a minute of doing this, Leon had his entire member inside of Izuku. "I'm all the way in now, love. Let me know when you are ready for me to move," Leon said as he ran his hands across Izuku's chest. Izuku's back was still arched a bit in the air with his head on his pillow. After about a minute, Izuku told Leon it was okay. As such, Leon started to slowly move back, earning a moan out of Izuku, and then slammed forward harshly, earning gaps for air from Izuku. Izuku cried out Leon's name as Leon just sped up into a good pace. Leon also leaned forward while doing this and made out with Izuku as one hand went to Izuku's member and started to pump it. The other hand was supporting Izuku's back as Leon just kept thrusting in and out. After keeping up the pace, they both sped up for a few seconds and came. Leon just came right inside since he was going for the full intention of knocking Izuku up tonight. As they both breathed a heavy sound, Leon pulled out and pulled forward over Izuku. Remember love. 24 hours. I have 24 hours to ensure I knock you up, and I have no plans to stop until the time limit is up for the first go at the seal. Leon promised, and Izuku saw the evil glint in Leon's eyes and knew he wasn't a joke. But we need to eat and use the restroom and everything, Izuku said, and Leon said they could easily do all that and have food delivered to them. Leon also said he already set times for the food to be delivered to the room and he would throw some clothes on to get it. Otherwise, they weren't stopping unless Izuku absolutely wanted to. Izuku just nodded his head and jabber. He knew unless he really wanted to stop, Leon had no plans to stop. Though Leon wouldn't force Izuku to do this. But Izuku really wanted to as well, and to see how long they could go. As such, Leon pulled Izuku around and pushed right back in and lifted Izuku up onto his lap, and started to move again as he stroked Izuku's front side. Leon also bit into Izuku's neck and drew a bit of blood where his teeth marks were. This caused Izuku to cry out in pain and pleasure since his emotions were all over the place. Leon's other hand went to Izuku's throat and squeezed a bit. If I do something too rough, tell me. The color yellow to slow down and back off, or red to come to a complete stop. Green means you're still good, okay? Leon asked, and Izuku just responded with the word green. As such, Leon just kept going. Within a few minutes, he and Izuku both came again, but Leon had no intentions of stopping, as he said. The moment they finished coming, he just turned Izuku around to face him and started again. Izuku moaned out a question asking how he could keep going without stopping, and Leon just said he's always had a lot of stamina due to his gibber, and Izuku just gulped. Leon had raised Izuku's legs up in the air and had pushed them towards Izuku's chest, and he himself leaned forward enough to make out with Izuku. Izuku's arms just went around Leon's neck and held on. About 2 hours in, a small knock came on the door, and Leon looked at the clock, and it was time for one of the small meals he asked for. He threw some clothes on and grabbed the food. He brought the cart in and moved it next to the bed. It's not large jabber, but small ones to provide us energy and liquids to keep going, Leon said as he moved Izuku over and helped him eat since he was tired from all of the movement. After about 10 minutes of eating, they were finished, and Leon asked if he needed to use the restroom, which was a no. Leon moved the cart back into the hall and they got back to work. Before Leon could do something, Izuku reached down and started to suck on Leon's member. Leon just let a moan out as Izuku sucked for a while until Leon came in his mouth. Leon looked down and saw Izuku's face painted with his cum and just smirked. "You look lovely like that," Leon teased, and Izuku just drank the cum but stuck his tongue out. "A bit bitter tasting," Izuku stated. Leon said he didn't need to drink it, but Izuku said he wanted to make Leon feel good as well. "Oh love, I'm feeling good without a doubt as I slam you," Leon teased, making Izuku blush hard. Leon just lifted Izuku up into the air and made him gibber on. Izuku protested a bit until he felt Leon enter him, which made him gasp. "Hold on tight, love," Leon said as he started to move. Izuku said that doing it in the air felt weird since he didn't have the bed or something touching him. As such, Leon moved against the wall to give Izuku pressure against his back, which just caused Izuku to moan out more since it helped him feel it more. Soon though, after he came in that position, he moved Izuku to the edge of the bed and just held both of his legs in the air and wrapped his arms around them. He then started to slam into Izuku. Izuku then made Leon sit down on the bed as he got into Leon's lap and started to do some of the work as he moved his hips up and down. Leon started to suck on Izuku's nipples and play with them, earning moans from Izuku. Soon they came again and again. They went on 4 hours on end and stopped for small breaks to eat or use the restroom, though Izuku was glad he didn't have to do more than take a piss in his case. As Leon had said, they did not stop at all even when the next day came. They did fall asleep for a bit, but Leon made sure to stay inside of Izuku the entire time to ensure that his semen didn't leak out. Izuku grumbled about how determined he was to knock him up in one day, and Leon just stated that he was indeed, and he was going to have a present prince by the end of this. Izuku just blushed hard at his determination as Leon just ran his hands across Izuku's body the entire time until they fell asleep. Though Leon had set an alarm for 5 hours out so they could get right back to it when they woke up. Though, Izuku woke up to someone moving before the 5-hour mark even came to an end as he woke up to Leon jabbering him while he slept. Really, you couldn't wait 10 more minutes?" Izuku asked, and Leon said no with a smirk that for some damn reason just made Izuku turned on. Leon pulled Izuku up to his chest and bit the other side of his neck. Izuku's body was more or less a piece of artwork now. He had bite marks, hickeys, marks that drew blood, and scrapes from fingernails across his entire body. Though Leon's body was no better than Izuku's either. They have been at it roughly 10 hours, with 5 of the hours being to sleep. Leon moved Izuku around on the bed and started to edge him a bit to tease him. He wanted Izuku to call out his name and ask for it, to ask to be able to release. He kept doing this for 5 minutes until Izuku couldn't take it anymore and gibbered to beg for it. Please, Leon, let me come," Izuku begged, and Leon just slammed into Izuku from behind, and came the moment he implanted himself all the way in, which triggered Izuku to come as well. They then moved to the little sitting bench in front of the bed, and Leon had Izuku in his lap leaning away from him while Leon gripped Izuku's arms. He made Izuku bounce up and down doing the work as Leon held him. Izuku was crying out for him not to drop him, and Leon just promised he wouldn't and complimented him for all the good work he was doing, which seemed to turn Izuku on. "I see you have a praise kink, my good little bunny. So keep up the good work until you make me come, okay?" Leon said as Izuku just called out his name and said he would. After a few minutes, Leon came and pulled Izuku to his chest and praised him. Leon asked Izuku if he could keep going since another 2 hours have passed and they were now at 15 hours worth of having sex with small breaks in between. Izuku just panted and said he needed a small break, which Leon agreed with and laid him on the bed and inserted a butt plug so the semen wouldn't escape. "Leon, I feel so full inside due to your cum. You without a doubt are going to have to be pregnant by the end of this, and I wouldn't be surprised if I end up having multiple." Izuku groaned as his muscles were sore. Leon himself was sore, but he still wanted to keep going. He made sure all the food they ate was rich in stuff that would keep giving them energy, and all of their drinks were mixed with supplements to boost their stamina and replace the energy that they needed. Leon just laughed a bit and grabbed some massage oil and started to give Izuku a massage, which Izuku found so nice. Leon just praised Izuku for doing such a good job and the fact that he was willing to keep going. Soon, Leon leaned down to Izuku's privates and just slowly sucked him off since he hasn't done that yet. Izuku gibbered as he was feeling so much pleasure. After a few minutes, Izuku came and Leon was still rubbing massage oil across his body. After about another 20 minutes of relaxing, Leon moved Izuku over on his stomach and spread his legs out. He pulled the butt plug out and inserted himself in and went in and out of Izuku. He went with this position since it required less energy on Izuku's part since he didn't have to move. They stayed in this position for another half an hour since Leon didn't care if he kept switching positions. His goal was for Jabber to feel good and to get as much of his semen inside of Izuku that he could to ensure a child. Leon wanted to have a child with Izuku, and the attempt on his life had only made this desire grow. Leon had admitted to Izuku during the sex that he had a fear that Izuku would leave him one day due to some bastards like the old Japan delegation. Izuku's heart slightly broke at that admission and told Leon the truth that he wanted to have a child as quickly as possible due to that fear as well. It wasn't an issue that they were young since they had the royal palace and his parents to help raise the child, so they just wanted one now. Soon they had hit the 20-hour mark since they slept for a few more hours as well. Leon pulled Izuku into the lotus position and started to move while making out with Izuku. "Love, I hope I get multiple children. I want multiple," Izuku cried out as Leon thrust inside of him. Leon in response just bit into Izuku's shoulder and drew blood as Izuku cried out in pain and pleasure again. Soon, it was closing in on the 24-hour mark. Leon switched positions one more time and had Izuku on his back facing him and was entering in while making out. The 24-hour mark passed in the next hour and they felt the mark cut off. Leon asked Izuku to activate the mark one more time and they would leave the semen inside to jabber the chances of him getting pregnant. Izuku agreed and Leon placed a butt plug in Izuku. "This is going to feel weird," Izuku said, and Leon knew it would but really hoped it would increase the chances of him getting pregnant since that was their desire. They soon moved to the bathroom and started to clean themselves up. The bathroom had a tub but also a shower that had a seating area. Leon took Izuku into the shower and sat him down on the ledge in it. Leon still had some energy left from all the food that was made with the goal of providing them energy. As such, he took care of cleaning them both by starting with Izuku himself. He took a washcloth and wiped each portion of Izuku's body but left the butt plug inside. Though Izuku did get a bit turned on again at the sight of his husband in front of him, so Leon sucked him off during the shower to relieve him. Izuku did also suck Leon off as he stood in front of him with a boner. "Good little rabbit, good rabbit," Leon praised as he faced at Izuku in the shower. Soon he came and finished. Leon cleaned Izuku's face up and finished wiping them off. Leon then lifted Izuku up and took him to the bed and put him in some sleep, whereas Jabber had drifted off to sleep from exhaustion. Leon got some clothes on and went to do some of the paperwork that he knew would be around. Leon ran into Izuku's parents and they saw a lot of red marks on Leon's exposed skin that they could see and they just started laughing hard. Papaya just jabbered his eyes. "If you laugh at this, wait until you see your son," Leon said with a smirk, and they came to a stop and stared at him with wide eyes. He just kept smirking at them. "We went for children and I'm damn sure we got one or even multiple," Leon said as he walked off to Izuku's office to start working. He would have a private office soon next door to Izuku's, but they were still remodeling one of the staterooms that didn't get used often. As such, he just shared Izuku's currently and was honestly planning to keep doing most of his work in it regardless of when his room was done. About 2 hours later, Izuku had woken up and got more clothing on but kept the butt plug in since Leon wanted it to stay. Izuku figured he was definitely a submissive partner after that night of sex, but he couldn't complain since Jibber always did take care of him throughout the night when he would feed him and clean him. Soon he made his way to his office but saw his parents in the hallway first and they saw his massive limp. They just didn't talk as they moved on. Izuku himself was blushing hard but was surprised his mother didn't tease him, which he found odd. He arrived in his office and found Leon doing work. Leon had him come over and just had him sit in his lap at the desk. Izuku just rested in Leon's lap as Leon did the work, since Izuku was going to be tired for most of the day. And if Izuku was right in his guess, Leon had no intention of taking the butt plug out until Izuku had to go to the restroom, which he was really hoping wouldn't be for a while. He was glad that he went before they went at it. About 4 hours later, Izuku found himself being awoken by Leon. "It's time to go eat lunch, love," Leon said as he took Izuku to the dining room in a bridal carry. They soon arrived and Leon sat him down. Izuku's parents came in and just looked at them both and shook their jabber. "Dear God, you two need to calm down in your sex life. You have the rest of your lives to enjoy it," Mary stated. Izuku and Leon looked at each other. They knew they had to tell the truth on why they went so hard. They explained to Izuku's parents the reason why, and the parents were shocked. They were quiet but finally spoke. I can understand why. Next time don't go so hard and take it slow. You will have children even if the last 24 hours wasn't successful, okay? And I suggest talking to the therapist about these feelings you have due to the attempt on Izuku's life, okay?" Mary stated, and they agreed. They knew they needed to deal with it and would. They really just wanted a child to come first. Third P. Gibber V. It was about 5 weeks later when Izuku suddenly felt the urge to throw up. He ran across his office into the small restroom that is attached and was over the toilet throwing up. He felt sick as hell and soon ended up not having anything left in his stomach, so he just dried heave. After a few minutes, he called out for help. "Help! Someone please!" Izuku yelled as he just started to dry jabber again. Every time he wanted to get up, he just felt sick as hell. Royal's guard busted into his office looking for him when they heard his scream for help and soon arrived in the restroom. He started by ended up dry heaving again. "Doctor, now," Izuku chalked out. The royal guards soon got him up and carried him quickly to the medical bay below the palace. One guard went and alerted a cleanup crew to start cleaning the bathroom due to the mess, and then went to inform the other royals. Leon was with the Empress and Emperor currently talking about a plan for a change in the Empire Guard's training since he was more knowledgeable about it instead of Izuku. The royal guard busted in without knocking when they turned and looked quickly and saw the guard's face. "The prince called for our help and we took him down to the medical bay. He has signs of severe throwing up. Without knowing the direct cause, I can say from my own experience that I think His Royal Highness Prince Leon was successful," stated the guard, and this caused them to quickly get up and move to the royal medical bay. Soon they were all down there and found Izuku heaving in a metal gibber for a bit. The doctor came back with a blood result since their technology was advanced enough that they could get results fairly quickly due to the scanners on the machine. "Royal family, congratulations, the prince is pregnant and is about 4 or so weeks along. I say closer to 4.5, but that is as close as I can get the timeline of how far he is," stated the doctor. Leon confirmed that it lines up with their wedding night. He asked if they knew if it was multiple children or not, and the doctor said no. "We need to wait until the child or children developed a bit more. Currently, we need to wait about 2 more weeks before we do an ultrasound to see how many you are having. At that time we can know, and around week 18 or so we can know the genders if you wish to know at that time," stated the doctor. Izuku was so happy. The doctor also gave him some medicine to help with the symptoms. The doctor suggested Izuku have someone with him at all times since the males in the royal family are known to have worse symptoms than a female. As such, Leon or a royal jabber would be at Izuku's side constantly. It was a good thing that Leon spent most of his time in Izuku's office anyway, so they would already be used to it. The doctor also started getting a nutrient plan constructed on what he should eat more of and what to cut back on. He did say that Izuku would sooner or later have cravings, but at the early stages, he needs to at least eat what the doctor suggested to ensure he is getting enough stuff in his system for the child. The doctor also provided some supplement pills to help keep a base level in Izuku's body. He would eat 2 of each pill provided so he would be ensured a basic level of the required nutrients for the baby. Izuku and the family soon made their way back up to the family room and relaxed. It was decided that a press statement would be released to the public since the Empire would love to hear about the jabber. They used gender-neutral terms and everything since they didn't know how many children or the gender of the babies yet. Within a few hours, the press release was sent out on the government website and it was quickly picked up by the news channels. The family turned one on and watched their reactions. News Gibber, sorry to interrupt your daily programs. A breaking news alert just came out of the royal palace. It is being reported by the palace that the young couple Prince Izuku and Prince Leon have successfully conceived a child or possible children. It is too early to indicate how many children or the gender, but the royal family doctors have confirmed that Prince Izuku is indeed carrying the future of the empire. We here at the station give our wishes and can't wait to hear more news regarding this in the future coming months. If we hear any more reports from the palace, we will be sure to keep you updated. Now, back to your programs, stated the reporter as it cut back to the TV show. Izuku just laughed at their reaction. That was quick and to the point of them, Izuku stated. Leon said it was gibber to the show currently on. It's a really popular show that they don't want to spend much time cutting into. They will talk more about it in about 2 hours when the news itself is on, Leon stated as he kissed Izuku's head. Time skipped to gibber. It has been several months since the release of the news, and it was now time for Izuku to find out their genders. He waited on finding out the number until they could see the genders so they could release the news all in one go, but they did the ultrasound for medical reasons so the doctors could monitor his progress. As such, Izuku was sitting down in the medical bay on the table. The doctor had him on the machine and had it scan him. This provided a constant image of his insides. The doctor with another one to confirm the results looked over the image. They talked to each other a bit and they came to a result. They turned to the gibber family after printing some pictures off for the records. We have come to a conclusion. You are carrying only one child. From what we can see, it is a male child. Congratulations, stated the doctor. The doctors looked nervous though and were pushed for what they were hiding. We did the ultrasound last time to see how many children you had and it was 2 before, but now it's only 1. Stated one doctor. Izuku looked confused about how that could happen and the others looked confused as well. We typically don't tell patients since they don't really need to know if they didn't before, but you saw we were nervous. You didn't really lose a child nor did you have a miscarriage. It's actually quite common for this to happen and it has a medical term. It's called the vanishing twin gibber. When more than one embryo appears to be developing in your uterus, you might be told that you're carrying twins, or in some cases, triplets or more. Later in the pregnancy, though, one of the embryos or fetuses may no longer be detected. The baby that doesn't develop fully is called the vanishing twin. It happens often when having twins, sometimes since the body decides that it thinks you can really only carry one safely. As such, the body will absorb the embryos or fetuses to ensure the life of the mother or other child. We typically don't tell patients this since some ignore our advice and end up believing they had a miscarriage when in fact they didn't. It's just a natural part of the body's defense to ensure the mother's safety and ability to carry at least one child to term, stated one of the doctors. They asked more questions and learned why it isn't considered a miscarriage, since when a vanishing twin happens, it happens so early in the first stages of the pregnancy that the gibber or fetuses aren't really developed to the stage that's it's alive or defined. As such, it's never defined as that. If it happened in the latter stages, then it would be considered it, since it wouldn't have been the body's natural system to do it. Izuku and Leon accepted this and didn't freak out about the news. Izuku and Leon were a bit down about not having twins, but were still thrilled that they were having a boy. They knew they could try for another child later on and would wait about a year to have another one since they wanted multiple children. As such, time passed on and Izuku became really moody and had weird cravings like chips with pickles and chocolate. Disappointment gibber his eyes at the weird requests. But he did love one thing about Izuku's moods. Izuku was really horny and they did have some fun with that knowledge. It was closing in on the day of his birth and the royal guard went on high alert since they refused to repeat the mistake from over a decade ago. They refused to lose another royal member in an attack. That is why the medical bay was built in the royal palace, since the royal family would go to the main hospital in the past, but now they have the medical bay inside the palace walls to be more guarded. The royal guards made sure to schedule double patrols around the palace, and any one of the main palace guard was required to stay in the royal barracks during the weeks approaching the day of birth. That is how Izuku found himself clutching his stomach in the hallway screaming for help, and dozens of guards came running. "My water broke," Izuku cried out. This sent everyone on high alert. The guards got Izuku down to the medical bay and alerted the other royal members. All guards in the barracks were woken up and spread freedom the Jabber Palace. No one was going to be going to sleep anytime soon since they refused to repeat their mistake. Izuku found himself in the medical bay, and within 1 minute Leon came bursting down into the room looking frantic. The Emperor and Empress soon came in as well. Izuku was starting to feel the start of the birthing process, and oh god, it hurts. As time went on, it was close in time for the actual birth to happen. He would be doing a natural birth since the royal males' bodies could naturally do it due to their biology. Though Izuku always wondered how this came to be in the family, but papaya gibber clear and they think it was an early sign of quirks in the world long before the dawn of quirks itself. However, at that time Izuku didn't care. He gripped Leon's hand and yelled at him, "You piece of shit, how dare you do this to me? Oh god, I can't believe we want to do another round of this," Izuku yelled as he was in so much pain. This went on for about 1 hour before he was finally done. He was exhausted and out of energy. The doctor soon brought the baby boy back after they cleaned him up and weighed him. They told him he was a healthy weight and asked if they had a name picked. They had chosen one beforehand, and it was going to be Lucas Westwin. As such, the birth of Lucas Westwin was completed and the news was released from the palace. The Empire was now celebrating the birth of their newest prince. 2 years later, Izuku sat in a chair looking over the garden area as Lucas was playing in the garden with another child. This child was the son of Tenko and another female member of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Tenko had settled down soon after and had a child with his lover about 4 months after Izuku did. As such, the boys became jabber whenever Tenko would visit the Empire on delegation missions since the two countries had become close under Tenko's leadership. Tenko had retired from being the main leader of the country and took on an ambassador position to the Empire after his child was born. The country is currently ruled via a system similar to the Empire, and in place of a royal family is a president and vice president with a council system that elects representatives every 2 years. The top leaders are elected every 4 years, and Tenko had decided to retire so the next one could be elected, and since he wanted the terms to go on even years since they didn't set a term limit for him to start with, which he disagreed with, what provoked him to retire when he did. He refused to become like All for One and hold on to power. They were sitting down and talking about everything that happened. Izuku had learned that he was carrying another child again since they have tried a few times and got successful again. As such, his second child would be born in about 5 months. Tenko was talking to Izuku about the current affairs of Japan and how his former classmates are doing. Izuku has stopped being bitter about them betraying him since he couldn't bother to waste the energy anymore since his kid took too much out of him. Izuku learned that half of the class stayed in the field and had become a part of the Dragon Unit while the other half went into other government positions. Izuku did learn that Minta was arrested for doing stupid crimes, which didn't surprise him at all. Overall, the state of the world was peaceful and the crime rates in Japan had fallen lower since the Paranormal Liberation Front had taken over. Overall, crime fell by half of when heroes were around and people couldn't argue about the evidence that provided they weren't needed and in some cases made things worse. Other countries had sent delegations to start looking into the system that Jiren had set up and researching the system of the Empire, and were considering removing the hero system from their countries as well. Overall, the world was moving away from the hero system and there was some protest to it, but those protesters were in a minor opinion since the evidence was clear on the results so far as seen in the Empire and Japan. As more countries moved towards leaving the hero system, some countries were looking back into space travel and other fields. It was at that moment the Empire announced a space program that they have been working on in private. They knew this day would come sooner or later and never stopped working in the space industry. They honestly sent a lot of satellites into space on a yearly basis and had some jabber for a moon base within the next 3 years. Quirks were being applied to these plans which made things so much easier. And once they had a moon base, it would make space travel far more conceivable and the likelihood of colonizing other planets even more. The technology was present in the Empire, and with quirks being used, performing other planets to live on would be easier than imagined since there were so many different quirks, especially ones that sped up plant growth or converting different matter into other matter via quirks. The possibility to colonize the first planet would likely happen within 3 to 5 years of the moon base being set up. The Empire wanted to be the first to colonize the moon and also to be the first to colonize another planet so their influence stayed ahead and no one would ever threaten them. It would also provide the Empire with another planet to move their empire if they ever had a need to. Izuku himself was leading the space program quirk application section. Due to how much he knew about quirks, he was very well suited to understanding quirks and how to apply them to fit what they need. The Empire was blessed with a large number of citizens, so the number of quirks was endless for them. The Empire had a large number of quirks that could be utilized, from plant quirks, growth speed quirks, matter conversion quirks, gravity quirks like Izuku's, which he could use to make the ships lighter to escape Earth's gravity. Everything would work out and the Empire was working fast since they jabber their program. Before they were doing it quietly to not attract other nations' attention, but now they were going full speed ahead. 2 years passed and the Empire had done it. Their spaceships have made several trips over the years to the moon, and they have established a functional and living moon base and had transported about 30,000 citizens with a teleportation quirk to get them on the moon base. This teleportation quirk Jiren came from a long line of knighted houses, and they always had some form of teleportation. However, the current head of the house had a stronger one. As such, he was able to do the trip. He couldn't do it straight from Earth to the moon, but they had established a floating station around the Earth that allowed them to do a jump from Earth to the station and then to the moon base. Most of the people on the moon base had quirks that would help them expand the moon base and provide a base of operations to move to another planet in the Jiren. Once the moon base was expanded to good levels, they would start preparing for the new planet base. This had become one of Izuku's known achievements since the space program achieved the moon base at a quicker pace and had expanded it faster due to Izuku's quirk theories. Izuku's 2 children were also growing up nicely and the future was looking bright for mankind. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.